To mark the beginning, sir, hearty welcome to our group. And officially, I'll be introducing the speaker for the next session. Now we will continue with the previous session. That is, we were into the criterion 2. I heartily welcome Dr. Ordetta to continue the session.
Thank you. So let me share my slide, what I was doing yesterday. So I just want to say thank you very much for this opportunity once again to be with you all. And Dr. Latha told me yesterday that, a lot of you are very happy. I don't know if you'll be happy today because there's some more coming. And I think by the end of 2 days, you are going to be so tired, you will want to get rid of me altogether. So anyway, so we stopped yesterday at 2.4.1, and then somebody sent me and wanted a clarification on the NCC and NSS. So we'll come back to that in our extension programs, right? So we just finished this section 2. So 2.4 is teacher profile and quality, and the weightage is 60. Now this is equally high as much as we are doing for our student survey, other 60 points over there. And there are 2 or 3 metrics in this. The first one is average percentage of full-time teachers against sanctioned posts in the last 5 years. So what they are requiring is, for the last 5 years, your full-time teachers, and I think I explained full-time teachers yesterday. I said those who have got 90% of workload of a normal day, 90% workload. So you have to take into account, and those have been there for the whole academic year, not this 9 months or 7 months and things that way. So you may have a little difficulty with the 2021 or 21-22. I would urge the management to please retain the faculty, even in the summer months, summer vacation. The contract staff, I don't know how the government appoints for you, but I think they give Dr. Lata, they only come for the 16 hours, right? Or they're there the whole day.
Who, excuse me?
The contract staff?
Yeah, they are there the whole day. Yes.
Whole day. Yeah. So then they can be counted as full-time teachers.
Yeah.
But
yes,
the guest faculty.
Only the guest faculty, the only problem, which I already told you, is they are usually not there for the whole academic year. So can they be counted? That is a big issue of ours.
When they are they there for 30 hours?
When they are there, they will not, some of them will not have workload for the entire 16 hours, but they will be there for the entire work week. That
is from morning to afternoon.
Morning to evening, like
evening.
there. Yes.
Okay, let me get clarification on this, because if they are there, they don't have, but they'll have some other work instead of the teaching.
Yeah, they are given, they do share in the NAAC work.
Okay,
and all that,
administrative work. So just look at it and see, because as per UGC, we're supposed to have 4 hours of administrative work. So look at them and see how you can, lessen the number of guest faculty, and all those who are there, you can make sure that each of them have got 16 hours of workload, and they are there from morning till for the whole working hours of the institution.
If they have to have 16 hours of workload, we can have it only on paper. I mean, it can only be an adjustment, because the deputy director, collegiate, they calculate the workload after giving 16 hours right from the top.
Right from the head. From the head.
Yes. So we can only make an adjustment. And that won't be fair to them also.
Yeah.
Anyway, that is something we would like to. I also would like to discuss with you later what we can do.
So we discuss that and see how we can do. Also, your curriculum has to be enhanced to 30 hours of working hours. So when you get into that, we will know. We'll see what we can do about it.
Maybe some arrangement then we'll have to, so that maybe management will also have to see what can be done.
Yes. So when we do the section C, we'll think about it. Okay. But as of now, it's a very straightforward metric: number of full-time teachers by the number of sanctioned posts into 100. Okay. You calculate for 1 year, and then you calculate the average percentage.
When we do the 6th criterion, maybe you can also
we can get into that.
We can also talk.
Something we can discuss with them.
Yes.
I see their difficulty, and we maybe have to work around it and see what best we can do, because it may be because the aided posts are, the number of aided posts are going up, and the number of people going down, with the number of
Yes.
people retiring and government not filling up. So we'll have to see. But it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
I know
We'll get to that
many
later.
colleges who told me that they lost their grades
Points.
sometimes only because of this. Actually,
Yeah.
CMS college at one time, and they went through, the principal was saying only because of the number, I mean, the less number of
Teachers.
full-time faculty.
This is
they
across
lost
the
it.
colleges. Our hands are tied behind our back because state governments refuse to, sanction, to fill up vacancies arising from aided posts. This is all over, including in Tamil Nadu. So all over India.
Another problem is that we cannot have these self-financing courses. Kerala
Yeah.
University
Yeah.
doesn't
Yeah.
permit. And
Yeah.
the colleges, MG, and because you can have a large number of those courses, they have a lot of full-time teachers
Right.
and a lot of courses. So,
I'm
we
going
are.
to suggest to your manage become autonomous.
Yes.
Go in for autonomy. Simple. It will
Yeah,
solve a
that's
lot of problems like Albert's College and Thevara and.
We applied once at the time. I mean, when we were, but at that time we didn't have 4 PG courses, so we couldn't. We were not considered.
Yeah.
The minimum
We can
requirement
see
at that
now.
time is 4 PG.
Yeah, I know. So we'll see now how we can do it. Now they don't have this 4 PG course business. Now
Now
that the
maybe,
requirement is not there for autonomy.
but then maybe
So
the
we just
NAAC grade, improving the NAAC grade and all that would definitely.
Well, if you have an A+ grade, then you don't need certain things. The review commission won't come and think that the state government will go ahead. Otherwise, they will come and they look at the institution. If the institution is good enough, they will give you autonomy. They have come down on their norms for granting autonomy. Anyway, let's leave that there. We'll get into this. So you have to provide data for the, as per the template, which is the year-wise, you have to give full-time teachers. And this I would suggest, because you are signing in a register, use that register as your background to give the number of full-time teachers. Let there not be discrepancy between the number of teachers in the register and the number of teachers which you're putting in the template. They will, you have to fill them up. Also, the PAN numbers of people, although they have retired, because the last column says is the teacher still serving the institution, if not the last year of service of the faculty of the institution. So please go ahead with this and take it from the registers, right? And don't put in temporary staff. One college has put in temporary staff. Please don't put in temporary staff because they are not counted as full-time teachers because they won't be there the whole time. Then list of faculty members should be authenticated by the head of the institution, so you have to do that. And any additional information. The point here is the designation and year of appointment. Year of appointment, please go back and look at the service register and put the year of appointment as per the service register. And nature of appointment, they're asking you temporary, but when it comes to temporary, you must make sure that, like have you had the guest faculty, they are there full time, they are there for the whole year, but they are not considered as permanent.
No, but
I would take,
excuse me, Ordetta will not like the guest faculty, their contract gets terminated in March, and again the next year only after the DD gives concurrence to appoint them, and we conduct the interviews and they check whether there's workload, whether the first year students have joined. So won't that be a problem? And we claim that if the peer team comes and they visit and they see, I mean, they check the nature of their appointment, will it be that we have claimed something wrong there?
No, because you are not appointing those staff. The Diet of Higher Education and the state government are appointing those staff members, right?
Okay.
You are not appointing them. So
can we count them as full time?
Yes, you can count them because they are there from morning 9 to 5 or 8 to 4, 2 or whatever.
So the termination of their contract, is it not a problem?
You are not terminating, right? You are not terminating. You are not.
Every March they are terminated.
I know.
Yeah.
They're only 9 months or 10 months something they're given because they don't want to pay them summer vacation salary.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So we have
to discuss. We will discuss that later. Let's not.
Let me look at it because I want to see the workload. I want to see the the number of teaching days that they have, 90 teaching days or whatever. All of this you have taken into consideration.
All right. We will look into that later so that maybe we won't have to.
So total years of experience in the same. This is something for teachers who are appointed in their institution, who stay for 1 year, 2 years, etc., and disappear after that. They go to some other government college or whatever. What happens here is the institution's attrition rate becomes very high. There are many self-financing institutions who are having this problem. I don't think it will be there in yours. But what they're looking at, the total number of years in the same institution. So if they have been appointed, and number of years, you can't put the month. So if somebody came for 8 months or 9 months, and just there from 2021 November to May, you can't count that as a full year. That you have to be a little careful. So this is a straightforward thing. Any other additional information you have, you can put the appointment orders or directives of the DHE when they make an appointment from July 1st to March 31st. Those letters can be put as additional information because they are being done by the state government. Okay, they give you an appointment order, right, for those contract staff?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
but
That is
that
what we are
comes-
putting as
Okay,
proof.
Okay, so the government is sending them.
we
Government
will-
is paying them, government sending them. So
But
you can
the
put
time
those letters.
factor is we'll talk about that
Okay,
later,
okay,
because it may not
yeah.
be the same people also serving the next year when there's an interview. That's another problem.
Oh, that's another problem.
Anyway,
That's
I'll discuss that
yeah,
one. I
we'll
think
see.
it needs a lot of
The
discussion
thought behind it,
into
and yeah, we'll do
yes.
that. Huh?
We'll do
Okay.
that later.
So the next sanction letters indicating number of posts, including management sanction posts by the competent authority. Those letters you have to give. Then a list of full-time teachers along with their departmental affiliation. Of course, you will have that. That's not a problem from the attendance register. Then appointment letters of selected teachers will be asked during the DVV process. So you have to make sure you have them with you, right? Scan and keep them on your website or in a different website thing, as web page differently, which nobody else has access to thing. If they ask for DV clarification, all you need to do is send that to them. At that point, sitting and scanning them is not worth the trouble. It'll take the time. They only give you 1 week or something, if I'm not mistaken, to do your clarification. So ensure that all the appointment letters of all the selected of all the staff are already scanned and uploaded. This can be done even now because the appointment order is there for especially the aided staff for the past 10, 15, 20 years.
Ordetta, I think you need to change your slide to the
Ma'am,
next.
that appointment
I
orders
did.
are already scanned, ma'am. Till last
1 minute, 1 minute,
appointment-
1 minute, 1 minute.
I think you need to change the
I
slide.
changed it.
Yeah. You
I
did?
changed, yes.
But it's
You
not
can't see?
moving? No,
Oh,
we
one
are
second.
with the first question. Oh, you're still
Yeah.
with that 2.4.1,
Yes, one.
the data requirement. Okay.
Yeah,
I
document
thought you
required.
moved to the next.
No, this is
requirement.
for that same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So appointment letters, if you already scanned, ensure that you know where they are. Mark the document is 2.4.1 and mark each one's name on the file. File name should be like Dr. Lata George or Dr. Sister Pushpa, whatever. So put the name on the file as the name of the person, but you don't have to sit and search, open everything. And if you put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you'll have difficulty. So put the name of the person whose file it is, whose document it is, as the name of the document. Scan these. Only the newcomers in this year or next year you have to worry about, right? So I would suggest scan and keep all of this stuff. And this kind of work is already done.
Yes, miss,
Then-
already done, ma'am. Already
Yeah.
done.
Okay, but make sure all the appointment letters.
Yes, ma'am. Till
1 minute.
from
1 minute.
2000.
1 minute. What I'm trying to say is, I am talking about a college where they finished their, now of course they've got their grade, where appointment orders were given, and I think I said this yesterday, appointment orders are given on the 1st of January, 1st of May, 15th of August, right? On a Sunday, things that way. So please ensure, actually the appointment order is correct, but the date that they had entered was wrong. Date of appointment entered in the files or whatever was wrong. So please ensure somebody is doing, go back and check those appointment orders are not on Sundays or, on national holidays, etc. That is all the non-working days of the institution. So please look at it. They should have been given on working days of the institution, because this was a big problem in one of the institutions. And I happened to look at their SSR before they were, after they submitted it.
For us, it can only be like that because they have to join on that correct day. So
Correct
it will
day.
be
Yeah,
a working day.
yeah. So you just have to look at it and see, because this was an autonomous college which had this problem.
Yes.
So anyway, then you have to have all the full-time, again they say all full-time teachers, at least 90% prescribed workload should be counted as full-time teachers. And this is for the whole academic year, not just for things. So they're telling you mere appointment letters provided in regional language cannot be considered. You'll have to, I don't know if it's Malayalam, you'll have to get it translated, okay? And they say avoid inclusion of part-time, ad hoc or visiting faculty. So this is very clear. These, anyone's part-time, just being 4 hours of workload or 5 hours of workload, etc., cannot be considered. So the next one, do you see the slide? 2.4.2. Is the slide visible? 2.4.2.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Now?
No,
No, it's
no,
not
ma'am,
moving.
it's not changing.
It's not changed.
Why is this? Okay, now?
Yes.
Now
Yeah,
it's
yes,
okay.
yes.
Now it's
When we
okay.
go into slide share, something it doesn't, something happens. I do not know why this has happened. So not just with me, but others also. But this is in Google only. In Zoom, we don't have a problem. Okay, so let's go ahead. Average percentage of full-time teachers with PhD. I'm not going to the other degrees, except somebody deal it. But other degrees I'm not going into simply because they're all concerned with, paramedical courses, etc. So many of them are just PhD or DLit. Some very rarely somebody will have a DSE, right? Because after you do some 700, 800 papers publication, you will get a DSE and DLit, of course. So this is a straightforward question. Number of full-time teachers with PhD. Okay, so you write year. Don't write year one. You write 2018, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 5 years, and give that. So the data template, I'll show you what it is. And you have to have the list, number of full-time teachers PhD, the whole list of it. So coming to the what is required in terms of the formula is just that if you have 20 teachers PhD against the number of full-time teachers, not just the sanctioned post, but the full-time teachers. So how many ever teachers you calculate as full-time, right? You can take that into account and calculate for the percentage, for the average percentage, okay, per year. Any other additional information that you want to give, right? In case you think somebody has already submitted their doctoral thesis for PhD, right? Or they've finished their Viva and they have not got their degree, then you can put that information to show that a few more teachers are, at the fag end of their doctoral degree or finishing, but not those who are still haven't submitted their thesis or synopsis. If they have submitted, put up that information as additional information, show that the institution is keen and all faculty members, acquire a PhD degree. It's only additional information. The list of number of full-time teachers they want, so you have to give that list. Whoever you are claiming as having PhD, that list must be given. You may have to scan their doctoral degrees, convocation degree certificates. So please, that'll be additional information. All those with PhD, please scan their doctoral degree certificates and put it up. That can be done even now. Okay. Then this is the data template, name of the full-time teacher. Qualification, of course, will be PhD. Year of obtaining the qualification. Okay, should be within this 5-year period. Not if it's before the 5-year, also perfectly all right. But anybody else has recently obtained the degree should be within the last working day of your submitting this, right? Then whether recognized as PhD guide, if any of your recognized PhD guides, put that information, and year of recognition as research guide. So this is the thing. Then the documents required, list of faculty having PhD should be provided as per the academic session. So every year, along with the particular degree awarding university, which university they've got it from, subject and the year of award, and upload the document in the same order. So as per the list, you upload the document. If the senior most is Dr. Lata, then you put whoever the next person. So put 1, 2, 3, 4 with her name and upload the documents. Then doctorate degree awarded by the UGC recognized universities alone to be considered. There are a lot of universities which the university has de-recognized. And I don't
Excuse me, Ordetta, why is it that only full-time teachers with PhD are even mentioned here? The others also are to be included, right?
What do you mean?
No.
You mean the previous one?
No, this particular one, the name of full-time
Because
teacher.
only they are considered as a teacher. Anybody ad hoc or part-time cannot be considered.
No. With full-time teachers without PhD too are considered, right?
No, they're saying number of full-time teachers with and without PhD, the total number.
Okay, I just saw the with PhD.
Number of full-time teachers with PhD by total number of full-time teachers in the college.
Okay, fine, got it.
So maybe 20 by 40 or 25 by 40.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Okay.
So 50% or 60% or whatever. Okay. So then specific instruction, the HEI, mention number of full-time teachers with PhD, right? Irrespective of the year of award. As I told you, even if they have received their PhD well ahead, say 10 years before this, during the first cycle or second cycle or whatever, give the whole list. All of them should be included, right? And the certificate selected faculty members will be asked during DVV clarification. So that's why I'm saying right now you can do all of this. Upload all of this, scan it, upload, and make sure that they're not upside down when you're uploading. It is true. Let's do a good job of it. The point is, I have seen institutions, any old way they upload information, any old way they just scan the document. Make sure you get a clear, good scanner where it is scanned well. After all, it is our institution of whom we are projecting to the outside world. So let it be in a that all the documents are scanned, be done well, that they don't have reason to ask us to redo it. Okay. Then the next one is average teaching experience of full-time teachers. So only full-time teachers, average teaching experience of full-time teachers in the same institution. This is something like what we give for NIRF. Okay, this data is also asked the NIRF, full-time teacher teaching experience. So data only for the last completed academic year. That means 22-23 alone you have to give. So at least in that year, you may have full-time teachers who are just appointed with 1 year experience or less than that. So that will, take a toll on this answer. But total experience of all the full-time teachers, you calculate each one's experience, add the whole thing up, and just give that to the documents. It requires name and number of the full-time teachers with years of teaching experience, and then sum total of the full-time teachers. You have to calculate that by the number of full-time teachers. So if you have, say, 500 years of total teaching experience in the institution, by, say, 50 teachers, so each one will have an average of 10 years of teaching experience, roughly. Okay, that's the calculation. And then so that's the file description of what you have to upload is any other additional information. Suppose you have your service register showing the date of appointment. From time to time, in fact, in Tamil Nadu, the government makes one remark on our SR to say we have completed 24 years of service, 24 years and 3 months of service as on date. I think that is for their own reference. But if you have something like that, you can put it up. Okay. So the list of teachers, their PAN numbers, designation, defined experience, all of this is already given in the previous 2.4.1. Okay, so I think this can be linked. You can give the same URL. Okay, then list of faculty members with particular the date of appointment of the HEI with his or her years of experience. Now, experience certificate or appointment of selected faculty member will be asked during the DV clarification. As I said, please upload all of this. Check the dates. Make sure that what you are uploading is pakka. There is no room for any kind of doubt. That is the point. If you all think you'll want somebody to look at it, get someone to look at your and what you're uploading before you all do everything and then have to redo all of it. The next one is evaluation process and reforms, right? So mechanism of internal assessment is transparent and robust in terms of frequency and mode. They're talking only about internal assessment because you are an affiliated college. Only the internal assessment is in your hand. The rest of it is in the university. The end semester is in the hand of the university. You have no say, in that on the day of when the exams are conducted or when the results are published, etc. But being an affiliated college, you have you have this part of the examination system in your hands, which is the internal assessment. So, is it transparent and robust? Two things here: is it transparent, and the assessment part? Okay. So what I would ask here is when you write the description for about 500 words, ensure that every test paper, when the test is completed, okay, and along with your syllabus is given by the university. I do not know whether the university has given scheme of valuation for each of the syllabi. If they have not given, it would be nice for the college to write the scheme of for the internal test and the scheme of valuation. So if the internal test is going to have 3 parts, section A, MCQ, section B, short answers, section C, long answers, if that is the pattern for your internal tests, right, then put that pattern down along with the syllabus sent by the university and follow that pattern. The next part of it is, how do you evaluate all of this? How is the mark? What are the mark allotment scheme of valuation for each of these tests? Right? How many tests do you give? One, since it is continuous internal assessment, I do not know how many tests you all have. It would be nice to at least give 2 tests during the semester for the students to evaluate their performance in the semester. So they'll have 2 tests and one end semester examination. So at least you're doing it every few months. You're testing to see their knowledge, their learning ability, everything. So here when I talk about the scheme of valuation for the MCQ, if the fill in the blanks carry 1 mark, you'll write there 1 into 5. You're writing 1 into 5 marks. But if the fill in the blank has got a grammatical spelling error, then half mark will be deducted. So you have to, in the scheme of valuation, write half mark for if there's spelling error. This one spelling error, instead of an E, they write A. But if the whole word is wrong, there is no mark. We know there is no mark. So like this, you write the scheme of valuation for the question paper pattern that you are setting. So that will be a good, so that way, what we do is, when I take the answer sheets, answer scripts to the class, after I have evaluated them after a test, in 1 week, we finish our corrections. We are supposed to finish in 1 week and give the papers back to the students. During class hour or tutorial hour, we discuss this, but I write on the board. The scheme of valuation. I usually do it before the students come into the classroom, or I sometimes project it on the OHP or the slide or the PPT. I put up the scheme of valuation and I ask the students to check what they have done. Now, if there's a fill in the blank and they have not filled it up, I put a line across it to show that they have not filled it. Otherwise, when they get the answer paper back, they will write the answer and come back and say, ma'am, you never marked this. So you have to be double sharp with them. When they have written something wrong, circle it off and underline the mistake or whatever it is, write the comment on the side then and there. And I divide the marks, because being botany, for some of the taxonomy papers, I will write this many marks for drawing, this many marks for description. Description must have X, Y, and Z. At least 3 major points which are required. The diagram must have, for example, it must be labeled, and if only 1 diagram, this much of diagram should be drawn. And the students are told beforehand, you need to draw a diagram of, say, at least 3 to 4 centimeters, dimensions, 3 into 4 at least, not tiny diagram and get off with it. So the instruction given to them on how to answer and and we also tell them this is how you will be valued. So when you write, please write properly and label the parts. But if you don't label the parts, no mark for the diagram. Simple. So these are the instructions that we give the students much before, the test, etc. This is one way of making sure that it's transparent and the whole system is robust. There's no room for students to come and find fault, especially because we are an autonomous college. There is no room for discrepancy. There is no room for partiality, right? Even in an affiliated college, there should not be room for partiality. It should be crystal clear as to what they got marks for. So this is one way of making sure this thing. So when you write your description, you can write down all these points if you're following this, right? And if you have scheme of valuation, if you have the scheme of, test pattern, assignment or whatever, write the pattern for the assignment also, and how much mark be allotted for the introduction, how much of marks will be allotted for the body, what point should be covered. Write the thing and give it to them and tell them this is what your assignment should cover. In that way, we help them to do better assignments. And I discuss the assignments in the class with the students when they finish, right? And I also know, because I ask them to submit online sometimes, I take 2 or 3 sentences out of the assignment, put it in Google, and it'll show up as it's been copied from somewhere else. So then they get 0 of it. There's no doubt. But they are already told if you cut, copy, and paste, you'll get 0. So these are things that you can put into place because you're an non-autonomous college, affiliated institution. You can have these rules and regulations in place. Okay. So if you have all of this, put up the additional information and the link for the additional information. It's only a qualitative question. So the next one is, how do you deal with the internal examination related grievances? Okay, is it transparent? Is it time bound and efficient? Now for this, you are supposed to have a grievance redressal cell for the internal examination. For autonomous colleges, we have for both internal assessment and for the external examination. Both of these are headed by the controller of examinations. So the grievance redressal cell of the institution, it's up to you to see who should be in charge with internal assessment, but it is a part of the evaluation process of students. So it is good that the principal is the chairperson with the controller, maybe the head of the department. I don't know what kind of internal assessment grievance redressal cell you have, but to deal with the internal assessment of the institution, internal assessments or examination of the students, not to do with the external. External, you have to send a letter to the university, that's fine. But this one, and then if a student comes up with any grievance and says, I got Sometimes we have typographical errors when we enter it into the system because it's all computerized now. So when we enter, there may be typographical errors. So we tell the students once we have finished entering, please check your marks and come back to us. So if there are errors, then we cross-check with our document what we have written thing, and we make sure that the marks are corrected. But if there's a major grievance, the student said, no, I got 25 marks, you only gave me 5 marks, ma'am. We ask them to come back with their answer script and to check with them and whatever. If they make a written complaint, that goes to the control of examination through the federal department, through vice principal, and then the grievance is taken up, depends what kind of grievance. And I will give you one example of what has happened in our own institution. There was one student who was in a PG department. So she would, whenever she wrote a test, she would write the question on the answer paper and write few lines and then leave the rest of the paper blank and then go into the next question. She'll write another 1 or 2 questions. The third one again, she'll do the same thing. And so when the marks were given, the answer scripts were given back to the student. For some reason, the teacher never bothered about, discussing it with them. The student has gone home with the same pen, filled up the answers on the blank sheets and come back and told the teacher, you have not given me marks. See, I have written the whole answer. So my point is, please ensure that you strike out if there's half a page left. When they finish an answer, half a page left, a quarter page left, please put a line across that so that they do not have room to go back home, fill up and come back. Okay. This became a big issue. In fact, it went to such a level that we had to be an inquiry because the student was thinking. Then finally the student, she owned up to her thing because this happened once, twice, thrice. Twice it happened, not thrice, twice. Second time, the teacher was a little more smart to, take a photocopy of the answer script and keep with her before she handed it back to the student. And the student at the same time, the second time, she got into trouble. So my point is, please have a grievance redressal committee. The committee should meet at least once a semester. If they don't have any grievances, minutes of meetings, agenda of meeting, action taken reports, everything to be documented. The committee, if you have no grievances, to be at least to review once or twice a semester, right? And if there is any grievance, it should be addressed immediately, not have a meeting 1 month and do the addressing and call the student after 2 weeks. Immediately, so it shows your efficiency level or competency level to handle these kind of things. Please write a description of this. My point is, when you finish writing all these qualitative answers or matrices, please ask someone to go through it before you submit it. The next one is student performance and learning, which is again 60 weightage. So 15 for the first one, which is teachers and students are aware of the stated program and course outcomes of the programs offered by the institution. So PO and COs. So you have to describe the course outcomes of all the course and mechanism of communication within a minimum of 500 words. I mean, they say maximum 500 words, minimum 500 characters and maximum 500 words. My point here is, university may not give you the course outcomes along with the syllabi that has been set. They only send the syllabus, they'll send the textbooks or the reference books or whatever. The objectives, I would suggest that you, as an institution, sit down to get an idea of whether you've done this already, but please sit down and write the course outcome. And the course outcome need not be completely a reflection of the course objectives. I would say that at the end, the sentence should read, at the end of the course, the student will know how to dissect a frog and label its parts, how to remove the salivary glands of the cockroach and display it for, things like this, how to dissect an earthworm and look at the digestive parts. This is for the practical. For theory, whatever the student will know at the end of the course should be written. At the end of the course, the student will know how to write, do a comprehension of a given paragraph or whatever. So the student will know how to do this or will be able to do it. These are the words that you need to use in the outcome. Okay, so please, when you write outcomes, ensure that it is what the student will know after she finishes the course. So please write that. If the university is not given outcomes, please write the outcomes, and when you put up the syllabus on your website, ensure the outcomes are written. Okay, and how do you make it known to the students? What I would suggest is we do this. We give students, earlier we used to dictate this in the class. Then when photocopying came, ma'am, the students are telling, ma'am, we can't write, ma'am, we'll photocopy and stick it in our books. So I used to make them photocopy for the whole class, the syllabus and the outcome. So it is ensured that each of them has got a copy of the syllabus and the objectives and the outcomes. It's got the credits, it has got the number of units, it's got the mark, it's got the reference books, the textbooks that they do, the chapters for the textbooks. I also give them what is the assignments right in the beginning of the semester, like lesson plan. And I also tell them what is the evaluation scheme of evaluation for them and the kind of question paper pattern that they will get. So all of this is given to students right in the beginning, the first day that they come into for the course. It may be first semester or second semester. Apart from this, this has to go up on your website. There should be in the library, if possible, we have something called DSpace on our library server, which students can access from wherever they are through their login. In that, all the syllabi are there. All the syllabi with the whole thing what I just spoke about, including old question papers for the CA test, internal test, as well as end semester examination. The earlier question papers are all scanned and put into our DSpace. Year-wise, this one, subject-wise, year-wise, or program-wise, year-wise, and semester-wise, then course-wise, okay? So everything is put, so they go on to 2017-18, they know the course has been offered in the even semester. This is the syllabus, this is the question paper pattern, this is the scheme of evaluation, this is the outcome, this is the question paper which have been given for tests earlier, what assignments have been given, the whole assignment not, but the topics may be written there. So students know, they make it one of these topics, things like that, and what else is expected of them in this course. All of that is there for the students in what we call it the DSpace, but that is through their login. So this is something that you all can do. You can upload the additional information and you can inform the students well in advance, so you know that they have the thing. So paste the link for the additional anything, upload all the course outcomes for all the courses, and they've given you in the glossary of the NAAC SSR at the back, they have given you what are the outcomes of courses. I think they've taken zoology into account, if I'm not mistaken. I just saw zoology, I didn't have to look at anything else. They give you program outcome, BA program, BSc program, BCom program. They also give you the specific program, BSc zoology, okay, specific program outcome, and each of the course outcomes. The next one is attainment of program outcomes and course outcomes are evaluated by the institution. So how does the institution measure the level of attainment of program outcomes, program specific outcomes, and course outcomes? Not more than 500 words. Course outcomes we are doing when you do our internal assessment tests, assignments, etc. Even our end semester examination will tell you how much they have understood, how much they have learned, how much they are able to apply this, okay, in the practical classes, etc. Program specific outcomes and program outcomes you can only do at the third year. You told me like yesterday, you all do the curriculum, get the curriculum feedback, okay? In that include 2 or 3 questions on the program specific outcomes and program outcomes separately. So upload 500 words again as a qualitative question, 15 points. So you paste the link, upload any of the additional information you have, plus paste the link for the additional information. The next one is average pass percentage of students in the last 5 years. So it's only the final year students, when they finish their BA degree or when they finish their BSc degree, you have to give this. So total number of final year students who passed the university examination year-wise. So 50 have appeared for the examination and 40 have passed, you'll have an 80% pass percentage. This is not those with the back papers. Those who have cleared all 6 semesters, right? So you have to give the number of students who have appeared and students who have passed for year 1, year 2, right? 2018, 19, 19, 20. Do not put, they put year 1, year 2 for you, but you have to write the exact year. I told you, they may have difficulty, the thing may have difficulty, the DVV, it only takes in specific information. You put year 1, year 2, they don't know which year it is. So it may do ulta also, then you may be in trouble. So write the actual academic year and write the number of students who have appeared and students who have passed. Now students have appeared only for that semester examination, not for the back papers or area papers. A student may appear for final examination plus 5 of the or 2 earlier papers. If she's appearing for all of this, fine, and she clears those 2 back papers also. So at the end of 3 years, she has no more back papers or area papers. She can be counted as having completed the program, right? So you put in the data for this, and make sure that you have the results copy from what the university sends you. That document you must have showing thing. The other document you need to have is when I don't know if you all do it, but in our annual day program, when we have our annual day, college day, the principal in her report reads out the final pass percentage of the different programs in the institution because we'll have it somewhere in March. So the previous academic year's thing. So in each of the annual reports, which is published in our college magazine, the results are there for each academic year. And so that is one way we maintain our records. But we also have a record in the institution. Plus we have, as autonomous college, we have to send it to the university too. So what you need for this is the program code, name of the program, number of the student appear, number of students pass. That is easy. So pass percentage you have to calculate.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Total number, yes?
Ma'am, can we include the students who have passed through grace marks also here?
Through?
Grace marks.
Grace?
There are some grace marks. They get grace marks for NSS, NCC and all. If they pass through these grace marks, we can include them as all pass, right?
Because they are included for the convocation, right?
Yes.
They are given the degree. They are given the
Yes,
degree.
ma'am. Yes, yes.
And, so unless they have cleared, they can't get the degree certificate, which means they have passed.
Okay.
The grace
Okay.
marks is given to boost them up because they have gone for NCC or giving their time for NCC or NSS, right? And so they're giving them the
Yes.
grace mark. So it is acceptable by
Yes.
the university, by the Board of Studies and the Academic Council. So they are considered
Okay.
as pass. They are considered as
Okay.
pass. Huh?
Yes. Okay.
They are-
Okay.
Because you will admit them for the convocation. The university admits them for the convocation. They get their degree. They are not asked to
Yes.
go on any examination again. So that means they have
No,
passed.
no.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes.
you will have to include them. Huh? That's why the
Okay,
list that comes from. That's why I told you, get the list from the university. What the university sends you, that will be the
Okay.
final pass percentage.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Right. Now,
Thank
suppose
you.
somebody has gone for revaluation and they have been declared as passed in the final examinations, then university will still send you a letter saying that so and so has been declared has passed the final examination or clear these papers or whatever. And if they are being admitted to the convocation for that particular year, not for the next year, then they are considered as passed in that particular year. Okay, somebody may go for evaluation. The result come after 2 weeks. They would have passed, right? Then they have cleared it in that academic year itself. So keep this in mind when you do. Just not all the letters that come from the university declaring students as passed for that academic year or that final semester, you take them. The next one is, you calculate the average percentage, so percentage by year by 5. Then upload the list of programs, the number of students passed and appear in the final examination. Upload any additional information and paste link of the annual report. So the document that you require here is result sheet published by the affiliating university, attested by the principal. The university will send you a document saying that these students have been declared as passed. Now that document should be signed by the principal. Maybe just a printout with the chapa of the registrar or the control of examinations. Okay, so the principal has signed this. Then you have to get a certified report from the control of examination of the affiliating university, indicating the pass percentage of students in the final year or final semester who are eligible for the degree program wise. Okay, program wise. So BA English, BA History, BA Sociology, program wise, you have to get this thing of those students of the final year who are eligible for degree. Okay, that's why I said those will be admitted into the convocation. So before the convocation, the university will have a list of students, which they will also send to the institution to say these students have been admitted into the convocation. That certified report you have to get from the controller of examination. I hope that is being done. Okay.
Ma'am,
So
for us, the university, there is no convocation as such. As of now, we don't have convocation for the UG students. We just get the results published from the university. And that is the thing that is published by the university. Other than that, nothing is communicated from the university.
So how do they get the degree?
Yes, they get the degree certificate by post again when they apply.
They apply, right?
Yes.
So when they apply, that comes to the college. The degrees come to the college, right?
No, directly it goes by post to the
From the
student.
university. From the
Yes,
university.
ma'am. Yes,
So
ma'am.
get the
But
university.
we get the provisional certificate and the consolidated list in the consolidated mark list that we record in the college office. But the
Correct.
final degree certificate, university gives it very late, sometimes even after
What,
2
yeah.
years.
Correct,
That
I
goes
agree.
directly to the, and then what we do is we ask the departments are supposed to keep tab of those who are getting by revaluation. Even that, when it comes through to the college, we record that, but that comes usually quite late. But grace mark and all that, we take it into account before the before we give the data to the, for NAAC purposes. We've already told the teachers about that. But we are, unless we keep in touch with them, we don't sometimes get
No,
that.
Lata, all you have to do is write to the concept of examination, say we want a certified report of these academic years of the past of the list of students from our institution, department wise, finished program wise. They will have to send it. It's only a printout for them.
That will be basically at the time the exam ends, that list will be the same as a list of the, people who are
No.
shown as passed. But later only, there's usually a long gap for the revaluation and such things. That only becomes a problem usually.
No. What I'm asking you to do is ask the university for the last 3 or 4 years to give you the certified list of those who are admitted for the convocation.
Okay, those who are given the degree certificate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. You may have to do some pushing and some pulling. Do it, get it from them. Those who are admitted for the convocation and receive the degrees.
Okay.
That's it. Okay. If the student didn't receive the degree, it doesn't matter. But those who have been admitted for the convocation. That's the term
They
that
don't,
we use.
as Sanju said, our university doesn't conduct convocation and
They
also
won't.
the,
They won't. They
But,
only do it for their students.
yes,
They will not do for
but-
colleges.
Yes. They will not
Right?
do for the affiliated
They will not do.
colleges.
No.
So
In their own university.
there's a lot of delay for getting the final degree certificate. Only the provisional ones
See,
come.
that is different. What I'm trying to say is the provision certificate, those who want to go for the higher education, for PG, whatever. But
No, everyone, yes, everyone gets it.
That's okay.
All those have cleared all the papers, all the semesters. It comes to the college. Maybe it comes usually for the April-May exam. It comes sometime around September, October, the consolidated mark list, and the provisional comes to the college. In fact, we just got, last year's, we have just got only last week the provisional certificates.
there's one more reason for you to get your autonomy. Anyway, so my point here is, right? This is information. No university, as far as I know, conducts convocation for affiliated college. They'll have in lakhs. Okay, so including Stella Maris, including autonomous colleges, they send the degree to us, autonomous colleges, and then we have what's called as we call graduation day. We can't conduct convocation. Convocation is conducted by the university. So we write graduation day, and then the principal, we have a chief guest who gives out the certificates to the students. It's a very solemn ceremony. They wear their gown, they'll take the photograph, parents will come. It's a big thing. That is something you can consider to have. Get the university to send you the degrees, have a graduation day. It's a good thing for the students to know that they can wear the gown and the hat. Some of them, it may be the only degree in life they will get.
But
that is why we have this.
Here, the problem is that these degree certificates come after 2 years from the university.
Doesn't matter. See, for me to wear a gown and a hat, maybe the only thing I can do in life, I got a degree, I can do so many of them, frame that and keep it in their homes.
Okay.
Right? So it would be nice. And you tell the university, we are going to have a graduation day. We are beginning to have graduation day in our college as one activity or whatever. Let's see what they reply. And so we like to have the certificates earlier. Please send it to the college. We will pay for for it to be brought to the institution. Try to get around them and do something also for the students to get something by post. I won't want my PhD degree coming by post, but that won't come. They will give it to us in the thing. But for the students, I'm just giving a suggestion. It is not necessary, but if you think it'd be nice for your students, it will be, to keep them happy and they have something to look forward to, that they're getting a degree from a chief guest. It'd be very nice. So that's something you can look at. Anyway, so going back to this, get that list from the university, certified list. Even now, you can get it for the previous 3-4 years.
Okay.
Right? Only final year students' data will be considered for the 5 years of the assessment period. We've already gone through this. The results of students pertaining to other than the final year are not to be submitted. I had one college who submitted for all 3, first year, second year, third year. At the end of second semester, fourth semester, and sixth semester, I had to tell them, please remove all that. they had some 15,000 entries. So please don't do that. Only for the final year students, you have to give the year, the academic year of the final. Say 2018-19 batch will finish in 2021. So 18-19, 19-20, 2021. So 21 now, you would have got that provisional certificate. Those students you have to give. So you will have 2 or 3 batches of students. But you also have to go to the previous 2 batches of the 16, 17, 17, 18. Okay? Because that will come, the final year will come in this assessment period. You got it? 16, 17, 17, 18 is not there in your previous SSR. That information won't be there in the previous SSR because they would have been their first year or the second year. So that batch of students you need to give.
Okay.
So 16, 17 batch when they finish in 17, 18, 19,
16,
19. It's within the assessment, the final year of the current assessment period. So you will get 5 batches now. So don't say, ma'am, you only have 3 batches. No, you'll have 5 batches starting from 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19. The current first year and second year will not be in this group. They'll come in the next year accreditation cycle. Okay, the next one is online student satisfaction survey regarding teaching learning process. So this is something that you have to look at. I will come back to this. It's 10 o'clock. I'm going to give the thing to Dr. Sebastian. This I will do as a separate entity a little later because I have the SSS which the NAAC is giving and all of the processes which you have to do for this, including the posters and how to inform the students, etc. So we will do this. This is 60 points. This is, it is a compulsory component of the thing, of the second criterion. So we will do this a little later. There's just 2 slides on it, but I'll come back to this a little later. So let me say, if you have any other questions, can I take them later? I'd like to give the thing to Dr. Sebastian. I think he's got other work also, some autonomy review commission.
So,
Thank you.
Dear Principal, Dr. Sebastian, Dr. Ordetta, and all other faculty members, actually, we were running short of time and we were a bit way behind our schedule for the previous day. So we had to complete criterion 2 today morning. And now, without wasting much time, we will pass on to our next session, that is criterion 3, which is very important, that is research, innovations, and extension. And to deal with this session, we have a renowned resource person, Dr. Sebastian Vadakan, who is a biochemist, as well as an educationist with more than 25 years of teaching experience. And he is presently Associate Professor, St. Xavier's College, Ahmedabad, and he has served as Vice Principal, Quality and Research, and he was also the IQAC Coordinator of St. Xavier's College, Ahmedabad. And as IQAC Coordinator, he shouldered several responsibilities, bringing about strategic changes and quality improvements in the college, and he is willing to share his
I think that
vast
can be enough.
experience.
I think that can be enough. The rest. That's enough.
Vast
enough.
experience with us, and he has got many other laurels also. So on behalf of St. Joseph's College and all those who are present here, I extend a hearty welcome to Dr. Sebastian. And to add it,
Thank you.
actually, Dr. Sebastian is in some way connected to Alleppey because his wife is from Alleppey, specifically Kanjipadam in Alleppey, and I hope we will be able to interact with Dr. Sebastian personally when he comes to Alleppey next time. So welcome, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. That was quite a surprise for me. Yeah, when I spoke to my wife that I have been invited, so immediately she said, yeah, I studied in that college in the late 80s. Okay, so that is my connect with the St. Joseph's College, Alleppey. At the very beginning, let me thank especially Ordetta ma'am and the management of this St. Joseph's College for giving me this opportunity to share with you my experiences, my reflections on criteria number 3. The most important part today would be the faculty who are about, I can see that roughly more than 40 faculty members are present here. So they are going to be the focus of today's this particular 1-hour session that we are going to share. When I was going through your website and the previous SSR that you have uploaded, what I felt is you are already thinking about your next accreditation, which will happen in 2023. And you are already initiating this program, and I felt that it is the right time to begin this program. And I really felt very nice about this institution. You know that it is it's an activity of increasing value addition, increasing to tell oneself that what is your contribution to the institution. It is a kind of self-praising, taking pride in the knowledge, in the skill, the wisdom, the experiences that you have contributed towards your institution, and how you have helped your students to nurture the values of the institution as well as take education forward. So these are some of the highlights that I see that is being percolated in your institution, that is across all faculty members. I saw there are about, maybe you have more than 40 faculty at the moment in the permanent roll call. And I want to congratulate you because in 2018, you gathered courage and did your accreditation, because that was the time NAAC also came up with the new manual, and it was very difficult to decode what they have in mind, and you have decoded that and you have tried to go for that. I really want to appreciate you for that courage. When we talk about criteria number 3, for every institution, criteria number 3 is the most worrisome criteria, because we are good at criteria 1 and 2. 3 is worrisome for us. 4 is okay. 5, 6, 7 are mostly meant for management. Okay. Why 3 is worrisome? Because we have our regular teaching. In Gujarat, we have 18 hours of teaching duty. I gathered that you have 16 hours. So you have your teaching duties. Then you have your your social commitments. And in spite of all that, you have to showcase, you have to say that you are something beyond what you normally teach. That is, you have to show that you have this research capabilities. And to bring out all that with all the difficulties is the most worrisome thing. And they are all result oriented. That's why my salute to all the teachers who actively participate in research. Okay, now how are we going to go ahead? So I have not prepared a PowerPoint presentation, and let me share the screen with you first of all. First and foremost, before we begin the session, I am sure that, see, most of the things that are presented in the PPT you are well aware of. I'm not trying to decode what is written there. Certain inputs based on my experience, what I want to highlight is, about a gathering of data. That is where most of our education institutions are weak, gathering of data. Now, for example, I'm sure that you have a central data collection unit. It may be the IQAC. On a daily basis or on a weekly basis, you are collecting data, and then you are referring to that and keeping it in the right location. What we have done in our institution is we have started something called a WhatsApp group. So it is an IQAC data collection WhatsApp group. Whenever somebody has made an achievement, whether it is participating in a particular seminar or you have conducted a seminar, you went for an extension job, any of the achievements that you have done, take a photograph, scan your certificate, upload it in the IQAC data collection WhatsApp group. That WhatsApp group is not meant for good morning or any other forwards. It's meant only for information that is pertaining to IQAC only. That is what we do, and it has been very successful. We have also created in the Moodle, we use Moodle, criteria wise we have made sections. People are expected to upload their details in that. I'm sure that you have a similar system. I'll be happy to know what kind of systems that you are using in order to gather data. There is one another thing that you can, if you're not doing it, you can implement. That is, you can create a kind of a common format. What will be the common format? You have the name of your college. It is the activity chart. So therefore you write activity number, give a gap, people will write 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the name of the activity? It will have a table for name of the students, roll number of the students, their signature. So these you can print in thousands, and they are available in the college office, or they are given to the departments. And each faculty, when they are conducting an activity, they don't have to invent the wheel. So they have to pick up the sheet, fill it up, and file it. That is one important thing that you need to do. Something from my experience is we don't pay so much attention to small things like preparing a banner with the date, so that these are all substantiating the point that you have conducted this activity. We ensure that we are writing the name of the collaborating partner, ensure that there is a notice that you are releasing prior to this meeting, you are maintaining the attendance sheets, signature of the students, ensure you are taking photographs. I am sure that Mendoza, Ordetta ma'am would have already indicated to you about the geo-tagging of the photographs, writing a report. And these are all training that can be given to the youngsters who join the institution. Their initial report may not be matching with your dream report, but it helps them. We train them. One day they will become principals. So we train them for that job. Okay, so these are some of the things that we need to keep in mind. And also, you go through the recommendations made by the committee in cycle 3 on research, and also the executive summary. And the executive summary, definitely you have written, and I have went through your executive summary, therefore I am commenting your weaknesses. And you already plan out how are you going to overcome those weaknesses. And it has to be in your strategic plan of action for the annual, so that this is how you are going to do it. And the opportunities that you have highlighted in the executive summary, how are you going to encash on your opportunities? What strategic changes have happened from cycle 3 to cycle 4 in research? So it should be, your graph should not be a stagnant graph. It has to be a progressive graph. You look at the shape of a hockey stick, it should look like that. So these are small things that you need to incorporate in your curriculum. And I've also seen that you have taken enough care in order to, nurture on campus research. You are carrying out training programs, you are carrying out skill development programs. Many faculty members are writing fundraising proposals. There are activities that you do in order to recognize and appreciate faculty members. When I looked at your report, I saw that, faculties are felicitated. These are all small gestures, but it pays huge dividend. Institute a Best Researcher Award, for example, in your institution. So the one who is, according to you, set up a criteria. These are the criteria, and reward that. Maybe on your annual day, give an appreciation letter or a certificate or a small plaque, so that that person feels. And people who are sitting in the audience will feel that next year I want to be there. So this kind of encouragement you can give it to them. I've also seen that you have got a FIST grant and CPE grant. That is really appreciated, those gestures that you have done. With that, I know that the huge investment will go in infrastructure development. Make the best use of the infrastructure developed. For example, when you go to submit the CP or the FIST, when you go to present for the next release of the fund, they will ask you, how did you make use of your instruments? If you have purchased an IR, they will ask you how many students made use of the IR. Give the list, the login details of that. So you ensure that these are maintained and students are allowed to work with the instruments, touch and feel the equipments. So that should be the approach in inculcating research values on campus. One of the most important thing in the research area is, research is First of all, every faculty must have a desire. If you have the desire, that is a primary step. If you have the desire, then you get to do research. When you have the desire, then you require two things. One is you require an infrastructure, and the second thing you require resources. Infrastructure, like, you need a space to sit and work. You need equipments. You need administrative help. You need, resources, like you need finances. You need chemicals. You need, internet facilities. So all these are required. So then you begin to, if you have the desire, then you begin to look at this. Okay. So people are writing comments. The attendance is the PDF Excel just pasting in report. Okay, that is perfectly fine. PhD produced by teacher from other university can be counted. What I have understood by looking at your report is some of you do not have a recognized research laboratory. So therefore, you are dependent on research laboratories at other institutions. That is what I have understood. To the best of my knowledge,
Yes, sir, exactly.
PhD is produced. Yeah,
we don't have a research department
you,
here, but we have research guides affiliated to other research centers.
Absolutely, you can count. I am one of them, and I count that. Okay, you can count them. If you have produced, you have something called an API in your institution. API, Annual Performance Index.
Sir, my question was, the university is different. Is it okay? It's MG University. We are actually
That's okay.
University of Kerala.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. Okay.
As long as it's not a fake university, recognized by UGC. Simple as that.
Okay. But there may be, I think there is a move where at least it is existing in Gujarat. You cannot be affiliated with another university for your PhD program. For example, if you belong to Gandhiji University, your students must be, you can enroll students only of Gandhiji University. You cannot enroll students from Kerala University. That is existing in Gujarat. I don't know whether you have to check with your state.
No,
Yes, sir. Here also.
Everywhere, Sebastian.
Okay, instrumentation facility, whether we can get money from others means?
Sir, whether we can use this instrumentation we have got from DST FIST facility, whether we can use it for others and whether we can pay, have money from them, a nominal amount so that we can use it for the research purpose.
For example, if it is DST or FIST, DST, FIST or CPE, you would have given in writing which are the 9 headings under which you have asked for money.
Yeah.
You can use it only under that.
8 headings.
What will happen is you may use it, but when you submit your document and when you sit with them for getting an NOC, they will say that it is inadmissible. Okay, so your institution has to bear it. So stick to the guidelines under which you have requested for fund.
Sir, I think she was asking whether those instruments can be shared with other institutions and whether any fee can be taken from them, which can be used for enhancing. I think that's what she was asking about. Dr. Bhagya was asking whether those...
enter into a kind of a collaboration, an MOU you sign, and you monitor the use of instrument agreement, and that gives you a facility also, gives you an advantage.
So whether we can give it on the website, we are charging this much amount for this particular agreement.
Bhagya,
Is it
some things don't have it publicized.
Are you planning to make this facility available for the public?
Yes, sir.
Sir, Sebastian.
You can.
Dr. Pushpa can just clarify that.
Sir, Sebastian, Sister Pushpa speaking.
Go ahead.
Sir, actually, I'm the one who went to present the report for the DST FIST, and they have asked us to make this facility available for the nearby institutions.
Yes.
And they also have mentioned that for the maintenance, if you can collect a minimal amount. provided they put in their papers that DST FIST name they have to recognize.
Okay.
They have to share that this paper is done with the instrumentation supported by the DST FIST.
Okay.
So neighboring colleges, we are asked to share, sir. We are asked to share.
Please, I think if they, I see.
Yes.
All
Whether
this
we
must
can
be.
give it on the website, we are charging this much amount. Is it okay?
No, I don't think
That is the
That's it.
internal business.
Can I say
business.
something?
That is internal.
Can I say something?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Whoever you are, soliciting to come and use your instruments, it is better to sign a one-to-one MOU or an agreement and say for this instrument, this many hours, this will be charged. What are the agreement? You have to put down very clearly, including if there is, if the instrument breaks down or whatever. So you have to look at it before you do that. But make sure that FIST has given this in writing that you can share the instrument. As you said, I think from what you have said, what I gather is that you have said that FIST has said the acknowledgement must be done. Okay. Now
Ma'am, yes,
collecting money is up to the institution for maintenance. You can only say for maintenance. You cannot say for use. So in your agreement also, please look at the terminology and don't get in trouble with the FIST. Next time you won't get any more grant.
yes.
So just be careful, okay? And don't go on the website. You can make people know about it, but I would suggest it not necessarily put on link. They will come to you if they know something.
Instruments, and we can say that this much instrumentation facility is available.
Correct.
Are available. They'll come to you when they need it. Oh, well.
That is there, ma'am, in the website. Centralized instrumentation facility centers are there, ma'am.
Yeah, that's it. So this money matters sometimes. Better to keep it low key.
Okay, great. And in case of doubt, I'll tell you which website to look for. St. Joseph's College, Trichy. Look at their website. They have this facility and they charge. Look at their website. Okay. Joseph's College, Trichy.
They got 3.78.
Okay.
A plus
So,
plus.
so now let me get into. My slide stops moving.
Yeah, that's what happens sometimes if you don't move it fast enough.
Okay, I will stop sharing and we will restart again. Okay, I suppose it's began moving, right? Is it moving for you right now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It has started with criterion 3 slide.
Okay. Now I'm getting into the presentation. I hope to complete in about 35 minutes, the maximum. This is on criteria number 3, research innovation. The slides are not prepared by me. It is prepared by Xavier board. I'm just using that facility. It is the same whatever you find as per the latest the manual of UGC or NAAC. But I found there are slight variation in the number that they have used with this slide. Refer to the manual don't count on this presentation, refer to the manual. When we talk about research, innovation, extension, what we are looking at is, do you have research policies in place? Okay, do you have strict practices? So they are trying to evaluate you. Do you have the desire? Do you have the interest to carry out research in your institution? Do you make enough efforts to raise fund? And is your research limited to only in few pockets in your institution, or it is percolating into, or it is widespread in the entire institution? If there are 10 departments, are all 10 departments involved in research? Is research a culture in your institution? Is the idea being promoted among students? How are your students incorporated into your research program? So these are the things NAAC is going to focus on. So basically, what kind of culture are you creating? It is categorized into these 5 groups for you. There is one more which I wish to add at the end. Maybe if there is no time just now, let me say that is 3.6. It will come tomorrow. May not be today, it will come tomorrow. That is your consultancy. Your consultancy shows if you are a consultant, even if it is for 1,000 rupees, it shows you are intellectually at a higher place. So therefore, you are somebody to look upon. Therefore, they have approached you. So ensure that you initiate this kind of small consultancies and give that money, or let the institution have a policy of 50-50 or 60-40 sharing basis. So follow that. And this ensure that it is getting accounted in the institutional accounts, and it is audited. So therefore, there are 5 areas that are being looked at. One is the resource mobilization for research, that is about 15 points. Innovation ecosystem is about 10 points. Research publication awards, about 25 points since you are a PG center. Extension activities, that is getting 50 points. Okay, pay attention to that. So therefore, we need to score all that 50 points in extension activities. Collaboration, roughly about 20 points. Collaboration means we are not limiting ourselves to only us, then we are spreading, we are going beyond, we are crossing the border. That is what collaboration is all about. Indicator 3.1, resource mobilization for research. That is to show this is a grant received from government and non-government agencies for research projects, endowments in the institution during the last 5 years. So what are they trying to prove, or by gathering this information is, are you getting fund? Are you capable of raising fund and carrying out research? So it is basically checking your own capability. So we need to prove to NAAC that yes, we are working towards that, and we are able to get fund. We are able to promote research on our campus. So this is what you need to collect, and therefore we have to make a conscious effort, constantly a conscious effort in raising fund. So now of late we have been driven by the criteria of NAAC. We have been driven by the criteria of NAAC. We always think that whether this is going to be useful, and how do we encash, that is what we think when we think about whatever we do in our institution. So then they are giving a particular template, and you're familiar with the template, what all data needs to be collected, name of the project, name of the investigator, which are the department of the investigator, which year it was awarded, the amount sanctioned, etc. These all, it's easy to fill, so there is no issue about it. Now, the 2 points that we need to be careful about is, number one, many institutions will have sister institutions on campus, or even if it's off campus, there will be sister institutions. What do I mean by sister institutions? It means under the same trust. If the trust is different, it is no longer a sister institution. So therefore, ensure that you are not getting benefit from a sister institution and acknowledging that in your report, number one. Number two is, for example, if a funding is given over a period of 3 years, let's say 2018 to 2021, you can show that only once. This is one another point that you need to keep in mind. Yeah, I forgot to tell you that I'm comfortable in any, most of the Indian, at least English and Malayalam or Hindi are comfortable. You can use any of the language for communication. You can write your chats in the chat box, raise your hand. I saw the facility here, raise your hand, and please feel free to raise your questions. Okay. I'm stuck. I'm sorry, I'm stuck once more. Okay. Okay. So fund mobilization. Now it comes. Okay, there is a question here. The consultancy guidelines for consultancy. I am not well aware of the industry that are around. For example, some of the consultancies that our institution offered is, there was somebody making chili powder. It is a big industry. Somebody was advising them how to enhance the color of the chili powder. That was a consultancy. I was approached by a pharmaceutical industry to give a detailed report on whether fructose can be given as an intravenous injection instead of glucose. Another consultancy. Another consultancy in your area can be, something on English literature. It can be a consultancy. Somebody is consulting you. Okay, so you can find out what it has to be related, preferably related to your area. So then you account for that. That is what I would say about consultancy. Feel free to raise more questions if it is not clear. Okay. Another important aspect is the number of teachers recognized as a PhD guides. In the last report that you have shown, you have roughly about 50% of your faculty are PhD, staff with a PhD. So therefore, it is important that, push the remaining 17 people to do PhD. That increase the value of the institution. As many people as possible apply for guideship. And they are asking how many guideships were sanctioned in the last 5-year term. That is what they are asking. Okay, has people aspired towards getting PhD guideship? Okay, so this is the question. So therefore, you will definitely have the letter that you have received from the university. Submit that letter. So that is what you need to submit in this particular one. Okay, let me. Okay, it refused to move. Okay. Now about the fund mobilization. Okay. You see, you look at the formula which is given. That is very important. That should be the eye opener for us. That is the number of departments having research projects funded by government or non-government divided by total number of departments. They are taking the percentage of that, which means the denominator is very important. If you have 10 departments, that is an important aspect. For example, there are 2 faculty members regularly get funding. So it is 2 divided by 10 into 100. So 20% are getting funding. You get a 20% value. Suppose if it is getting percolated into 4 departments, 1 funding, so then it is 4 divided by 10 into 100. That is, there's a 100% jump happening. It becomes 40%. The point to be noted here is encourage as many people as possible from different departments. No department should be left out in applying for research funding, either to, either Kerala state government, you have got funding from Kerala state government, even from UGC, the southern office, minor research projects, you apply for minor research. You have to make efforts to get the funding. That is the important point. So encourage as many people as possible to get this funding. So here there is the data matrix that will show that the details of how many departments, list of teachers, along with the department, received funding, etc. All that will be is mentioned in this this data matrix. And now again, it is mentioned in the last column. You can see that grants given by their own trust, sister institutions, grants in the form of equipments, software, skill development centers are not to be included. So it is a point that is again being highlighted. Let us move on to the innovation and ecosystem. And remember, innovation and ecosystem is going to come up in a huge way in the next 3 to 4 years. In the present government, they have been paying a lot of attention on this particular point. So it will come in some way or the other into our curriculum. So innovation ecosystem, how your institution ensures that there is an ecosystem created in your premises. For example, I'm sure you already have a research advisory committee. You have there is a policy existing in your place for research. There is ethics, research ethics in place. Okay, all these are systems that you have already established. And these systems you need to foster. You have to introduce, for example, in your syllabus, introduce a small portion of research methodology. Okay, so you know that later on when you are submitting your SSR, you like to highlight where exactly in your syllabus research comes, where is entrepreneurship coming, where is skill coming. All these you like to highlight. So ensure that these areas are inserted into your research, or you give a color, because your syllabus is designed by the university. You give a color, you give a value addition so that it is being reflected as a research. The ecosystem can also be elaborated into a kind of training that the institution offers in research methodology. Conduct 1 or 2 seminars in writing projects to UGC. How do you write? Or conduct a workshop where all are made to write a project. Sit for 2-3 days continuously, all of you with the laptop, prepare the report, and someone goes through that the entire report and then make corrections, modifications, and upload it on their website. So that can be, this kind of a workshop can be conducted. You may not have so much of say in saying that whether your syllabus is really motivating students to take up research, but your actions, the way you deal with the syllabus in the class, can motivate your students. You can input these kind of informations. Encourage students to carry out small projects. Okay, student-based small project. It may be cultivating mushrooms. It may be, you have a bioscience, you have a life department which is dealing with the nutrition. It may be dealing with the anthropometric assessment of human beings. Maybe finding the hemoglobin of all the girl students in the class, or body mass index, small things, or calculating the height, weight, etc. So small things, small project, inculcate the value of research in students, and this you need to document, and this is the kind of ecosystem that you are creating on your campus. Also share what is happening among departments. So have a common forum, a meeting once a month or once in 3 months, where the Department of English will share what is happening in the Department of Malayalam. So, and the Department of Home Science will explain what is happening in their department in terms of research with the Department of Chemistry. So these kind of give and take, sharing among faculty can help creating a kind of an ecosystem, innovation ecosystem in research. Encourage people, give incentives. As I said, best poster, people are rewarded. The researcher of the year, people are rewarded. Give a shawl once in a while, even if it is a chocolate, and a clap in public forum is good enough recognition of a person. Send students for participating in competitions or in seminars. Carry out mentoring, especially in terms of research. field trip. You have plenty of opportunities possibly in and around for carrying out field trip. You can request the management to give, the youngsters may not have so much of funding. It's difficult to get funding, honestly. So if the institution can set aside a certain amount, let's say that this amount is set aside for this year to encourage research, and set up a policy, the youngsters are given maybe 5,000 rupees to begin their research work. Okay, start a journal club. And how many people are in the editorial boards of certain journals, etc. So these are ways by which you are creating a kind of an ecosystem, research ecosystem on campus. Now, the NAAC is asking a question. 322 is number of workshops, seminars conducted on research methodology, and they gave special input on intellectual property right and entrepreneurship during the last 5 years. In many colleges, what happens is in the first 2 years, rarely events are happening. Towards the end, a lot of events are happening. Ensure that you have a normal distribution curve. So it is, if 10 events are happening in the year 1, should be about 10 plus another 10% should be happening in year 2. And that way ensure it is distributed. So you have to make a conscious effort in order to organize programs on intellectual property right. There is additional point given for IPR. So here is a data matrix. It's asking you, so you need to supply data on announcement of a seminar, the brochure that you have prepared. Then you have to ensure you are taking photographs, geotagged photographs. So where the latitude and the longitude is mentioned in those photographs. Report of the photo of the workshop, details of the resource persons, email IDs. All these are given in the report. Okay. There is a question that's, sir. You can raise the question, because if I go to open the chat box, it is getting cut. Why don't you ask the question?
Sir, previously IPR cell was asked. So whether it is needed, we must have an IPR cell?
According to the latest guidelines, yes, Bhagya is saying.
Go ahead.
Bhagya is saying something.
Sir, whether IPR cell is needed, that was my question.
Okay. So the IPR cell, as per the latest that is meant for you, the affiliated college, the word IPR is removed. You double check. Yesterday when I checked, the word IPR was removed, but it will come. In 2-year period, by the time NAAC will keep on revising their manual, they will introduce. Autonomous college IPR is a must. Okay, so innovation cell is a must for autonomous colleges. So you can already start thinking ahead of time, start working on it, but organize workshops on intellectual property right. At least one workshop per year you organize. You get marks for that. Can I proceed, Bhagya?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please ask questions. Please raise your hand and ask questions. That would be better. See, if I go to open the chat box, then I'm getting stuck. Okay.
Sebastian.
Yes.
IPR is there in the affiliated colleges.
It is there. Okay.
Yes. The same question is there as it is in the PG section.
Okay.
It's there. So they need to have some workshops on IPR.
Please pay attention to IPR. It is an important factor. Ensure that the institution is conducting an IPR seminar. Okay, property rights seminar.
Sir?
Yeah.
So in the previous year, when we filled that particular template, they were asking about the cell number. So whether it has to be formulated inside the college, we have to give the number, or whether we have to register somewhere.
See, the latest one, I don't think the cell number is asked. We have just uploaded ours.
Yeah, not asked.
They're not asked.
Not asked.
See, what happens with the NAAC, from the best of my knowledge, we all complain to NAAC, so they keep on revising things. Because earlier they were asking students fee slip. Now they don't ask fee slip, because it is difficult to gather. They also understand our predicament. And let me move forward.
Sir, I just have one suggestion.
Yeah.
As you're taking the class, the teachers can just note the questions and, ask at the end of your session, maybe for your continuity, that would be a little easier for you,
fine.
I think.
Good enough.
Because otherwise you'll know exactly how much maybe your time gets.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that will be good. Thank you. I mean, that is suggestion for the teachers, not for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next is the publication. Publication, as you know, it's a dreading thing because it is not very easy to get published without payment. Number one. Number two, NAAC will consider publications only in either things that can be reflected in Scopus or Web of Science or the UGC care list. And the UGC care list, they keep on changing the UGC care list. So even in the UGC care list, now there are a lot of companies which will help you to get them published at a exorbitant price. So and UGC care list journals are not paid journals. They are not paid journals. So therefore ensure that wherever you are publishing, it has to be Scopus approved or PubMed approved, or it is Web of Science approved. It has to be reflected in that. So ensure that is one point which I want to tell you. So there is a format that is given to you. So so what is this?
It changed, Sebastian.
The PhD registered research publication awards. Number of PhDs registered per eligible teacher during the last 5 years. So the number of students registered under you. So that is a format. So therefore, if there are 1 student, 2 students, I think you have a capacity of taking about maximum of about 4 students at any given point of time. So that will be the detail is asked here. So it's asking details of faculty, the number of name of the students, details of the assessment period, etc. Okay. This is the point which I was saying, the publication list. So how many publications? And the important point to be noted down here is the formula. Number of publications in the last 5 years divided by the average number of full-time teachers. If you want to get a higher score, ensure that every faculty is enrolled in research and they do some publication annually. So therefore, especially those who are into arts and humanities, it's quite easy to get publications in comparison to science subjects. One point that is to be highlighted is if your institution has not invested into a plagiarism software, it's good to invest into a plagiarism software. Plagiarism softwares are highly expensive, but you may, enter into a kind of a tie-up with the Inflibnet or other agencies or other universities or other research institutions who already have got this plagiarism software. When you say that you have checked your papers by using plagiarism software, your dissertations are checked, the value increases. Thus, that is the point which I'm trying to make. So this is a detail of how many papers have been published, and you need to give link to, mainly they will ask the link to the website. They will give asking link to the first page of your article, the DOI date they will ask. So these are the things they ask to substantiate the point that you have these publications. To the best of my knowledge, what they do is this data is given to Inflibnet. Inflibnet is the partner with NAAC in order to verify whether these are, whether it is H-indexed, whether it is there in the Scopus or in the Web of Science. They scrutinize it. And here I also want to just highlight one point which we teaching staff normally ignore. See, for example, my name is Sebastian. Okay, my name is Sebastian. My actual name is Sebastian VA. It is in that name I have been appointed to St. Xavier's College. Over a period of time, somebody asked me, hey, you don't have a surname. So I changed. I said, okay, my name is Sebastian Vadakan is my surname. But sometime what happens when you're publishing a paper, I will write Sebastian VA. Sometime I write Sebastian Vadakan. Okay. And if I'm not careful, if I'm not consistent, and you need to tell the InflipNet that Sebastian VA and Sebastian Vadakan in one and the same. Okay. Or St. Xavier's College for that matter. My college is St. Xavier's College, Ahmedabad. So St. Xavier, and sometimes we write SXCA. So we need to say that St. Xavier's College, Ahmedabad is the same as SXCA. Otherwise, when they do the searching, InflipNet is doing the searching, they will recognize only St. Xavier's College, which is registered with the NAAC. They will ignore all the papers that I published under the title of SXCA. So therefore, this is one point when we are publishing papers, ensure what is the name, the registered name, the affiliating name with the institute, with the university. That is the name that you must use it.
Sebastian, can I say something?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Yeah, there is something else that I would like to ask faculty take cognizance of. Please, as he said, Sebastian VA or Sebastian Vadakan, whatever, stick to your official name as in your mark sheets, in your convocation degree. That is the best name that you can follow. Do not add doctor to it or miss to it. I have seen most of our Indian faculty members, they put Dr. so-and-so with their students' names along with it. That is not correct. The title should not be there. Even when we do referencing, we write reference books. Follow what is given on the book. Don't put our own story to it. Okay? I think we do not know how to write, we have to look at, I think, the MLA style sheet or whatever the style sheet you have, how to write bibliography, how to write our reference books and the names, etc. There's no comma, here is not there, whatever. So these are little things that we need to take care, especially when we are doing our research one and when you do publications. Don't add Miss, Mr., Mrs., whatever. Put your name as in your official name, as not in your Aadhaar card or not in your thing. What is in your mark sheet? What is the name you are registered under in the institution? That is important. The other one was one little suggestion. You can publish in science faculty can publish in Current Science, a journal which is brought out by the Indian Academy of Science. It has got impact factor 1.102 and it's published fortnightly. It's from Bangalore. I have made publications in that. It's a pretty good journal and they don't have much, it's not very high for publishing in it. It's a good journal, but it is under the Web of Science. Okay, it is a thing indexed on the Web of Science and also something else. Thank you, Sebastian.
Okay, so the same thing repeat for articles published in book. So especially book chapters and this proceedings, all these are counted. Proceeding with an ISBN number, the same format continues. So therefore, the number of book chapters that you have contributed, that is divided by the average number of faculty will be counted. So that is how you score the maximum point in that. So there is a format given, same as that is easy to understand. Now coming into another important aspect under criteria 3 is the extension activities. Remember, there are 50 points given for extension activity because you are a PG. If it is only exclusively UG, that is 60 points are given for extension activity. See, the extension activity, the understanding is we are an elite group. We have been privileged in India to go to a college up to higher education. We have been privileged. So therefore, our students must be sensitized towards neighborhood. What is happening around? From our richness, whatever is our richness, whether it is a knowledge is our richness, our personality is our richness, our English is our richness, whatever is our richness, from that richness, we need to give it back to the less privileged group. We need to bring up their standard. It's a kind of socialism. So it is with that goal, these extension activities are conducted. I can see that you have been doing excellent extension activities in the past by using your MSME programs. Absolutely very good. If you still continue, if the government is still continuing with the MSME program, very good. Continue that. I also suppose that you have an incubation center as part of the MSME. You have been conducting programs on, your secular values as part of your extension activities. You are promoting, you have responded so well during the natural disasters that happened in Kerala a number of times. Then you have been going to local schools. You have been trying to conduct coaching classes for the less privileged students. All these are excellent activities that you people are doing. Continue. Record them. Okay? Document them. The notice that you display in your institution. How you are going to that place. What you are doing. Record them. Photograph them. Videograph them. And maintain document. How many people you helped. All these are important in the extension activities in order to score the marks. And, it is very important that also as part of, we need to learn a lot of things from the Germans, especially with regard to the documentation. So, we also ensure that when you carry out something, get a kind of a letter of appreciation to say that so-and-so came here and carried out this work, and we appreciate that letter of appreciation. So that letter of appreciation is very important in documenting your achievement. Sometimes you get awards, especially NSS, etc., will get award for their contributions. So therefore, you maintain the e-copy of the award letter, supporting documents. If you have gone there to receive the award, either photographs, etc. What is to be avoided in all this is, if the sister institutions are giving you an award, avoid that. You cannot count that. If the panchayat is giving you an award, or a local body is giving you an award, avoid that. Because it can be counted as you have bribed them in order to get that award. So that is what the NAAC is saying. But in spite of all that, if it is a well-recognized award, if the Alappuzha Municipal Corporation has awarded you for your contribution during the disaster, acknowledge that. So overall guidelines is given by NAAC. Encourage your NSS unit, your NCC unit, your Youth Red Cross unit, all these people to carry out community services. It may be any small community services. It can be in the form of organic farming. It can be promoting organic farming. It can be zero tolerance to plastic. It can be on child health or mother's health programs, or it can be alleviating anemia in your institutions. Any of these so not in your institution, so those are not counted. So count outside, in your wherever, in your neighborhood, or eradicating illiteracy. All these, work on all these. These are the outreach programs. By and large, I don't need to talk about outreach programs to institutions in South India. South India is very well established in extension activities. Somehow it is ingrained in the nature of South Indians that they go out of themselves and they feel the need to work for others. You go to institutions in Kerala. I've been to many institutions in South India. One of the very impressive. You go to institutions in Tamil Nadu, even Karnataka, for that Andhra Pradesh. Some of the institutions have been doing remarkable work in these extension activities. Okay, so there is a format given. You need to supply that, and at times you also need to encourage your local press reporter. Now, since in Kerala there are plenty of local channels coming, local newspapers coming. If it can be displayed there, it will give an added value. People come to know that you are doing this. Okay, so that is, so you are not limiting yourself to your institution, you are encouraging, you're training your students to go out of themselves and help the humanity. That is the message that you are giving. Very important factor, and this is systematically some of the colleges in South have done, is the number of students participating. So for example, you take St. Joseph's Trichy or Loyola Chennai, it is compulsory, it is there in their curriculum. Okay, it is there in the curriculum. They need to give 120 hours of service per annum. So ingrained, so therefore ensure that it is there in the timetable. Maybe Saturdays are kept aside or Friday afternoons are kept aside exclusively for this. So therefore you systematize, the word is systematize in your curriculum for this extension activities. So it is asking for a detailed report, photographs to support your activity. So score the maximum by engaging all the students. That is the point. Collaborations and linkages. This is the last one. Collaborations and linkages, small collaborations. Many a times what we do, what we do here is we try a link up with the TCS. TCS is close to us, our place. We try to have a link up with TCS, whether with Infosys or with IBM or with Accenture, or with the Deloitte. We try to big companies, and it is difficult to have a collaboration with such big companies. So my suggestion is establish hundreds of collaboration with the small companies. Small company for a field trip, small company for an internship, small company for a job training. Okay, the question, they are not asking the question, what is the standing of that committee in the market? They are asking a simple question, how many of your students went for this internship? That is what they are asking. So therefore, this will be one message that we need to, we don't need to look for very high sounding institutions, establish collaborations. It's a simple understanding between two parties. So therefore, our students benefit, they get experiential learning. It's all coming to experiential learning. So therefore, here is a format. What is the copy of the collaboration established and maintain that? That will be a letter of appreciation that the collaborator gives to the student, that you have been here for the last 15 days. I think minimum 15 days is only counted. So ensure that it is a 15-day collaboration or an internship that they are doing to get the points. And the final one will be about the MOU. The MOU is more of a formal document. So MOU has to be a working MOU. NAAC has come out very strongly. Many people enter into an MOU and nothing is done about it. At least one activity must be carried out every year. Then only it becomes a working MOU. So have MOUs with bigger institutions for carrying out, maybe for research or for student exchange or for faculty exchange. All these with industries, you can have MOUs for regular visiting, or on-the-job training, skill development, etc., etc. So here is a format, and I don't need to explain about the MOU. Okay, so I will only thing what I mentioned sometime earlier, that an MOU, working of an MOU, and if your MOU is standing for about 2019 to 21, you can claim it only once. That is the point that you need to keep in mind. So with that, as ma'am said, I'll open it for discussion. Feel free to raise your questions, clarifications. To the best of my ability, I'll try to answer.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, myself, Anju.
Yes.
Sir,
Anju.
am I audible, sir?
Yes, absolutely.
Sir, you mentioned that it is pretty easy for arts and humanities people to get published, to get their articles published.
Yeah.
But one thing
Yeah.
we find is that there are very few articles indexed in Scopus and all related to humanities and arts.
Okay.
Web of Science and Scopus. Only Scopus indexed and Web of Science indexed articles, I mean, journals are considered, no, sir.
Yes. why not the colleges in South India organize themselves, raise up this issue with the NAAC, write a collective letter to NAAC saying that this is an issue. Let NAAC come out with a solution.
And especially when we think about departments of Malayalam and all, they can't get an article published which gets indexed.
Yes, absolutely. Correct. It's an issue. So I think the best would be, and it's an issue for all vernacular languages. It is going to be an issue. Unless you have a multidisciplinary journal, it is difficult to get published. So I think my suggestion would be to take up this issue, should be taken up with the NAAC when some of these dignitaries of the NAAC visits. So let them take it forward. How do they deal with this? Otherwise, I don't have a very specific answer to this. Anju, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, when we go for conferences, in certain cases they give us abstract books, conference proceedings, but it contain only abstracts with ISBN number.
Yes.
Is it okay? Is it valid?
You have presented a paper, right?
Yeah. And they have given us the conference proceedings with only abstracts with ISBN number.
Okay. I'll give my perspective in this matter. Ordetta will be the right person to make a final comment on that. In my reading of the manuals of the NAAC, they are discouraging participation in seminar and conferences. Okay, they are encouraging. Is your institution conducting a seminar for others? That is counted. Okay, number one. Number two, you may participate in a seminar or a conference, but is your article getting published in the proceedings of the seminar with an ISBN number counted? The abstract book, I'm not very sure it is counted because it will not come in the scope of searching.
Yeah. Okay. Can I intervene?
Yes.
Sebastian said. You're right on that. Everybody participating in conference seminars, just participation is not accepted. That is why when a faculty member goes to a conference seminar, right, depends on the organization is having it. If you're presenting a paper, the institution will support your registration for the conference and the seminar, and maybe also give you a travel grant. That is accepted by the UGC for that. Okay. The second part of it is publishing in conference proceedings is not acceptable anywhere across the globe. It has to go as a full journal paper, article in a journal, and that is accepted because then it goes through a peer review, right? The idea is that your paper should be peer reviewed. And so when it goes to a peer reviewed journal, and those which are in the Web of Science and Scopus, etc., are peer reviewed journals. So when it goes there, they will tear your paper apart. They will send you 10 questions. Only then you qualify after that, when you make corrections, etc., for it to be published. And that is why proceedings, anyone comes, writes something, reads out something, presents something, the quality of it is so pathetic. That is why, publishing in proceedings of conferences and seminars is not acceptable as a publication.
Okay, thank you. One more question.
Yes.
When we conduct a seminar, we'll be conducting in collaboration with some other institution or agency.
Yes.
So that will be mentioned in the brochure, but do we need some supporting documents for that? That they would
collaborate? You collaborate for two reasons. Number one, either they have given you money. Number two, they have given you some infrastructural support or faculty support for, correct?
Expertise.
Yeah.
These are the two reasons why you collaborate with somebody.
Okay.
Now, if they are giving, if they are giving money, there will be a document to say that they are giving you money. It will be there in your audited statement, number one. If they are giving you their faculty, it will be there in your brochure. That's so and so faculty is contributing. So that's the collaboration.
Okay.
So your brochure itself is good enough to support that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Sir,
Sir, I wanted to ask you about
yeah, first
about
I think GB.
yeah. Sir, I wanted to ask you about incubation. We have students like from UG. We have more UG departments than PG departments. Like we have only 3 PG departments. And our
Yeah.
students, when they pass out, they are only 21 years old. So we can create a culture of entrepreneurship. Like we can give them lots of seminars, we can give them some trainings, etc. How can we expect them to establish a unit and run a how can they become entrepreneur at the age of 21 itself? Like how can that be expected?
Very good. I like that. And let me give you 2 examples. Okay. One example from my institution. I can give several examples. My institution. I have saw one institution in Madurai, that is Arlanandar College. They have a bread making unit. Okay, it's an entrepreneurship program instituted by their students are working bread making unit, and bread is supplied all over. Look at Christ University for that matter. They have look at their waste management, their paper making unit from waste. They make bags. They make so many things. It's an entrepreneurship program. Students to see and take it forward. Coming back to my institution, we have 2 entrepreneurship programs in our institutions. One is candle making. It's a chemistry department. We have an industrial chemistry unit. They make perfumed candles. They make sanitizers now. Then they make all these toilet cleaning, gadgets, not gadgets, the solutions they make, they supply, they market. One.
So
the biochemistry department is making, tissue cultured plants, and they sell it. It's an entrepreneurship program.
So it is directly under the department, isn't it?
It's directly under the department.
So every year the students will be changed. The students taking part in this program will be changing, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not like one person doing it and they establishing it as a company and taking it forward. No.
So what we have done, we have formed a company. For example, that department students, there is a company. So they will have a CEO, they will have a marketing person, they will have somebody for quality control. It's a simulated company to teach them. So mainly it is a second year students they are inducted at the second year. Okay. So therefore it is handed over every year to the newcomer. It has been going on from 1995 onwards. It has been going on.
That is what was my question, sir, because we have to conduct some incubation. We have to start some incubation center, but we were not knowing how to go about
Okay.
Gibi.
Yes.
I give an example of Jyoti Nivas College, Banglore. They have vermicomposting. They have put it in beautiful paper packets with a big name on it, and they sell all the vermicompost to local thing. People having gardens at home in Bangalore. Everyone wants to have a small little kitchen garden, some garden, or windowsill garden, where they buy this 1 kg of thing. It's 20 rupees or 25 rupees something a packet. Even I have bought. The next one is they have the soap making. Beautifully packaged soaps, handmade soap, beautifully packaged. They put the JNV or something. Okay, JNS College. And they put a nice color paper on it, tie it, and they have a small little store. I think it's about 10 feet by 10 feet or something. A small little place and thing where all of this is sold, from their vermicompost to their, they have plants, cacti and all that beautifully. They put it in beautiful colored pots, earthenware pots, and they sell that. So and they sell seedlings for the local, all those who are budding horticulturists and kitchen gardeners. So that's something you all can do. Kerala for orchids. You all don't have a dearth for orchids in that place, okay, and anthuriums, begonias. Get your students to do that, enough sufficient rain. So you can export flowers too as time goes on if you're really smart. Set up big gardens on the terrace and things that way. Okay, it is just a matter of initiating in students a culture of being job makers rather than being job seekers. This is my point. Let them become job makers.
than being job seekers. We're all in this culture of job seeking. Let them be, job makers.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
One line to GB. GB, I can see your spirit. I think you will make a good entrepreneur because you have the spirit of doing that stuff. You think about it. I mean, you must be aware of that Keralite lady called Lakshmi
No,
Menon.
I was led into I was thinking that we have to establish one company for one or two students or two or four students. They come together and they after graduation, we have to establish something for them and they will carry it forward. Then the next group, I was led into that kind of thing.
No,
so that
you establish for your institution.
Yeah.
For example, some students who learned how to make detergents, they are making. Then one of them have a company of somewhere around 50 lakhs rupees. About 4 years ago, one student started a company in Gujarat. So like that they will manage. But our institution offers the basic training program.
So that this is okay. That I was led into the thing that we have to establish and give it to them, and they will take it forward, and we have to go for next thing.
You sow the seed. You sow the seed.
Okay.
Yeah, be the spark. They'll become the flame.
Yeah, surely. Surely. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
So, Sebastian, sir, one doubt.
Yes.
In the continuity of what GB asked, can our alumni can be included in that?
Of course. That is their contribution.
Definitely.
That adds beauty to your report.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay. Then, sir,
encourage them to come back to your campus.
The company what you have in your college, is it under certified banner, like you said that there is a quality control product unit like that? Are you collaborating with some institutions or some companies? No,
absolutely no. Absolutely.
So we always have an apprehension that if we bring out, suppose some soap or sanitizer we were making, like a hand wash, liquid wash, wedge wash, we are scared whether if the product quality is controlled to be tested by some other agency, then only we can market. It is not an issue, isn't it?
Let me give you two things. First of all, it is for local use. Number one, you are not exporting it. Okay. Why don't you get a trademark? Application for a trademark is not expensive. Get a trademark if you plan to make this, because this COVID is going to last. The sanitizer has come into our system now. So why don't you make a trademark and market it? Number one. Number two, why don't you check get a certification from the quality testing laboratory? There should be somewhere in Alapi. Cochin, I know there is a national testing laboratory.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So
get it testified by them. So testified and fine, good enough. And put a big banner. This is your product. It's available. Put a counter outside. Keep 2 students to sell that. So in front of your college, sell it. And that is a contribution they make. That is how you also get popularity for your institution.
So thank you, sir. So I have one more doubt. Can I ask you?
Yes, please go ahead.
Can you enlighten us on 3.2.1 that innovation and has initiatives for creation and transfer of knowledge?
See, as we have been I gave the example of detergent making. That is something that picked up by students. And one of them has started as industry in his name, and he is getting roughly about 50 lakhs turnover per annum. So it is one innovation. So similarly, you need to look at innovations that can, not only it is a skill development, it can be knowledge. We have done something which was not really successful. See, near the Hindu temples, they need flowers, rose flowers, and there's a huge demand for that. So in our center, we have been trying to cultivate tissue culture roses so that the market need can be met. It's another innovation. So similarly, you could explore. I mentioned the name of a lady her name is Lakshmi Menon, who has been into media in the last 3 to 4 years. Look at her innovations, suiting to the need of the time. I think I'm exceeded the time by 20 minutes.
No, that's okay.
Thank you so.
That's okay. Don't worry. Nothing, no big deal.
Thank you so much. It was really enlightening for me, though I'm not able to see your faces. I would have really been happy to interact one-to-one. I'm a person who moves around and talks, and it has been pinning me to the chair was been the worst thing that has happened to me. Otherwise, I enjoyed talking to you, interacting with you all.
You are welcome.
It was a nice opportunity. Thank you so much.
You could visit us. We would be inviting you to visit our college whenever you come. And which department did your wife study? Which course was she?
Oh, she did a pre-degree there.
She did the pre-degree. Okay. In which years? 80s? In the 80s?
In the late 80s.
Late 80s.
87, 88 or around that time.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So we'll be so happy to have you at the college whenever you come.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. It was a very enlightening and enriching session, I thought. We picked up a lot of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sebastian, thank you so much. Thank you for stepping in.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Respected Dr. Sebastian and all others present, even though Sebastian sir would be with us maybe in between for some of the sessions, but still I have to thank him on behalf of IQAC management and the whole college for the wonderful session he has delivered and for patiently clarifying all our doubts, especially when we started working or when we started moving ahead with different parameters and indicators. We found several inhibitions. We had several inhibitions. We found that we had to overcome several difficulties. So I greatly appreciate the patient listening and the patient clarifications sir gave. Definitely, sir, we will be troubling you again and again. And I'm looking forward to meeting you personally when you come down to Alleppey in May. I have noted the month. So definitely I will be contacting you, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, I also want to appreciate, sir, your words of appreciation for the college and initiatives. Usually when many resource persons come, they only point out the negatives. Yeah. And we are used to hearing that a lot. But like you were so good to point out the things you had seen on the website and in our reports, the positive aspects. So there's so much more work to do. But it's very, very encouraging to hear the positive words. Thank you so much.
Before you begin, shall I ask you one doubt?
Sure.
Pushpa, ma'am, I think we are finding a little discrepancy in our documentation is, we as an IQAC collect a document keeping in mind both SSR and AQR. So when the faculty gives the data, we only focus on AQR, but we IQAC focus on both SSR and AQR. So sometimes there is always a feeling that an extra, why there is no need, then why we have to go for it. So how can we manage, ma'am, this data collection between the SSR and the AQR?
My contention would be, or my suggestion would be, put a format which incorporates both SSR and AQAR. It can be part of your ERP. And then you can cull out the data you want for the SSR or the data you want for the AQAR. Faculty need to submit because it is a college initiative to go in for the NAAC assessment accreditation, right? And so everybody needs to submit. When we want leave, or you want to go on duty, or you want to go to university for some evaluation, right? You come to the institution and ask for permission, and you give the letter to the director of higher education or whatever for on-duty leave, etc. In the same manner, we are bound to give information to the institution as and when the institution asks for it, whether AQAR, SSR, committee, whichever it is, whoever asks for it. If you become autonomous, there'll be autonomy review commission, some other commission. Then there'll be University Commission Principal Inspection Report. Then there will be something else. So different commissions who come to the institution will ask for the same information in different formats. Okay, that is the point. They ask the same information in different formats. So you get the basic data and then cull out the information you want, whether for the SSR or for the AQAR or for the NIRF or for ISHE or for India Today rating or whatever, right? So try to get a format done which incorporates all of this and get it linked to your ERP. So in the ERP, if the data is not completed, it will show data incomplete, which means the faculty member has to complete the data. This can also be for students in the NCC, NSS who get medals, who go for B certificate, C certificate examination, who go for camps. Now saying this camp, CTC, ATC, all those camps, they can put that information. So if they go to Delhi for the Rajpath or for Republic Day camp, so you get the information. You don't have to run behind the student to get the information. If the student has missed class and she's gone for the NCC program, she's got to put up or upload all the details in the website, in the ERP of the institution. So then the faculty and the college knows she's got permission from the principal, she's got permission from the NCC officer in the institution, and the commanding officer or the battalion officer will give her the certificate saying she attended this camp, whatever. I know I was in the NCC, so I know the details of it. So it would be good to look at your ERP, through which you can collect data, and then cull out what you want for the SSR and for the AQAR or whatever. Now the point is, this is not IQAC's job to be sitting and compiling data. IQAC should be doing, quality initiatives in the college, not collecting data. I tell every blessed IQAC cell, please, this is not your job. That's why I said you can keep one copy of the information in the IQAC cell, but data and different centers in the units in the institution need to do documentation. And if and when the IQAC wants some information, go to that relevant department or whatever and collect the information, or they can give you one. You can keep it as a backup. But the actual documentation should be done by the department and the particular units of the institution. By the first or second year, after your first accreditation, it would be nice to identify a team which will be the steering, which will become the steering committee for the next accreditation. So then they get a handle of what is happening in the institution. They also will set forth the criteria and what kind of documentation is required, which can be incorporated in into the ERP. Am I clear? So it gets the whole college nearby thing. You can identify teams for criterion 1, criterion 2, criterion, and they can set forth some, rules and regulations. Say these kind of documents be submitted to the IQAC or to us or whatever, so that there's no duplication of work. But then, if you set up a SSR committee only at the time before the NAAC comes, they will not know what is happening. It would be good to set up the committee right now, and so that they have a handle of what is happening in the institution, and they know where the documents are placed, how it is being documented, and where to retrieve documents from, or how to retrieve the documents when required. Does that answer your question, Sister Pushpa?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Is it clear enough that people have to, all of us are duty bound, right? For the salary we get, all of us are duty bound to give the information to the institution if and whenever asked for. We cannot submit incomplete information, whatever it may be, whoever it may be, right from the principal down to the lowest staff member, non-teaching, whatever, okay? That is part of our duty as teachers. I don't know how many of us will take half-hearted class or give only half the lessons to the, students. We'll complete the whole lesson, right? Okay, so now let's pass on to the next one, criterion 4, which is, share my slide, instruction and learning resources. Actually, Anjum told me not to do criterion 4. I said, no, part of it belongs to us. The learning resources belongs to us. It is not just what we have in terms of infrastructure learning resources, but in terms of how we make use of it also. Okay, so this criterion, can you see my slide?
Yes, ma'am.
We can see my slide. Yeah. So this criterion seeks information on the adequacy and optimal use of the facilities available. How many of us use those facilities? For example, the library, the books in the department library, all kinds of things. So how many of us use those facilities to the maximum extent possible. And how does every unit or constituent of the institution, all the stakeholders, okay, benefit from these facilities? We may have facilities, nobody can use it. It's kept like museum pieces, right? I used to have, at least I know of one head of department who was so frightened to give the students to use anything because it will get spoiled. Finally, keeping the cupboard, God knows what ate it. It's all coming apart. Right? So this is not the point. The point is it is optimally used by, it benefits everybody in the institution. That is why we invest on facilities for the institution, for everybody to use. It's like, students who come from the +2, who come to us to college, they would have got 90 marks or 95 marks in practicals. Ask them how the vernier caliper looks, they have no idea. They've only seen pictures of it. Right? They have never used the vernier calipers. They have never been able to touch the microscope, put your hand behind your back and peer into the microscope, see the slide which is there, that is it. They have no idea of how to use, and that is why our skills development, the skills in our students is very poor. Even us, for that matter, when we came out of our institutions, we had no skill. It's over time that we have learned something by doing it. Unless you learn by doing, we will never learn. So it's good that I tell my students, you're going to break it, you break it, doesn't matter. But you'll pay for the breakage, but you'll learn something. That's how I used to ask my students to use our lab facilities. Then expansion of facilities to meet future development is addressed. It is not today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow. We are looking at the institution 30 years from now. Or at least we have some foresight. 15 years from now, where will we be? We have to look at the signs of the time and see, are we going to go in all online? Will that be acceptable in India? Are we going to have blended, classes, half in online and half face-to-face? So there are many issues that we need to look at, and we have to look at that today. We have to look at, like I tell my students, right? Take a subject and look at what you will be 30 years from now, or where you want to be 30 years from now. Accordingly, choose your subjects, both for validity courses, additional courses, etc., or whatever you do in the future. Look at where you want to be or what you want to be 30 years from now. That is at least a minimum, years of service that you will put into any one kind of a career. So given that, I'll pass on the slides. There are 4 key indicators. Is it visible? Infrastructure learning is 4
Yes,
key
ma'am, it is
indicators.
visible.
Yeah, okay. So you look at the physical facility, you look at the library as a learning resource, we look at the IT infrastructure, but today everything is IT bound, everything is IT based, all our online classes are IT based, and how do we maintain the campus infrastructure, okay? But the major part is the physical facilities, classrooms, all of that, the campus area, do we have enough, playgrounds for the students, things like that, and then the IT infrastructure. So the institution has adequate infrastructure for physical facilities, teaching, learning, classrooms, laboratories, computing equipment, they put etc. That etc. also includes sports and games facilities, playgrounds, all of that. So this, you have described the facilities of the college, starting from the campus area to the number of classrooms you have, because in the earlier NAAC FSR, I think in 2007, 8, that time, okay, they asked the number of classrooms, including the number of toilets. I remember one day I was in charge of that. That's the thing. I've done the NAAC report for 3 times for the institution. I sent one of the, the assistant administrative staff member. The administrative staff in charge was, the superintendent was a sister. So Sister Hilda told me, I can't do all this. You call Leela, who's the assistant, and ask her to go. So she went around the college, and I asked her to count all the restrooms in the institution. I was so surprised. We had 169, including the ones in the hostel. I was just taken aback. So that many, I remember the number very clearly. So that many restrooms. So they're looking at your infrastructure facilities in the institution. And when we describe it, please describe starting from the area that you have, campus area, okay? And other teaching learning resources, the classrooms, especially the smart boards, the laboratories, not having museum pieces. We have computer lab, nobody can go inside, right? So that is not the point, which are being used. And for additional information, you can put up photographs of this, but take the photographs now, not the day before you submit the SSR. that it looked like as if you just put up the infrastructure facilities and putting photographs. So take photographs over time to say that this was already there in the institution, it has been there in the institution, and everybody is using it. Do not take empty classrooms. When there's a class in progress, it would be nice to take a classroom. If you can take a short video, which is not more than 5 MB or whatever, you can, upload even that, but upload on your website. And so as someone teaching, which is happening in the actual classroom, it's good to do that. But write this with a maximum of 500 words. You paste you upload all the additional information and give the link for the additional information. So here they are really looking at what kind of instructor. Do you have to play musical chairs in the classroom? When you have musical chairs, not enough space for students to sit down. They all sit 2 in a chair, 3 in a 5 in a bench. That's not it. Do we have enough physical facility? Extra classrooms, not just, we have 10 departments into 30 groups of students, only 30 classrooms. Do we have additional facilities? Conference rooms, seminar halls, board meetings, committee meetings, right? IQAC meeting, IQAC room, room for counseling, separate room for counseling for students with the, where the door is closed, but there's a glass where you can see what's happening, but you can't hear, okay? Different facilities in the institution. Common rooms for students, also they're all girls, so no problem, but a common room away from where the classroom, where they are able to practice some music or they can do some dance practice, especially in Kerala, that is a rainy, you've got 3 months of pouring rain starting June 1st usually. So what are the facilities you give for students, right? Classrooms, common rooms, restrooms for physically handicapped students, okay? Then the next one is adequate facilities for cultural activities, sports and games, both indoor and outdoor. Yes, ma'am, we have carom board, we have table, we have something else, we have Chinese checker, and we have they told me something I said, one college told me, where the students play this, they all go sit on the grounds and play. Is that what you have to, the students have to go sit on the grounds and play carom? You must have an indoor gymnasium if it's possible, and also a kind of, sorry, somebody is talking. Somebody said something?
No, ma'am, that was a mistake earlier. She's muted.
It's okay, no problem, not to worry. We all make this kind of mistake because we are still getting used to this online business. Okay. So the institution has adequate facility for cultural activities. See, for example, you have a big auditorium, okay, where students' programs take place. That's what they mean by cultural facility. A place where students can practice dance and drama, skits, and other kinds of cultural activities. Then sports, of course, you have to have playgrounds, etc. And for games, different kind of games, from volleyball, if you have volleyball, basketball, lawn tennis, okay, indoor games. That is, both indoor and outdoor, including yoga center, a room if they can do for aerobics. Today, aerobics is a big thing for young students. They're all oversized. Okay, a good room for aerobics for students, or a room gymnasium, if it's possible. Gym equipment is expensive, but gymnasium, or I know that, which college was this? I think it was Albert's, or one of those colleges I went for. They had a gymnasium which they were sharing with somebody else, right? They had set up the gymnasium, and I don't know which college this was. They were sharing it. Daytime is for their daytime. They would give it to some other institution. Evening they would give it to the some of them public, and early morning their students used to use. So they had like 3 shifts where different groups could come and use that gymnasium. And so this another college had signed up with them for the use of the gymnasium for the girl students. Now, when you have gymnasium, what is important is that you have a gym instructor. When you have a yoga center, there should be a yoga instructor, because yoga and gym, as you know, it is like exercise, but which part of the body is being exercised and what is being done, somebody who is trained in this should be available. So having a gymnasium is not a big thing, but having a trainer to train the students or to be there in case something happens is important, right? So adequacy of these facilities, you have to write in 500 words. the area, the size, which the year of establishment, and the user rate, for which I would say put a logbook. Let there be a logbook where students sign in saying that they are using the gym, and or if you have the RFID facility or whatever, that they scan their ID card so they know when they're going in, and they scan when they get out. Okay, so that they have used it. There's somebody who does this thing. Their users. The same thing they're asking for the library. When you come there, we'll get to it. So the other part of it is you have to upload all any additional information. If you have bought gym equipment, give the bill, okay, of purchase and the AMC. What are the terms and conditions of use? AMC. What is the policy of the college for use of the gymnasium, the yoga center, the sports and games facilities, etc. Okay, the college must have a policy on the use of all of these equipment and facilities of the institution. Please ensure that the college has a facility. Students just can't walk in and walk out and use the gymnasium, etc. Because if anything happens to them, the college is responsible, right? If you want to have a small membership for the gymnasium, right, you can ask them to maybe pay even 15 rupees something as sports fee or use of gymnasium. They have to pay for the use of gymnasium, a small amount of money, okay? Because gym equipment did not come free, of course. The management has invested in it. In that way, they'll also take care of the equipment. And if they sign up saying that anything goes wrong with the equipment, especially if they break something, electrical things we have no control over. But if they break something, then they have to replace it. Have a policy. Look at it at what can be done, okay? Then the next one. So for this, put some photographs, okay, of all of your facilities. Take them now and keep them so that they know from 2020 itself you're having all these facilities. Pandemic time is a good time to think. Then percentage of classrooms and seminar halls with ICT-enabled facilities such as smart classroom, LMS, etc. for the latest completed academic year. My suggestion would be, even now you can take some photographs and keep to show that this is additional information that you have been using LMS, Moodle or whatever, Genome or something, whatever you're using, that you from quite some time now, and that you have smart boards in the college. Take the photographs now of smart boards which are in the institution. This is not put in ad hoc basis. Many institutions, just before a review team comes or just before the NAAC team comes, lot of whitewashing is done, right? Everything is spruced up in the college. That should not be the point. Always our institution should be neat and clean. We must have facilities. So take photograph of facilities. It's not, see, there were earlier, and I'll tell you this, there were colleges when the government was going for inspection of these institutions to give them affiliation. I'm not sure, even with NAAC also, I know they've done this. They have borrowed books and equipment from other institutions on hire for a week, right? Transport everything to their institution, put them in different places and all that. And then they have taken photograph and shown as if it is theirs. Okay. And many of the, I know two institutions got into trouble with this. One was actually a medical college. They had no patients. They paid patients to come and lie on the bed. Okay, they had a small little thing. It was a big medical college, but they didn't have much hospital facilities attached. And so they paid patients. Now, this kind of underhand things we don't do. But what I'm trying to let you know is that whatever facilities you have, even now, please take photographs and keep them with yours so you can upload it later, especially in the seminar halls, ICT facilities, etc. Upload them and paste all the links. Then you need to show your Wi-Fi facility. What is the speed of your Mbps? The next one question they're asking you, what is the speed of the internet facility? So when you implemented it, those bills, okay, for payment of Wi-Fi, routers, cabling, whatever you have done, all of that is part. And then how many LCDs? Are the LCDs, do they have AMC on it? Okay, how often are they serviced? All of this, and how often have you all changed the modems? Old modems don't work now. 4G, 5G, old modems don't work, right? So all of this information has been happening in the last 5 years. Although the data is for the last completed academic year, it's good to paste all of this additional information to show that you all have been doing this. So let them also know about it. Okay, and for this, they have got a data sheet which is required. You have to write the number or the name of the classroom or the seminar hall with the LCD, the Wi-Fi, or the LAN facilities with the room numbers. Okay, you have to give the room number. So I hope all the rooms are labeled and numbered, and that above the door you have the number of the room written. So anybody wants to cross-check something, when you take your photographs or videos, show the outside part of the room, showing the room number and the inside facility. So what is the type of ICT facility you have? Also linked to geotagged photographs. So geotagged photographs, if they are already like 2-3 years before you went in for NAAC, it shows that the college has been systematically having all these facilities. It's for us to showcase this. Okay, and what the documents that are required: geotag for ICT enabled classroom, seminar halls with caption. Only classrooms with seminar halls, the ICT enabled facilities need to be considered here. Any other classroom, no. If you have a whiteboard, that is not an ICT facility. Okay, a smart board attached to the computer to the internet facility is a ICT facility. If you have a smart board and you're using without the internet connection and you're using it as a whiteboard, then that is not acceptable. Okay, labs and workshops, the ICT facility need not be considered. So if you have any workshop which has got ICT facility, only the seminar halls and the classrooms that need to be shown. Labs you don't need to show, right? Now, in connection with this, I want to let you all know that make sure that you have some printout of the speed of the internet over a period of time. Say once a month you take a printout of the speed of the internet to show that this is consistently above 100 Mbps or whatever. Okay. Then the next one is average percentage of expenditure excluding salary grant. Okay, for infrastructure augmentation, right? During the last 5 years. So what you need to give it, see, there is something called the salary grant, which is your salaries are being paid by the government. So apart from this, what is the expenditure that the college has for making for developing the institution, right? And for whatever you want to do with the institution, what is the expenditure? For example, whitewashing, okay, or if chairs are broken, how does the institution repair all that? So what is the percentage in expenditure? 10% of the income or 5% of the total expenditure, okay, excluding the salary. So whatever fees, you don't get fees goes to university. So what is the other income? The average expenditure based on the income, okay. So what you have to write, what is the total expenditure for the college you need to know, and you need to know how much is spent specifically for augmentation. All right. For example, if you need LCDs in 2 more classrooms, you have 4 LCD, but you need 2 more. So you're augmenting the current amount of infrastructure you have. So how much extra is the, what else is being put into the institution? Okay. And that expenditure alone you need to show. You need to show per year. As I said, you put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you put the academic year, put the amount is spent in lakhs by the institution for, I would say updating its infrastructure. Okay. Not for the upkeep. Upkeep will come the next question. This is for bettering the institution's infrastructure. Let's put it that way. Bettering the institution's infrastructure. I don't know whether you'll have hostel, but whatever you put in the hostel, for example, if you've gone in for rice cookers, which are solar driven, or if you've gone for rice cookers which are electricity thing, or whatever, instead of using firewood, then that would be an augmentation. You're replacing one with the other. So all of this, and then the additional information that you need to give, whatever you have in terms of these facilities and how it has been upgraded. Okay, you have to upload the audited utilization statements. Okay, and this need not be from the CPE or the CPE grant or the FIST grant. This is only from what the college in itself is having. Those grants, you submit the utilization certificate to the UGC directly. But for this, you have to give what is the budget. The management will have a budget allocation for the institution. So give the budget allocation and how, under what heads it is being spent. The whole information needs to be given. They have given you a data template, which is the budget allocated for the infrastructure augmentation every year, expenditure on infrastructure augmentation, and total expenditure, which is without the salary grant. Okay. Then expenditure, next one is expenditure on maintenance of the academic facility. For example, you're doing whitewashing. That is a maintenance facility. Okay, that's maintaining the infrastructure. For example, you're replacing old computers with new computers, or you're taking off Windows 2000 and 1997 and putting it to Windows 10. Right? You're not changing the whole computer, you're just upgrading it. So that you have to give, but if it's for maintenance, repairs, carpentry work, plumbing work, anything else that you have for maintenance of the infrastructure, you repaired some leakage in the college, the gate was replaced, those are all maintenances, okay? That can be given. So, and then on academic facilities differently, on physical facilities differently, okay? If you have bought, say, computers for the thing, that is a academic facility for students for browsing. It's an academic facility. Physical facility, and all of this, leave out the salary grant, okay? Physical facility, what you have used for maintenance, books and cupboards for books, shelves for books, as I told you, benches or chairs to be repaired, and for extra chairs in the institution, all of the tables, desks, all will be the physical infrastructure. So what they're looking at here is provide consolidated fund allocation towards infrastructure augmentation facility duly certified by the principal and CA. So this will go in your financial accounts, financial statements. All of this should be there. The heading should be there, which is for augmentation, which is for maintenance. Make sure the financial statements are there. Tell please tell the sisters, because they will do this financial accounting for the institution. Then highlight the relevant items in the audited income and expenditure statement. So this metric is supposed to be looked at with the perspective of infrastructure augmentation only. How you are upgrading or updating the institution. It is case of privately funded HEI. So this doesn't occur to you, not to worry. Avoid recurring expenditure on laboratory, maintenance of infrastructure, and acquisition of books and journals. Okay, during this method, because the books and journals will come under the library. Then the next is the use of the library 4.2.1. Library is automated using ILMS. LMS is our normal LMSs, learning management system, but this is ILMS is an integrated management system. Okay, I don't know what ILMS you have. What ILMS do you all have at the moment? Koha.
For library.
Yeah, library. Koha? Yeah. So if you all have CPE funds remaining, and if it's one of the points you have written down under the CPE, or the next time you apply for, again for CPE grant or whatever, put down RFID. Okay? Radio frequency. Where the books are all, strips are put for the radio frequency, tags are put, and you have that. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We don't have it right now.
No, I'm saying you have Koha, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying is you can change the Koha to RFID. Okay. But there are different ones, doesn't matter. There's some cracking noise.
It's okay now?
No, I think all of you mute if you unmute
No,
your audio.
no, Chitra, there is a lot of background disturbance.
Yeah, just ask them to mute them. Just ask them to mute their audios. All of you mute your audios. Only when
I think all others are muted. All others are muted.
Hello? Am I audible?
Yeah, if they mute their audio.
Yeah. No, not mute.
Okay. There's somebody unmuted. Please mute your audio if it's okay. And when you want to ask a question, please feel free to unmute and say, excuse me, ma'am, I want to ask a question. Okay. So here you have to give the ILMS software you're using. But what is important is that, does it cover the whole library? Okay. And is it being updated from time to time? So whether it's fully, the library is fully or partially automated. Then what is the version? So if you have got cohort 10 years ago, have you updated it to a newer version? Because a lot of new features come in. It's like our Windows software. Every few months you'll have some module put inside, okay? And what was the year of the automation? So upload any additional information, including the AMC for the software, the bills, purchases, receipts, bills, etc. Okay, pictures of the software usage, if it's barcoded or whatever, pictures of all of that, put all that information. It is important because it's a learning resource. Okay, we and our students, all of us use the library. So it is good for us to think, you have to do, it's only 4 marks, but it is important, right? Then the next one is, the institution has subscription for the following e-resources. I guess you must be having all of this. So whatever you have you please give as per the data template, you give all the information, and whether you have 3 or 4 or 1 or 2 of the above, which is the e-journals. Today, I think InflibNet, most everybody has got this e-journals for their institution, e-Shodh Sindhu, and the Shodh Ganga memberships you can take. Even now, if you take, doesn't matter. If the next 2-3 years will show that you have invested in your learning resources, e-books, then databases, EBSCO, if you'll have. So remote access to e-resources. Can your students log in sitting in their department? Or can they log into this sitting at home? Okay, into the e-resources. Can they browse journals and textbooks and whatever from the college to the college website? That is a little difficult, because then many people start using your resources from outside. So if within the campus, if students can and staff can access the e-resources anywhere on the campus, it would be fantastic. So upload any additional information and use digital subscriptions like e-journals. All of that, you have to keep the bills to show that you'll have paid subscription for all of this. Okay. Then they're asking you subscription details. Maybe the amount, the bank transfer done by bank transfer, give those details. Okay, whatever however you have things, if you have subscription number, what is the subscription number? What is the date of having started the subscription? Is it annual or monthly, or is it once in 2 years, or you've taken a lifetime subscription? Give that information. The expenditure on the subscription, the amount that you have spent, right? Then the total library expenditure for books. What is the total, whether it is autonomy grant or CPE or FIST, what is the total library expenditure you can give, and link to the relevant document. Okay, that it is shown in the financial statement. Okay, that these headings are there in the financial statement. And one thing is the letter of subscription. It must have the complete details. For example, the college name, number, what is the user ID. If it's online, you can have membership for online journals or for hard copies. So the document requirement is e-copy of the letter of subscription or membership in the name of the HEI. I'll tell you, I had one blessed college. The head of department of English had a subscription in her name, but it was the college who paid for it. Okay, now that cannot be done. That cannot be done. The college has to have subscription in its name, not in the name of the HEI. Okay, so please ensure that there is no hanky-panky business over here. I know that also, for example, in Amazon and in some other, vendor, the HOD had a subscription. She was buying books through that, but it was in her, the Amazon thing was in her name. Amazon Prime was in her name. Now that, I think they won't accept that kind of a thing. So it is okay. The institution has to pay a little extra money, but buy it from a book. Let the institution buy the book from the bookseller directly, but not through any faculty members, Google Pay or whatever else you all have. So then ensure, as I told you, sorry, screenshots of the facilities claimed with the name of the HEI. So what are screenshots you're taking for all of this? The screenshot should have on the name at the top, St. Joseph's College for Women, and then the continuation of the screenshot. To make sure whatever you'll have, Your college name is inserted there. Then specific details in respect of the e-resource related. For example, I told you subscription name, the period of subscription, right? If there's a user ID and password. Don't give the password, give the user ID. Password need not be given. That if they ever ask for, you can give it, thing. And change the password once you finish the audit, or sorry, once you finish the the PTV. Okay, once accreditation is over, you can change the password if you're giving passwords to them. Ensure that the letter of subscription contains complete details. Provide a link in the institutional website for the selected options for verification by DVV. So in your college website, you can give the link, give a web page with all the links, right? You make it into smaller, break up the files so that it goes directly to the landing page. So this would be file number 4.2.2. You can write there, learning resources, okay? Then soft copy of printed books cannot be accepted as e-books. So if you take a printout of an e-book and place it in the library for use by the students, it cannot be considered as a regular book. You have to buy the hard copy. Okay, so there are colleges who very conveniently took a lot of printout of all the e-books and bound it. You cannot do that because that is copyright. Okay, we cannot take printout, make photocopies. There are colleges which allow students to take photocopies of books. That is not permitted. You are infringing their copyrights. Okay. The next one is average annual expenditure for purchase of books or e-books, subscriptions to journals, etc. for the last 5 years. That is very simple. You put per year and you calculate, okay, using the formula. That is the average expenditure. Okay. Expenditure in rupees, not in any other currency. If you have bought books in dollars, if you have bought books in euro, please convert them into rupees and show them. Definitely, we would have paid some amount of to the bank in rupees for conversion into dollar and send it to the company abroad or the bookseller abroad to send us a book. So if you are doing that, then please show the whole thing, okay, in rupees, and also the journal subscription, right? So additional information can be uploaded for this, or what are the payments being made, okay, the different booksellers from whom you are buying books, to show that the bills should be there. You don't have to give the whole number of bills because there's a lot of books will be bought, but give the audited statement of accounts. And some of the books which have been bought, you can put screenshots, okay, with if the edition is there, then you can say, okay, this was the 2020 edition which the college bought, along with the bill. Then detail of annual expenditure for purchase of books, e-books, how much does the college spend, okay, for purchase of books, etc. There's no big specific instruction to the HEI, just that you need to give audited statement of accounts, okay, and details of that annual expenditure for books. The next one is 4.2.4, percentage per day usage of library by teachers and students, what they call as footfall, and the login data for online access. So if you have an online system by which students can get their books, access their books or whatever, as well as the footfall, daily usage of the library by the teachers and the students. Now you are supposed to keep, okay, preferably hard copy. If the whole thing is computerized, then print out of the footfall of who all are entering the library and how long they are there, what is the duration, as well as the exit, either captured on camera, etc. And that is little too much for anybody for the whole institution, but they will ask random, at least for the last, I think 1 month or something, they ask for that information, okay? But make sure you have all of this information on your website. The number of teachers, they're asking you number of teachers and students using the library per day or the last 1 year only. But the data you have to keep of the whole usage. So you add up the number of teachers, you get the number of teachers and students who use the library. Somebody may go in twice, but you count the person as only as one, because they're asking a number of persons or number of teachers. They're not asking how many times each one used the library. Okay, and put add the total number of teachers and the total number of students, and you calculate and you'll get what they call as the footfall. Okay, so detail of library usage by teachers and students you need to give. If they're signing in and signing out, for example, In our library earlier, we had to sign in the register as we get inside and sign out as we get out. Then they put the tag and we had the scanning. It was done through scanning. Okay. Now you have to upload the last page of the accession register details. Okay, what do you remember accession register? When students enter the library, they are accessing the library. So you give them a column for their roll number, the name of the student, and the time of entry and time of exit. Okay, so you have to upload the last page of the accession register at the time when you are filing your SSR. The method of computing per day usage of library. What is the method of computing? Most colleges take a straightforward thing. Okay, if you say 20 students came inside, 20 students came inside. The same 20 came back a second time, they'll still put only as 20 students. Okay, the number of users using library through e-access. So if you have e-access in the college, if you are giving students the e-access to some of your books and especially journals, then you can look at the number of users who are logging in, right? And having e-access to the library. And the next is, that is for online. But those who are actually coming into the institution library, the physical users also, you need to have the number. Then certified, what is the document required? Certified e-copy of the ledger for footfalls for 5 days. There they say last page to be of access register to be uploaded. Okay, but here one of the documents required is certified e-copy of the ledger, provided that is, you have got the ledger with you with footfall, everybody signing in and signing out, but for the last 5 days. Then certified screenshots of the data for the same 5 days of online access. So if you take from Monday to Friday, say October 4th to October 8th, then both the online as well as the offline copies should be given, right? It can be scanned and put up on your website. So during DVV clarification process, library logbook entries and data of online access for randomly selected 5 days will be asked. So you have to keep all the data every day that the library is open. Okay, they will ask for any either online or offline data randomly for those 5 days. Okay, so they will select 5 days and let you know. Okay, then the one more, next one is 4.3.1. Institution frequently updates its IT facilities, including the Wi-Fi. Having old computers doesn't help. Okay, one time I know one faculty member, okay, in one institution, something when we asked her, she said, "Ma'am, we have computers bought in the time of Hyder Ali, last century." That's exactly the words she used. We have computers which are bought in the time of Hyder Ali. Obviously, she was a history teacher, so that must have come first to her mind. The college needs to update its IT facilities. You cannot have Windows 97 or Windows 7 running on your system. Windows 10 is the latest version of Windows 10 are the operating system that you need to have. If you're having Linux, then make sure your Linux servers are all up to date. Okay, all the patches are in place, etc. Your Wi-Fi is not 2G, but 4G or 5G, depending on the place you are in, if you're able to get 5G with fiber, right? And the nature and the date of updation, all of this you have to describe in 500 words. If you, get rid of your old computers, you buy new computers, yes, that is the updation of the IT facility. If you put more hubs, okay, and modems in the institution to make sure that everybody has access to the internet while in the campus, put that, okay. If you've added more smart boards or you bought more LCD projectors, put that. So upload any additional information, including photographs of all of these facilities, and paste the link for any additional information. The next is student.
Yes. Can I ask a doubt?
Sure.
Ma'am, suppose we have 35 computers and the next year we are replacing 5 old computers which are not working. But then the next year the number remains the same. Is it okay?
Yes, number will remain the same.
Okay,
number
so
can't change, no.
Where will we show this? It's replaced or it's upgraded or something?
Augmentation of facilities. Augmentation.
Okay. But I think the column asks only for additions.
That's an addition. Where? Which column?
First, I think in AQAR. when we add the
Don't
facilities.
go to AQAR. I am telling you, look at what is the, don't mix up the two. Okay?
Okay.
AQAR, they will ask things.
Okay.
Okay? Here they ask you expenditure on maintenance, expenditure on infrastructure, augmentation. They don't ask you how many computers you have thing, but you have updated with 5. The bill will show 5 computers.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
So it is important. AQR, they will ask you, they're quizzing you to make sure what you're saying is correct.
Okay.
That is the idea. Okay. So
Okay,
we
ma'am.
finish
Thank you.
footfall. Yeah. The next one is institution. This we finish. Institution updates its IT facility. When you write, you also have to give data that how much of these facilities are being used. Right? How well is it being used? 2 lines on that will take you a long way. Just don't give details of this, what we have updated or whatever or upgraded, but also give some information on the number of users and why you have to upgrade it. Okay, that is important. So now next is the student computer ratio for the latest complete academic year. So number of students in the college by the number of computers, simple working out. What they want to know is that you don't have only 10 computers in the college and 2,000 students, and students have no access to any of the computers. Only in the offices we have computers. In the beginning, that's what happened. We had computers only in the offices. Later on, when I got bioinformatics and we got the lease line, I told the management, please ensure that every department has got a computer, because we were going in also we had already gone in for a CBCS, and there were only few computers that the faculty could come and post their attendance, etc. So once we got that ERP going, I told the management that please can you put in some good computers in the departments so they can mark the attendance of students in the department itself. And slowly over time, we made sure everybody had the LAN facility for the computer as well as internet facility. Okay, so you have to look at the number of computers in working condition. Keeping museum pieces does not help. And then by the total number of students. So you can upload any additional information. If you have a computer lab where it is being used by all the students, you have computer labs specifically only for certain departments. All that information you can give. Number of computers which are available for student use only, not those which are in the office, not which is in the vice principal's room. That can be taken into account. Only which are, for example, you have a large lab only for the use of students to do some browsing work, etc. We have an ICT lab. About 120 computers are there, right? And students can come and do their assignment work, etc. They can do Google search and things. But there is a person in that computer center who goes up and down and watches what students are doing. In fact, we have blocked some of the sites for students. They cannot look at some sites. Because they will be watching movie and they will be watching all kinds of things. Especially this computer center for us is free of cost for browsing because we have enough bandwidth, right? So bill for the purchase of computers, the last 5 you all bought, you can keep that bill. Then highlight the entries of computers purchased in the stock register. So do you have a stock register? In that stock register, we do for sciences, we have stock register. All our slides, for all our chemicals that we bought, for all the glassware, a number of microscopes, all of that we have stock registers. But do you have stock register for computers? If you don't have, kindly make a stock register and put down, number the computers and say this room has got this many computers. Make sure the numbers tally. And every year you are supposed to do stock checking. If you have replaced it, then put against it some kind of an alphabet or numeral to show that it is a new computer. Keep the original name, original number of the computer and put +1 or the year 2021 that was purchased in 2021. So the data pertaining to the latest academic year alone is required. That is for the number of students to number of computers. So next year, if I put in 10 new computers, good for you because they're not asking for backdated information. Computers for office and faculty use will not be considered. So we will have one computer in the department, but the students are not using it, and hence it cannot be considered. Computers purchased after the latest computer academic year cannot be considered. That is, those who are buying only at the time when the peer team is coming. Okay, they spruce up their whole institution. That cannot be considered over here. The next is the bandwidth of the internet connection in the institution. above 150 Mbps, the speed, right? Sorry, above 50 Mbps. Okay, before they had 100, now it is 50, 30 Mbps to 50 Mbps, 10 to 30, whatever the range is showing, opt for one of them. Now, something I want to let you know is there are institutions who have got 2-3 lines, okay, each of 20 Mbps. And they add it up and say, oh, we've got 60 Mbps. No, each one is different. The total strength is what we need, speed is what we need to look at. And if it's, don't add 2-3, Airtel, Bharati Fiber, somebody Fiber, CherryNet, Act, all that together and say, oh, we have 150 Mbps speed. It is not a combined speed you're getting. Each one in different places are getting, from Airtel, some computer may be working on Airtel, they have certain amount of speed on that. You can't add up speed, right? So what is the data requirement is available internet bandwidth. Then now I would say go in for the fiber. Okay, all over India, fiber is becoming part of our daily existence. So FTTH, what they call Bharat Fiber, is no more than OFC cables, optical fiber thing we have. You can go for the overhead cables now and put in the fiber net. It's very fast. It's 5G. It is not at all expensive. Bharat Fiber under BSNL is not expensive. It's half the price of putting the broadband, etc. Change it and finish now itself. So, you have got some things already in place. Don't wait for everything for the end. Right? So what are the details of available bandwidth of internet connectivity? What you need to do is they will do pinging. Okay, if you ask the systems administrator, they do something called ping, and it will show you the speed of the internet connection. So every other day or every alternate day or even once a week, take a record of that and keep. That's some of the details you can have on the speed of at different times. Sometime morning, sometime afternoon. Take a photograph of that pinging, which is where they show the speed, and keep that for your reference. Then bills of any 1 month or 1 quarter, maximum 3 months old of the latest completed academic year, indicating the internet connection, plan, the speed and the bandwidth, okay, and the HEI with the HEI's name on it. Iqac is a document of agreement with the service provider. So if you're having a service provider, so if you have Bharat 5 BSNL, they have a form of agreement, okay. When you apply for it, at the back of it is a whole lot of terms and conditions. That is an agreement. Once you sign up that, use that form, the back and front, as a agreement with the service provider. If it's a private service provider like Geo or Act or Cherry or any other fiber company, then you make sure you have an e-copy of the document of agreement, okay, with the service provider. My thing is, snapshot of speed test for Wi-Fi internet will not be considered, okay, because you are doing it once in a way. So have a kind of a range of photographs over time, not just one, okay? Because you have to show that although you paid for it, you are getting it. Sometimes you may pay for it. You don't need to upload the information, but it's good to keep it with you, right? Then the next one is average percentage of expenditure incurred on maintenance of infrastructure, both physical and academic support facilities. So this data is also asked earlier, where you got augmentation. They're also asking maintenance over there. So it's the same format. You put one side augmentation, one side you put for how much you spent on maintenance of the infrastructure, both physical as well as the academic, excluding the salary component. So this is the same format which is given there in 4.1.4. So the numbers are same, 4.1.4 and 4.4.1. Okay, the same data template. One side you give augmentation, the other one is the maintenance. So the two different things. So provide audited income and expenditure statement, financial statement of the institution, and the statement where the institution is, if they're paying income tax, file of returns. Okay, and the audited statements should be signed by the CA and the head of the institution. And in that, it should go as separate head of maintenance. If you tell the auditors, they will do that. They will separate the bills and they will do for augmentation, they will do for library, they will do for physical infrastructure, they will do for academic infrastructure. Give them the heads of expenditure. Okay, income will be from one source, maybe, or just from the management, or income may come from fees or some donation or something. But the expenditure heads should be shown. Right? Now, for this metric, only going to show maintenance of physical academic infrastructure. Okay, that part of the statement alone you need to show. Okay, without the audited statement, you cannot. This will not be considered. So, for all 5 years, you need to show the financial statement of the institution with this particular head given there. So, please tell the auditors to make sure that this head of account is given in the financial statement of the institution. So I think I have the last slide. Yes.
Ma'am, for this one, 4.1.4 and 4.4.1, we can give the same audited statement.
Yes,
as evidence?
Yes, because you cannot have two different audited statements.
Okay.
You have only one audited statement, one financial statement for the institution.
Okay. So the data will be the same for both?
No, the heads under expenditure, they have different heads. Okay. They'll put one head as augmentation, where they are replacing. You can tell them to put that. Just as I ask the auditor, they will do and give you. Okay. So when you make your financial statements, make sure these heads are there.
Okay.
Okay. That is something you have to tell the auditors. Huh?
Ma'am, Sister Pushpa. Ma'am, in our audit statement, usually we don't have these heads because it goes under society thing. So can we have a separate audit statement signed by these auditors?
You have to ask them.
Okay,
they will tell you whether they can separate and give it to you.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
But they will, what they will do is they will separate for the different units in the society. A society may be running a school, a society may be running a creche, a society may be running a college. Okay, they may have 3 units in the same society.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so for the college, they'll have ask them to have a separate financial statement for the college.
Ma'am, for the college we have...
One minute. They will submit a financial statement to the income tax department combining all 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, they will combine all 3 or 4 or whatever, all the units, and submit to the income tax department. But for the college, they will draw up a separate financial statement. Okay.
Ma'am, in our financial statement for the college itself, we don't have these heads like library we have, sports we may have, like academic support facilities, laboratory, like that we don't have. Maybe it goes under as a single head of the college maintenance, etc.
Correct. So maintenance is fine. So under maintenance only you are having, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Academic.
Yes, ma'am.
Laboratory, library.
Yes.
Okay, so put all the library accounts together, one after the other. Put all the library. Ask them to do it. They will do it that way. They will
okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, they will know. They just have to separate the whole thing.
Okay, ma'am.
They are putting under maintenance. They are putting under a thing. Ask them. Okay. They will rewrite this. So just show that part of the thing. So same financial statement only. There is no big difference.
Thank you.
Now, what is important in this last one is 4.4.2, that the college has a policy, okay, and procedures for maintaining and utilizing physical, academic, and support facilities. For example, you are asked about the research facility, FIST grant, what equipment you're buying. So what is the policy of the college for those equipment that you have bought under FIST? Okay, you have to incorporate what the FIST has given you, DBT has given you, or DST has given you under FIST. Okay, so DST grant, they will give you terms and conditions of usage. Incorporate that as per the thing, and also what is the college policy, that if somebody wants to use this facility, they can come in only between 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock, or 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock. They cannot come in during the working hours of the college to use the facility. Right? How many days of the week? Who will be in charge? Right? Who will do the maintenance? How much expenditure is the college going to do for maintenance of these things that you have? Okay. So whatever the facility you have, for example, gymnasium, okay, or yoga, college will provide yoga mats to the students, or to the college students bring their own yoga mat. Okay. What is the policy? For example, when students are using the gymnasium and they're using one of the equipment, they get some injury. Okay, they cannot blame the college. If there's a trainer, then it's okay. If there's no trainer and they come and use, it's at their own risk. So this policy has to be written by the institution. Okay, and how will you maintain all of this? For example, the equipment in gymnasium or the equipment, new equipment, say the computers. Okay, it comes with 6 months warranty, right, for both software and hardware. But after that, what is the policy? What does the AMC document say? Annual maintenance contract. Do you sign up annual maintenance contracts for your different things, different facilities? All right. What about, you know, the grounds, the playgrounds? Who looks after them? What is the maintenance of the playgrounds? What's the maintenance of the basketball court, etc.? So these kind of support facilities, academic facilities, what is the policy of the institution for usage and for maintenance? What is the procedure? Do I need to go and get my signature of the HOD to use the gymnasium? No. But do I need to get, write a letter to the principal saying I want to use the gymnasium? Yes. And the principal can pass it on to the trainer saying that so-and-so wants to use, they will pay the fee or whatever. So these are different kind of things you have to do. You have to write the policy and then describe it in a minimum of 500 words to a maximum of 1,000 words. That's enough, information that you can give in this. So this is the last slide for the maintenance of campus infrastructure. Okay, so is that all right? Any more questions on this?
No, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Understood.
Policy is important. This is like the admission policy. This is another policy that you have to have. Okay, I will mail the list of policies that you need to have with respect to NAAC, okay, and which need to be uploaded. These policies need to be uploaded. The policy of the institution on maintenance of infrastructure, on usage of the infrastructure, etc. Okay, now it is 12:45, 12:43. Okay, so if we go for lunch now and we come back a little earlier, say 1:45, is it possible?
Yes, ma'am.
Because then I will do criterion 5 and criterion 7, and I will try to finish professional ethics, the lecture on professional ethics. Or do you want me to do it now?
And some tips on mentoring also, can you give to us?
Sure. No problem. So maybe if I do mentoring now, then it'll be like 5 minutes, 10 minutes only. It won't be more than that.
Okay, ma'am.
I can do it fast enough. Huh?
Okay,
let me do on mentoring, so we can go for 1 o'clock for lunch. I'll just share my slides on mentoring. See, mentoring is a sacred process. I will only say that. Okay, mentoring is a very sacred process. I have only about 11 slides, so it's not going to be difficult. I will just present that. Can you see my slide? Is the slide visible?
Yes, ma'am. We can see.
Okay, I'm just going on. Okay, so I'll just start with what is mentoring. This is a definition I picked up. It is a closed, individualized relationship. You cannot do mentoring in groups. Okay, the key word here is individualized relationship that develops over time between a student and a faculty member, and that includes both caring and guidance. Okay, the students sometimes they really look to us for guidance. We are their role models, but we also need to be gentle with them, caring, compassionate, sympathetic, listen to them. Where they need to be wrapped on their fingers, they will be wrapped. Okay, where they need to be told off, they will be told off. So, but they understand why you are doing it, and they understand the caringness in the relationship. So it's a very, very, I would call it a very close relationship between a student and a teacher over a period of time. The student gains confidence to come and share with the faculty member, not only just the joys, but also the sorrows and the anxiety that they go through. So although there's a connection between mentors and advisors, not all mentors are advisors and not all advisors are mentors. Okay, like I say, not all PhDs can be teachers and not all teachers can do PhD. That all teachers can do PhD is very difficult because we have to do PhD. So whether we like it or not, we have to do our PhD. But not all PhDs can be teachers. Some of us are purely researchers. We do not have the aptitude for teaching. Same way, there is a connection between mentor and advisor, but not all mentors can be advisors. You may give wrong advice, and not all advisors can be mentored. People will give advisors like counselors. They will give advice. That's all. But they don't share a close bonding with the student. Okay. And here is a saying from Galbraith: advising is a short-term process where the focus is on giving information, as I just said, and guidance to the learner. But mentoring is a more intricate, long-term, one-to-one relationship that goes well beyond just simply providing information, well beyond the walls of the institution or the years of study in the institution. Okay? True mentoring is a complex process between professor and college adult learner. I say use college adult learners because all of them are about 18 years old. Okay, when they come to us, they're already 17 plus, nearly 18 years old. Okay, and this supports a mutual enhancement of critically reflective and independent thinking. Why I use adult learner and 18 years old? Because at the age of 18, we can decide who we vote for, right? We are majors, okay, in this country. Abroad, it's 14 years. Here with us, we say 18 years. And so we are all adults. We make decisions at that period of, from that on, we like to be treated as adults. We are no more adolescents. We like to be treated as adults. And so decisions we make should be really reflective and allow the student to make do independent thinking. Don't spoon feed them. Don't open the plant and put in the mouth and say bite. No, ask them to think for themselves, reflect, think with them, get them to think and to give ideas, whatever. Aid them in that process. So this is something that Galbraith said in 2003. So I've just given you differences between advisors, supporters, tutors, masters, and sponsors. How are these people different from each other? So advisors are people with career experience, okay, willing to share their knowledge. Okay, someone like me. I have got the experience of 35 years. I have done so many NAAC things. I have been with so many colleges. I have been on the NAAC team when they started doing their SSR. I have been giving NAAC advice in many ways, interacting with them. And so I can call myself as an advisor. Supporters who give emotional and moral encouragement. Okay. I have to make a decision on something. Okay. It's a very difficult decision. It involves a lot of my emotions. For example, do I want to get married? Okay. Now, I can only tell the person, I will support you in your decision. I will not make the decision for you. Okay. I will give support from behind. I do not make a decision for you. So these are supporters. They give emotional and moral encouragement. I will be with you in your difficult times. I can pray for you. Okay. Maybe if you want a place to stay, I can give my house, but I cannot make a decision for you. That is where the supporters are. Tutors, people who give specific feedback on one's performance. That's why we have tutors in college. I say somebody asked me tutor. Okay. This is what a tutor is. I am not doing well in my studies. I need some help. I give tuition. I give feedback and say, look, you're not doing well. Can I help you? So I become your tutor. I help you perform well, especially in the academic arena, or maybe in a dance. Supposing I have learned Bharatanatyam and I'm not performing well, I can get someone who can tutor me more than what my teacher is teaching me. Okay, there are people who do that, right? So they are very highly specialized persons. Then masters, in the sense of employers to whom one is apprenticed. For example, I go to work in a company. That person, the employer, becomes my master. Okay, I have to obey what they say. Simple as that. No questions asked, unless they have been given the freedom to ask a question. Otherwise, what they say, we do. They are the masters. Then sponsors, sources of information about and aid in obtaining opportunities. Okay, models of identity of the kind of a person one should be to be an academic. Okay, for example, now I sponsor of some program. Okay, I will sponsor the program not just in giving aid in terms of material things and funding, etc., but I will also give information to the particular organization which I'm sponsoring of how to do something or who else they can go and network in. Right? I can also be a model for them, and they have to look at me and say, okay, we need to be like this so and so, or we need to be like Ratan Tata and see how he functions. There is no hard thing. So, and they become sponsors for smaller organizations, okay, or for individuals. So this is the difference between sponsor, mentor, tutor, advisor, etc. So mentoring, come back to mentoring. As I said earlier, it involves a constellation of activities that goes beyond advising. Okay, it's not just advising a student, don't come late. Okay, that is an advice. I'm telling you, please don't come late. I give you, it's for your, I'm telling you for your own good. Don't come late. So these are little advising. But somebody who goes beyond, why is the student coming late to class? What is it that is making them come late to class? How can I help the student remedy this, thing of punctuality? You guide a student through that. Guiding a student to a project. That is, you can give advice to a student on how to do a project, what to write, whatever. But finesse in guiding the student, little more depth in it, asking their problems when they do a project, etc., is more like mentoring. Now, it involves a variety of ways for assisting and supporting graduate students or undergraduate. I'm not looking at postgraduate because to me, postgraduate students have already gone through the process. They may come back to a mentor, ma'am, I'm doing my PG in this college. How would you suggest? Can you suggest, something like this, or how do I do this project, or who do I go to? That is different. But generally, it's the younger generation, this age of 18, 19, 20, 21, which need our help. Okay, they go through all kinds of problems. So it involves a variety of ways of assisting and supporting graduate students through their college period and even beyond. As I said, if they pass out the institution, they should have the freedom to come and ask. Like about a month ago, one student rang me up and she said, Ordetta ma'am, I want to talk to you. So I said, okay, now I'm a little busy. I'll call you back from anything. I asked her, are you free? So we set up a time and I gave her more than an hour to talk. I called her. I did not want her to call me, although it was her need. I called her. So that itself was, something. She said, ma'am, you're calling me for so long, ma'am. Your mobile phone. I said, keep quiet. Mobile phone and me are not the thing. This phone is for me is to help other people. And that's why I use the phone. So I don't mind spending on it. Don't worry about the time. You just talk. And then she shared with me about, she's going to get married, but she was having difficulty in accepting the fact that she has to get married because she's been through problems earlier. And I'll say this very plainly, she has been abused as a child. And so there was fear within her to get into a marriage. And she said, hey, ma'am, I don't know who to talk to, ma'am, so I thought I'll talk to you. And I was her mentor in college. So then I said, look, I'm not able to, I can help you in this, but you need to go in for further help. So can you go to a counselor? I put her on to somebody else who is a counselor who deals with children who go through child abuse. Most people, I know most young girls go through this and they are so frightened to even open up and share with anybody. So working in a girls' college, women's college is a good way for us to help those young people where they won't mentor. Slowly, as you get closer to them, someday they'll open up and spill the beans. I was very happy I could help this person. And, it was 6 or 7, I think she passed out in 2013. So it was already 8 years since she passed out. So she must be around 28, 29 years old. And she did not want to get married because this, subconscious fear in her. So I put her onto this counselor, a very nice person. Last week she got married. On the 11th or 12th, she got married. I was so happy. So she said, ma'am, you have to come. I said, no, pandemic, I'm not coming, but I'm so happy for you. I said, I hold you in prayer. She sent me the photographs and said, ma'am, I'll call you back a little later, ma'am. I'm just getting to my thing. I said, just go ahead. I said, 6 months or 1 year, you want to call back, feel free anytime. So that should be the relationship that you should have with them. I could have told her, no, if you don't want to get married, don't get married. I know what's going to happen to you. No, give them the option to make choices, open the doors for them, let them walk through it and see what is on the other side. So that is the kind of role that you have to do. It is a part of a mentor's responsibility as a mentor to help students cultivate multiple mentoring relationships, both inside and outside the institution. You cannot say, look, you can't go to somebody else for mentoring. Yes, in the institution, you are assigned to me. But if somebody else, you want to go to somebody else and they are comfortable in mentoring you beyond the person who is your mentor, that is absolutely fine. Some students may take a liking to some faculty members in another department for whatever reason. Okay, I've had this thing with so many art students. Although I'm a science person, I have so many students who had a very good relationship with, who would come to me for mentoring. And they'll wait for me to find a little time, say, ma'am, can we come and talk to you? It is not a thing, but I had many of the other students. So they would go to their regular mentor, but they would also come back to me. So that is a good thing. The students can mentor, can cultivate, multiple mentoring relationships. what are the facets of mentoring that help to distinguish from other relationships? So mentorships are usually enduring personal relationships, but with a lot of confidentiality. You cannot go and see, I just told you about some student. I did not give her name. I did not give where she is from. I only know the year. Nobody can find out her personal details from me. I shared about a relationship of somebody, but that was it. You cannot find. I do not give their thing. It's very confidential, relationship that you share with the person. It's reciprocal relationship. Sometimes I share with them. I tell my students, some difficulties I have. For example, if I have some difficulty in water in my house, I say, you people, I have better off. See my struggle sitting in Kilpark, I don't get water. So you share with them some of your things. You don't have to go in depth to share your personal life. But if you think it's something that can be shared with somebody to help them to understand the situation they are in, yes, you can do that. Then result in an identity transformation of the mentee. The student must be able to grow and blossom. We talk about holistic development of the student. This is where we help in their holistic development. A transformation, they come as, young, frightened, like a rabbit, like a mouse, they will come. But when they go out, they have blossomed so much. It's all because of the mentoring that we do with them, okay? You are always negative with them, they will never blossom. It is good for us to, I always tell my students, look, I know I shouted to you in the class, but they also know the next minute I have forgotten what I told them. I have just forgotten. It's that much thing. So that's where the confidential level comes with the student, and the confidence is built up in them, right? Offer a safe harbor for self-exploration. They should be confident in what they're doing, and we should nurture that. Then extremely beneficial, yet all too infrequent. So mentorship is extremely beneficial, but you can meet them once a year, once a semester, twice a semester. You don't have to meet the mentee every day. This is not, a big thing that is like friendship. Okay, we may meet friends every other day, but this is for mentoring, so it can be infrequent, twice a semester. I always say don't go beyond twice a semester. If you have the time, twice a semester, but twice a semester is more than enough. Next one is, what are the facets of mentors? First and foremost, we must demonstrate greater achievement and experience. If I am only MA and I'm teaching MA students, what is my sense of achievement? They know as much as me by the end of 2 years. So it is good for us to have not only general qualification, but also experience in different areas. Okay, for example, in social work, in going out, in in interacting with other organizations, etc. So that helps us to mentor students. Provide the protege with direct career assistance. When a student is passing out, she comes and answers me, ma'am, what will I do now? I don't know what to do with my life, right? No, I tell her, I say, look, these are the opportunities available for you. I literally send them to the career guidance cell, but when they come back, I ask them, what they tell you? And then I guide them as to what to do. I tell them sometimes, look, I don't think you can do a MSc, or you're not capable of it. You're capable, but it may not be a good need to do an MSc, because what are the job opportunities in this area? Look at the job opportunities in this area. You may not get a good job. Better you go and do some other course or some other program where it will give you a good job, or you can become an entrepreneur, or you can start your own, become a job maker. And that's my constant thing, become a job maker. Also, give them assistance with social and emotional support. See, some of these students are so frightened. They have parents who drink. I had one student who was always coming late, and the father used to beat the mother, and she was so frightened of the father. So frightened, I can't tell you. She also used to come late to class. One day I asked, I said, what happened? And she told me the story, and she just cries and cries and cries. And she said, ma'am, the fight in my house. So finally I got the parents. I called the mother and father separately. I spoke to them. I called both them together. And I said, look, you have only one child, but see what is happening to her. She has got no courage to go out. She's frightened of men because she thinks all men will drink. So it's a good thing. I spoke to all three together. It literally brought the whole family back. So you can help them with their social skills. Introverts, how to mix in groups, how to behave in public, how to behave with the opposite gender, right? These are things that you can help them. You serve as a model. We are their role models. So you serve as a model, right? Now, usually mentors will offer a combination of all of this, but we are not, miracle masters. We cannot do things with ourselves. We should be persons with a high EQ, emotional quotient, with a high IQ. It's good for us to develop that, to have confidence in ourselves that we are able to help others before we get into this. So what does a mentor do? Engage students in ongoing conversations, demystify the institution. For them, when they come to the college, first time they're all like, oh, college, yeah, what we are going to do, what will happen to me, will I be able to study, this is such high level, this is not my cup of tea, I come from a very poor background. No. You help the students to be comfortable in the institution as they come in. Provide constructive support and feedback to them. Provide encouragement and support to them. If they don't do well, I always tell my students, look, this time you got 5 marks, doesn't matter. Next time you will get 15 marks. Don't worry, you just work towards it. You work towards 25, you'll get 15. So I always tell my students, do not worry about what marks you get. Sometimes different things make something. But if I know that they are not putting an effort and studying, then I'll pull them up. I will pull them up. So help foster networks between one student and another student, one department, students in one department, another department. Give them group work. We have students from different departments coming together in our general elective classes. So I always put students from commerce with botany, zoology with the physics, and with the economics. I will never put a science student with a science student. I will make sure that I have science students with the art students, that they understand each other, especially when they do projects, etc. Then look out for the students' interest. See what students interested, okay, and help to encourage them to and help them to come up and do something that interests, not to just waste their interest. Sometimes they may be good dancers. They do not have opportunities. Provide opportunities for them. I talk to the deans and say, look, this girl is very good in general knowledge. Can you send her for a quiz somewhere? She's an introvert, but can you send her with somewhere else for a quiz competition somewhere? I do these kind of things. Treat students with respect. I tell you, that's the best thing that we can do, is treat them with respect. When you have to admonish them in the class, right? Don't do it directly in front of other students. Call them out. Call them out. Call them separately. Or when you see them in the corridor, tell them, can I have a word with you? Can I speak to you later? Can you come at this time? Do not shout at them in the classroom with the rest of them. You shout the whole class together, that's a different story. Okay, when all of them are making noise, I say, all of you just zip up. That's the word I said, zip up, because I want to talk. I tell them, either you talk or I talk in the class. I do not allow them to talk when I'm around the place, especially in the classroom. I said, you want to have a discussion sometime? You fix up a day, we'll have a discussion. I won't teach that day. So they know the rules in the class. I tell them I have cat eyes and dog's ears. And so you have to listen and keep your eyes open, not go to sleep. I said that my eyes will catch you if you're talking to somebody, or if you're muttering or whatever, or passing they can't bring their cell phone, so that was a different story. Then you must provide a personal touch to them. Ask them about their parents, how they are doing, how they are able to pay their fees. See how we can help them with that. That just, you don't have to pay their fees for them. You don't have to do anything too much, but just to ask them, how are you doing? How are your parents? What are your siblings doing? Right? Did you have a meal today? By just asking them, have you had a meal today? I have come up with so many students who do not even have a breakfast. They have 2 meals a day. I had one student who came to college, because college starts at 10 to 8 for us. She comes to college and her only meal was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She didn't have parents. She was staying with her grandmother. And I used to see her in the class, but she looked so frail, so pathetic. So one day I called and asked, I said, what is happening to you? Do you eat today? No, ma'am. And then when do you eat? When I go home at 3 o'clock. I said, who cooks for you? My grandmother brings food from the place where she's working as a maid. So when your grandmother goes to work, she gets food over there. That food, she has a breakfast. The lunch she brings in comes for the granddaughter. She says, evening we'll eat one bun or something, ma'am. That's all. The only meal she had, good meal she had, was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. How does a student study? Right? And then I tried to quiz her and see whether she was, telling the truth or what. And then I realized something. So quietly, I got some help for her. And I told her, okay, you go in the morning, as soon as you come at 7:30, you go to the canteen, eat something, whatever, some small dosa, some idli or something, then come to the class. She was very touched by it. Even till today, she tells me, ma'am, thank you so much for that. It was such a blessing for me to get a little extra meal. How much can the grandmother work and give her? So, a little touch somewhere. We may not be able to do too much, but just to inquire from them, their personal thing, is a blessing. Okay, how can you negotiate differences between students' expectation for mentoring and mentors' expectation? You may have an expectation, they will have an expectation. Okay, but how do we negotiate that? Just as a teacher has authority to set the terms of a course, a mentor has authority to set the terms of a mentoring relationship. I tell you how this course will be run. Okay, the mentor can also tell the student, look, our relationship, this is how it is. You can come to me twice a week. We can talk about this 15 minutes. You decide what you want to talk upon, but I will ask you questions about your studies. I will ask you questions about how you come to college or those kind of things. So you can set the terms of the thing and then be clear with the students on what forms mentoring, that you know that you're going to give them constructive feedback, you're going to do networking for them and things that way. But no single mentor can provide all forms of mentoring to a student. We'll have to send them to somebody else at times and we are not able to help them out. Encourage a student to have multiple mentors, I told you earlier. Bear in mind that each student is different. No one thing fits all. Okay, no one glove fits all. You have to ensure that each of them are different and they're treated differently. You deal with them also differently, but you have to have a lot of patience. Sometimes they won't open up to us. We have to help them and, you know, make them feel comfortable in our presence. The first 2-3 mentoring classes will be 0. So those 3 classes, I will simply call them and ask them, did you go to college? Did you come to college today? How many days you took leave? Right? All of that. As time goes by, once they get used to it and know you're not probing, don't probe too much in the beginning, then automatically they will open up. Seek feedback from your student about your mentoring. I ask them, you think you're comfortable coming to me and talking to me? I ask them straight away so that you can tailor your work over the student over time, okay? And the last one I want to tell you is that, once again, I want to reiterate, mentoring is a relationship. At the same time, it's a journey mentors and mentees embark on together. Throughout this journey, 2 or more individuals help each other arrive at a destination called professional excellence. It was because I was mentored well. Today, I am confident I can do things. I was a real mouse. Nobody will believe how timid I was. Today, I am somebody else, all because over time, somebody helped me. Okay? Naturally, the journey can be challenging with occasional muddy trails and blind spots, but with many more panoramic outlooks and high points. Good mentoring is simply the best way to get there. This is what the University of Washington recommends when they do mentoring. So with this, I finish the thing on mentoring. If you have any clarifications you want to ask, can we take it after lunch at 2 o'clock? I'll give you 5 or 10 minutes at that time before we start the next session, because we have time in the afternoon. Is that okay?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Honestly, I have to get my mother to lunch and it's only 1:10. So I don't want to delay her lunch. So I will take questions on mentoring. If you have anything, you also have time to mull over it, chew over it over your lunch and come back at 2 o'clock. Is that okay? 2 o'clock?
Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I'll see you a little later. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bon appetit. Eat well. Good afternoon.
So dear teachers, we join back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
We will do student support and progression, which is criterion 5. And this is pretty, nifty because here is where the Alumni Association comes into play and what your students do. How do you support them in the 3 years in terms of scholarships, free ships, everything, okay? It's 140 points, more than the previous one. So the student support, there you have, I think, 5 key indicators, if I'm not mistaken. The first one pertains to average percentage of students benefited by scholarships and free ships provided by the government during the last 5 years. I think maybe it's too small. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, we can see.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
Clearly.
So average percentage of students who are benefited by scholarships and free ships provided by the government during the last 5 years. Now, this will include SC, ST scholarship, BC scholarship, or any other scholarship given by the government of Kerala. If you have students from the Northeast, many of them who are ST, many of them are ST in the Northeast, they get a central government scholarship or they get a state government scholarship. Now, the point is tracking those scholarships, right? Because it goes directly into their bank account. You have no clue of it. So while mentoring, this is one way of tracking the scholarship to ask students, how are you managing your expenses, your finances? Quietly, don't ask them to get a scholarship. They'll say no. Let's ask them how you pay your fees, who pays your fees for you. Go roundabout and find out from them if they're getting scholarship, how much they're getting. Then get them to give their information, right, and then fill it into the booklet, and also get some copy of their bank statement or whatever where the scholarship is come in. So you'll know the amount. With these kind of financial aspects, students will never say anything out. They will never say how much of money they got. Okay, they're so terrified. So best is, what is your work your father is doing? Who else is working in your house? How do you manage your expenses? Quietly ask them that way and get the information out. If you have some other method, if the government scholarships, the list is coming to the college. Sometimes earlier for government scholarships, our students had to apply through the institution. They will make an announcement on the PA system saying that government has called for students, who want to apply for BC scholarship or for SC/ST scholarship. And we would send the application up to the government office. They would apply in the college. The application went from the institution. Today, the applications go, and then we get the list of students who are getting, and the money is distributed from the institution. Money comes into the college account and distributed. Today, they've all been asked to give their bank account numbers, because there has been places, times when students have not got the full scholarship. The institution will take off half of it for some other. They'll say caution deposit here, something else there. You give a donation to the institution. You're getting so much of money. Give 5% of this to the institution. All kinds of golmaal has happened, and I'm aware of it. I'm aware of even caution deposit being not returned back to by the institution to students, right? So what the government has done is goes right directly into their bank account. But here the problem is students get from 2-3 sources. They will get government scholarship, they will get private scholarship, they will come and tell you we have no scholarship, right? You cannot track it. It is kind of difficult. So one way would be to get the office which is giving this to give a list of students who are receiving scholarship from the institution. If the office does if the government office doesn't comply, simply ask them on the RTI. And they can't do anything about it. Ask them on the RTI and keep the slip, the thing that you've asked in the RTI. If they do not give it, usually they will give it. You say that tell them we want it for NAAC, right? So tell them if the government of Kerala, they have to give the information that's sought for. How many students from your institution have been given scholarship or fellowship or whatever, and free ship. Sometimes for SC/ST I think Tamil Nadu, some category of ST students don't have to pay any fees. So that's a free ship. Now this is only for government scholarships, either central government or state government. You give the 5 years for 5 years. You have to give the name of the scheme and the number of students benefiting. With this, you have to calculate the number of students who have benefited, okay, by the total number of students. Sorry, it's all going haywire. Yeah, the number of students benefited by the scholarships and free shares of the government by the total number of students into 100. So you calculate per year, and that is the average. So what is the tabular column or the data template that UGC, that the NAAC asks you to fill up? They ask you for the year. So for each year, you have to fill up, starting from 2018-19 batch, name of the scheme, then number of the students benefited by the government scheme, that is the roll number of the student, and the amount the student received. I would suggest, as I said, get their bank account details and keep with you all. Number of students benefited by institution scheme and amount. So this second part of it, the next metric pertains to the scholarships given by the institution. Alumni, yes.
May I ask you something?
Yes, let me finish 1 second. Let me finish
Okay.
this. So number of students benefited by the institution scheme and amount. So institutions have got scholarships. For example, I know our management gives in about 2, 3, 4, I think 5 or 6 lakhs is given as that is earmarked in their budget itself. They will earmark this much of amount for scholarships or free ships or waiver, tuition fee waiver or fees waiver or 50% fee waiver they will give. So that is built into their budget allocation, and that amount should be given and how many students have benefited. Now for COVID, I think they gave quite a bit of students scholarship, not full scholarship, half scholarship or 3,000 rupees off or whatever. Even if it's 3,000 rupees per student, please write it down and give the link to the relevant document, which is the bank account number of the student, the bank passbook thing, or the document which states from the government or from the institution saying that make a list of all the students who have received scholarship from the institution per academic year, signed by the bursar of the college and the manager of the institution, countersigned by the principal to say that this came into the account of the students. Next, you have to have, even when the management is giving scholarship, it is better to transfer directly into the student's account and then get from what our bursar used to do was, they'll transfer the money into the student's account, but beforehand, she will get from them a signed withdrawal slip giving the money back to the institution as part of the fee, so that they cannot remove the money the moment it gets into the bank. And then the bank, because the bank is in our campus, the bank has told them when they credit it, please put it towards the students' fees. So that is how it is done. So students do not have a chance of removing the money and spending on a mobile phone or going for party somewhere. So yes, somebody want to ask a question?
Yes, ma'am. For the last year also, somehow we have managed to collect the data from the students about the scholarships provided by the state and central governments. From the college office, we are getting the data, name of the scholarship and the total amount spent on a particular scholarship. In that way, we are getting the data. And from each department, the teachers are contacting the students and we are collecting the name of the students also and the name of the scholarships and the amount they are getting. But for the proof, we have been doing like this. We are writing the name of the scholarship and the total amount given to the students on a particular scholarship. Like that, we are preparing the table and it is countersigned by the principal. Is that enough?
It is more than what I'm telling you is, you need to get a copy of their passbook if possible.
Okay.
Right, to say that the money was credited into their account. They received it.
Okay. Okay.
Try to get that. One minute. What I'm trying to say is, are they applying through the college for the scholarship?
Yes.
Okay, then tell them if they don't give the details, next time their application will not be sent to the government. Period. Okay, there's some way of getting it out of them. Yeah, somebody want to ask a question?
Ma'am, may I say something?
Yeah.
Regarding the government scholarship, the list is sent to the office. So we'll get the complete list and the amount also is there in the office.
What's the problem then?
So we can get it from there.
Correct. Don't do anything. If they got it, see, we used to have that earlier, but because there was some underhand dealings going on between the college and the scholarship is coming in, right? You're not giving fully.
Because sometimes they may not give the proper amount, so we will get from the office. We used to do that. We used to go to the office, get the list. Yeah, and get the correct amount. Even the amount, everything is mentioned there in that list. Everything is in the office. Regarding the government scholarship.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Private scholarship, right, is through the institution. So if the management gives some scholarships, the alumni association gives some scholarships. Lately I have said this Xavier board has been giving scholarships the past many years to institutions. Some institution they apply, Xavier board gives some, if there's amount remaining, they give it to the colleges for some 1 or 2 students in a college, they give scholarship. So when you get like this is not government, non-governmental scholarships, then you have to find out the amount. Depends mainly from the institution. Scholarships put in by retiring staff, and I will tell you what we did. Okay, how we raise scholarships in the college. That is important. How you raise, because all the time we cannot depend the management to give scholarship. Okay, so what we did, and this was the brainchild of Susanama, our former principal. And she was very innovative, actually, very creative. It was our golden jubilee year, 1997. So one day we were sitting in the evening and chatting over after we finished some work. I was doing some work in the college, and then she said to Ordetta, I have an idea. What was the idea? She said, what happened? And she said, why don't we institute the Stella Maris College Golden Jubilee Scholarship? I said, so who's going to give you money and how are you going to do it? She said, I'm going to put this forward to the management that we collect 30,000 rupees from benefactors who want to put in a scholarship, right, in the name of their loved one, whoever they want, either a living person or somebody in memory of somebody, put in a scholarship 30,000 rupees. This is way back in 1997. At that time, interest rate was 10%. We will put this money into a corpus. Only the interest will be given once a year to one student. 3,000 rupees at that time was a big amount because the fee is only 5,000 something. If we give full scholarship to the student, they have no value for money. Let them pay something in their pocket, we will get 3,000 rupees. So they were getting 3,000 rupees scholarship. And that money, the corpus was kept in the college. So only the interest is being used. And what we did was we named it as the so-and-so, whoever gave the scholarship, Salam College Golden Jubilee Scholarship. And I said we'll get 50 scholarships being Golden Jubilee year. We ended up getting more than 100 scholarships. Okay, we still run. And the thing with the management for the policy was that on the college day, they will bring out a list of students, a brochure giving the names of the scholarship, who was the donor, the name of the scholarship. Everybody knows the amount of 30,000. Anyway, that was put on the top. And we also put the name of the student receiving the scholarship for that particular year, because it's given at the end of the year to the student, right? It will be paid for them. The name will be announced, but the money will be paid for them in June, or it's announced in March. So end of the first year for the second year, end of the second year for the third year. So they only receive for 2 years. First year they have to pay their fees anyway, or sometimes we give other kind of scholarships. So this was one scholarship we raised, 100. Then came the next story when Salamas was celebrating, when it was 2000 years, millennium year 2000. Salamas said, okay, let's put another set of scholarships saying the Salamas College Millennium Scholarship. So we asked people, and so many gave it. Many of the retiring faculty put an amount of money, 50,000, I think it was 50,000 rupees for the Millennium Scholarship. They put in 50,000 rupees in name of their mother or the father or the children or whatever, part of their gratuity, small amount of the gratuity, they give back to the institution, okay, and or PF or something. They gave, many of our faculty were retiring, put in scholarships. In fact, my family, because 3 of us studied in that college, and my eldest sister also worked over there before, when I was working in the early years. She's in the US, so she also worked there. We put in a scholarship in the institution in the name of the Mother Teresa for the most poor child in the college. So they have to search for the most poor child in the college and give the scholarship. That's not our problem, but we put in a scholarship. We still exist by the Mendoza family. So like this, many families put in for the Millennium Scholarship. We thought we'll get 10 or 15. We got even there 20 or 30 scholarships. The same thing happened for Salamas College Diamond Jubilee. This is said, okay, this is my last year of being in service. Let me put in some more scholarships. So we asked in the name of Salamas College Diamond Jubilee. We got nearly, I think, 50 or 160 or something we got for that. Diamond Jubilee got 60 scholarships for 60,000 rupees. So now you look at the corpus that the college has built up, and we give the interest. So this money is like a corpus fund for the institution. So y'all can do that, for your institution in the name of something. You can get, small company to put in 30,000 rupees, 50,000 rupees. Now the interest rate has gone down. But if you ask for 50,000 rupees, build up scholarships. Don't wait for management to be putting scholarships. For them also, income has come down with all this government thing and all kinds of things that they have to do. It would be nice when retiring staff do something, or when, we do so much of thing, and we give away money outside. Why don't we give for some child's education? And, it was that when you educate a girl, you educate a family. So that was our motto. So many people, including from Kerala, a lot of people have Sanama's contacts and all this, gave us a lot of money. So we have got nearly 200 scholarships or 215 scholarships, Diamond Jubilee, Golden Jubilee, and Millennium scholarships. So this is the few scholarships I'm talking about. There are others also. This is one way of building up institutional scholarships. Okay, I just give you an idea. You can think of other things. So somebody had a question to ask me?
Ma'am, there are certain monetary assistance to the students given by other than governmental organizations and institute, that is non-governmental agencies. Some colleges nearby, there are certain schemes they give scholarships to students nearby colleges. So last year 15 of our students got a scholarship from neighboring college. So where do we include that? Such
institution, scheme and amount. Non-governmental.
Okay, institutions. Okay, so in
I will come
institution,
we will come back to that. Okay, I'll tell you when that comes. It's there. I'm just showing you the template for the question on scholarships by the government. But because both the metrics are linked together, they have given the same format for the template. They have put the government scholarships and the non-government scholarships together. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so I pass on to this. What you need to give over here is upload sanction letter of scholarship or free ships. Now, even for this, the college, okay, I'll do that afterwards. Year-wise list of beneficiary students in each scheme. That list you have to keep. Then upload self-attested letter with the list of students sanctioned scholarships. So this is the job of the principal, right? To put up a list of, I think you can upload this and keep it already in your website. It need not be shown to all the students. It can be password protected. And when it comes, NAAC asks for it, you just have to give them the password and ask them to look at it. Okay, any other additional information you have of when the scheme was implemented, what is the letter of MOU, if it's a non-governmental agency, okay? But for government, you don't have to do, all you have to do is sanction letter. Then average percentage of students who are benefited by scholarship and free-ships provided by the government the last 5 years. So the data template. So only government scholarships or free-ships, both state and central government, need to be accounted for in this metric, okay? Anything else, there's another metric for it. And for large data, the DV will ask for documents at randomly selected students in specific schemes. So you need to keep a whole tab. Actually, we have a register in which the students sign saying they receive the scholarship. We have a register for years on the same big register we are having, saying they receive the scholarship. Then the next one is average percentage of students who have benefit on scholarship and free-ship, etc., provided by the institution, non-government agencies. This is the question you asked me, right? So anybody who is not a government agency, any local college, any other person who is making a private donation to a student, right? I know we have one family who lives across the college. Every year on college day, they will come and give a check for 5,000 or 10,000 rupees every year, right? They have the fund with them, but they come and give the check every year in the name of their son or something. So that is one scholarship thing. So anybody, can be individuals, it can be organizations, associations, it can be NGOs, anything, but they are not government, not linked to the government. So this is where you place it, and you have to give for the last 5 years. Same thing, the name of the scheme. For example, we have in our college the Rajasthan Association free books or free scholarship or something it's called. I don't know exact name. So we have a MOU agreement with them, in which they will renew every 4 or 5 years. They come and renew it. So that what is the contact that we have with all the name of the association, who is the church, who is the president, the secretary, the treasurer, all of that. So what is the scheme under which they give it? That is also written there. Then the number of students benefiting. Okay, and then the formula is total number of students benefit by scholarships which are non-government. Now, a student can receive both government and non-government scholarship. Okay, if the student receives government scholarship, there is no rule forbidding that person getting a non-government scholarship. Also, because if the government scholarship is a full scholarship covering everything, okay, books and fees, everything, then it is fine. But it's only a small amount of the tuition fee or the fee of the whatever part of the fee the college, the student is paying to the institution, then you can give them a small scholarship from the institution to augment the whole fees, because sometimes these children may be orphans. Somebody looking after them, putting them to an institution. From an institution they're coming. I know, because I work in World Vision India, we had students who were actually orphans, whose parents were no more, who had died of HIV. And so these kids, we have put them through college, and World Vision is paying for it. They get some scholarship from the institution, but World Vision also gives another scholarship. I think they get government scholarship, but doesn't cover everything. So World Vision is giving them a little scholarship. Same way the Salesian priests are giving them, some help. They have these orphan children in their centers, but we give them help from outside. So they will get government scholarship because they are orphans of HIV parents, but we also give them because clothes, books, all of that require. They'll need to do some photocopying. They will need to do buy the stationery, etc. We give them some help. So any kind of help that you've given can be recorded in this. Then upload any additional information. A number of students benefited by this. You have to have the list, the same template as the 5.1.1 number of students benefited by the institution scheme and amount. That was for government. Here it is by the institution scheme. Okay, it's the same thing. So any questions on this?
Ma'am, if one student is getting under the number of students benefited by institution scheme, if one student is getting 2 monetary assistance, can we count it as 2?
One person, number of students.
Okay, so
only once. You can give on 3-4 schemes. That does make a difference. You're giving to the same person.
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
Right? So better not to have breakups.
So it is, we need to cross check all the schemes or support.
Yeah. See, I'll tell you, last year, one institution gave for COVID. Their institution had earmarked a couple of lakhs for scholarship. So what they have done, usually where they give 10,000 rupees or 12,000 rupees for fee waiver, especially for the evening college, self-financing sections, they give up to 40% waiver. The fee is about 30 or 40,000 rupees. I'm not too sure how much the fee that the institution collects. But I know that they, instead of giving 12,000 rupees for one student, they were divided between 4 students. So they got the number of students more. It was very unethical, but they did it, knowing that in the COVID time, parents have lost jobs, etc. The students will need more help. But instead of giving to the same student at 12,000, they divided by 4 people. So they got 4 in terms of number. Okay, and that I'm reiterating again, that is not ethical, but it has been done. So once an institution earmarks a certain amount, a student should get a scholarship starting from the first year till they finish, okay, at least on a merit cum means basis. Sometimes you only take means into account, their economic social situation. We don't take their merit, because if you have nothing in your stomach, how do you study? That is the logic we use. So we give them, based on means for many students. Some students we insist on merit cum means, depending on the background. Okay. So upload the policy document of the institution with regard to scholarship and freeship. What is the institution's policy with regard to freeship and scholarship? Who will they give to? How many scholarships can a student get? When is the student eligible for scholarship? When are they eligible for freeship? When is anything being given to them? What is the kind of acknowledgement? What is the give back policy? All kinds of things in the policy document. The institution must have policy document, right? Then year-wise list of students for benefit that they will have. Copies of award of freeship scholarship along with the sponsoring agency if it is an outside agency. Okay. Then consider scholarship and freeship sanctioned by the institution or non-government only. Audited statement showing expenditure on scholarships and freeship, because this is coming from the management. Okay. Or if it's coming from a freeship from some outside agency, there is an income and an expenditure. The income is the person who gives the scholarship, and the expenditure to who the scholarship goes has to be reflected in the audited statement of accounts.
But ma'am, certain scholarships which they get from outside, which is not governmental agency, it is not coming through the institution. They get
then you cannot claim it also. Then you cannot even claim it.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Please ensure everything comes through the college.
Ma'am, there are cases like teachers giving money from their hands to the students for tour. Then for at the end of the year, when there is a valedictory session, when we are giving prizes, we give amount from our pocket. So can we account that here?
If you are giving it to the institution, it should be in the income, and it should be what comes in goes out. It should be like that.
Okay, so it should be audited.
You can give from your pocket, no problem. But let it be accounted for in the institution's balance sheets.
Okay, ma'am.
Right?
Okay, ma'am. So the amount which alumni, certain students,
all
when they
that,
come, they give
that.
the amount in our hand and go.
No, then you ask them to write a letter, or you keep a letter with you, already printed forms, and when they come and give it, just ask them, please sign this saying that you have given this amount to the institution.
So it should be given to the institution's account, and then we need to collect it from the institution and distribute to students.
You don't need to collect it. The institution will give directly to the student. Now coming through the faculty.
Okay.
It doesn't come. It goes into their bank account, or it gets minused off from their fees.
Okay.
Okay. No passing hands.
Okay, ma'am. So if we give it as prize in a function,
that's not a scholarship.
Okay, ma'am. So it should be given. But in our college, ma'am, the scholarships distribution, we give it in a cover, the amount.
See, all that is a different story. My point is, whether you give a scholarship in a cover or you give it in their hand, doesn't matter. But giving they should sign a receipt saying they received this amount as scholarship.
That's enough, ma'am.
Yeah.
If they sign the sheet.
Yes, they sign a receipt saying that they received this amount as scholarship. As scholarship, not as prize.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, that be very careful. First rank holder, second rank holder, highest prize, highest mark in this,
Yes, we institute in the department itself certain scholarships and sometimes we give from hand.
All that are prizes, they are not scholarships. If you specifically say that for being the best student in the department this academic year, you will receive a scholarship next year towards your tuition fees or towards your lab fees or whatever, specifically it should be instituted in the institution.
Okay, ma'am.
It should be instituted. Okay, the word is institute a scholarship. Department can institute, no problem. From bioinformatics, we have instituted 3-4 scholarships in the institution. Right? Because
Okay.
Sanama retired that year, we put in the name of Sanama on scholarship.
Okay.
So I'm saying the institution has come in their records.
Okay. Also, ma'am, when we give textbooks, sometimes we give free of cost textbooks to certain students. Can we account that?
No, you cannot. Only scholarship, only money. You giving a textbook is not the best thing. What we do is we have a book bank. Old students who pass out give us textbooks. We ask them, can you hand over your textbooks to us? We don't require it. So we accession it, keep it in the department as a departmental book bank. And beginning of the semester, we issue those books to poor students who cannot afford to buy a textbook. If we have excess, we will give it to those who have also got the means to buy, but we don't want to waste. So we tell them we've got excess books. Those of you who want to come and take a book, you're most welcome to come and borrow a book. Now, those girls who are borrowing the book, who have got the means to buy a book, but we are giving them, we ask them to pay 50 rupees or something towards binding the book or damages. All of the students who are in the book bank get book bank books. If they don't have the means to buy a textbook, we give them 1 semester. And because, except for third years, we allow them to return the book back the following semester and take 2 or 3 more books at the beginning of the next semester. Third year students have to return their books before the final examination, right? Or we will not allow them to get their TC. We make sure the TC is not given. The list is given the college office and say TC not be issued because textbooks have not been returned in the book bank or in the library. Okay, so till they return all the books, we do not give them the TC for third year students. But we have something called a book bank. Earlier, UGC was funding the book bank, but they stopped. So we had the books which given by UGC, and these are usually textbooks because students will give only their textbooks to us. We don't have too many reference books. When booksellers come to the institution, they give a complimentary copy to the department, right? Because they want the students to buy these textbooks. Then those complimentary copies are all accessioned and put into the cupboards. Staff members can take those books. They can borrow those complimentary copies, use it for the semester, and give it back. Okay, so that is for it. Anything else on this?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Ma'am, in AQR, it is mentioned about free ships.
Free ship, scholarship, all the same. Yeah, free ship means they study free of cost. Management gives them a free fee waiver. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. And whatever free ships we are giving, it should come through the audited statement. No, ma'am. That is what you said, no?
Yes. That means the college has, the management has paid for 5 students, right, for their education. It's a free ship, given a full fee waiver, what we call full fee waiver. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
5.1.3, capacity building and skill enhancement initiatives taken by the institution include the following. So what are the capacity building, courses or programs or activities you have for the students, right? One is soft skills, language and communication skills, life skills, yoga, physical fitness, gymnasium, the gymnastic thing, what they use in the gymnasium, health and hygiene, ICT, computing skills, right? So if you have all of the above, or if you have 3 of the above, whatever, you can list it down. Do you give them ICT and computing skills? See, we have labs in the college, what we call as ICT labs. Okay, the students can come and download their information. They can, browse. They can do all kinds of things. If they are doing assignment, etc., we do not charge them. But if they're doing some of the personal work, especially after from 5 to 6, the labs are open especially for hostelites. Then we charge them, I think, 15 rupees for an hour or something, right? Otherwise, during the college hours, if students go to the ICT center to prepare a seminar or to prepare, they prepare all kinds of things, short movies and all. They will prepare using a Microsoft Media Player, Windows Media Player, they prepare short seminars, lectures, etc. So that can be, that is something that you're allowing them to use. So there are 2 or 3 things. Just soft skills, does the college provides soft skills to students. In terms, say for every once a week, you have a seminar for 1 class or 2 classes or something together on some soft skills program. Then you have a language and communication skill is given to the students. Say, for example, you have a language lab where students can go and listen to lectures or can go and listen to, go and read up information there, which is there to help them to improve their English language or their any other language that they want to learn. Like it's both verbal and written communication skills. Then life skills, yoga, as I told you, physical fitness, health. You have a thing on health and hygiene. We have so many lectures on health and hygiene, especially in obesity, this fast food business, physical fitness, and ask students to get into some sports or games. We have a lot of lectures for them. Yoga, of course, you're not into too much because it's difficult, but we give them some lecture on yoga. We give them other different kinds of things, aspects. Okay, so this is what you think. What you need to do for this is that for every program you conduct, a brochure should have been prepared. Okay, capacity building for that and skill enhancement, a brochure should be prepared. Then the person who's in charge make a note of how many students have come, attendance sheet, right? An outcome of this. What is the program like? Who is the trainer or resource person? Right? What are the handouts given? Keep a copy of all of this in a file for this many programs, capacity building programs. Keep a file with over time what you have done for 1 year, next year, the same file, right? So this is the documentation for this is important. And you have to give the details of capacity building and skill enhancement initiatives, which I'll show you in the next slide. Then link to the institutional website. So all of this information should be on the institutional website, not on the NAAC. When you submit your NAAC SSR, don't put the links to the NAAC. Don't upload in the NAAC website. Upload in your website, in the college website, right? Please make a look at what they're asking you. Some of it they say upload the document. When you upload the document, it goes into along with your SSR into the NAAC portal. That what they call the dashboard. Otherwise, please upload in the institutional website because they know in capacity building programs, etc. You may have a lot of photographs. So the amount of data, a volume is big, and that's why they say put into your institutional website. Any other information that you may have, you can give. And this is the data template and what are the documents which are required. Okay, 1, name of the capability or capacity building program or the skill enhancement initiative. Okay, year of implementation. When did you start this kind of program? You can do the same thing year on year, but when did you start it? The number of students who are enrolled in this. If you have it as a course, then you write number of students who have been enrolled. If you have the 2-day program, how many students who have been enrolled in that program, whatever. The name of the agency involved with the contact details. Who is the agency? So yesterday somebody asked me when we outsource some of this. Everything cannot be outsourced. See, for example, soft skills. We may not be able to do certain, English department can do, but sometimes they may not have the time to do it. It may be a little more difficult. There are specialists who help in soft skills, okay? I have 2 of my students who are very smart. They do soft skills training in colleges. So that is something you can get the help of outsiders. Definitely yoga, you may not have a yoga teacher in the institution, okay? So you can get the help of a yoga person for this. So look at the year of implementation, the number of students enrolled, and the name of the agency involved with the, if it's agency or individual, doesn't matter, with the contact details, provided you have got some agreement with that person or an appointment order has been given to the yoga teacher. If she's a yoga teacher, she will come for 2 hours a day and she will train all the students who are enrolled. All of that should be put into that the appointment order. If you are hiring somebody to come and do this thing in the institution. So what you need to give is name of the enhancement of capability program, the date of implementation. It could have been implemented in 2000, doesn't matter, but give the date of implementation. The date of implementation does not need to be within this assessment period because you could have started this much long ago. The number of students involved. You keep the list with you, but only put here the number of students for each of the programs and name of the agency or the consultants, right, involved with the contact details. See, for ICT knowledge, you can get outside help from Wipro, TCS, or any of those companies to come and do something for your students. Have an agreement with them. For all of this, have an agreement. Then, web link to a particular program or scheme mentioned in the metric that you have to give. Copy of the circular, the brochure, report of the event, whatever you did in the training program. Write the report, how many students benefited, what was spoken about, what is the outcome, what is the feedback from the participants. That will be more than sufficient. Then geotag photo, as I told you, with date and caption for each scheme or event. When we take photographs, make sure the banner is there, like Dr. Sebastian said, the banner has the date, right, and the venue. Venue can be your own institution, but write the venue at St. Joseph's College. Put that down, right? Take a picture of that and use it, a geotag photograph, and you can use it for this metric. Now, list of programs conducted and the number of students enrolled in each of these events should be maintained by the college, similar to your certificate courses, add-on courses, value-added courses. All of these programs, if you conduct for students, please ensure that there's some kind of application through which they, if it's a small half-page application giving the student's name, department number, okay, or whatever, some details, have a kind of a format where they enroll. Okay, or if you want to take signatures from them as enrollment, have a sheet where you write on the top, enrollment for students into yoga for the academic year 21-22. Then let them write their name and let them sign. So that can also be a form of showing the admission of the students into, or enrollment of students in an event. Then consider all the students who have enrolled for the scheme, not just those who have completed, but all those who have enrolled. Sometimes they may enroll. And after some time they'll get bored, they will drop out. Doesn't matter. At the end, if you take in 30 students for some program, at the end you may end up with 10 students or 15 students. Half would have disappeared. Okay, they don't like it, they don't want to come, the timing is not matching, all kinds of excuses. But you have to consider all the students who have enrolled for the scheme. Then DVV can ask for documents regarding attendance and certificates for selected programs. So if you say you had a program, for 2-day program, like now I'm doing for you all, I am going to give each of you a certificate, period. So that you attended it, keep a copy of the certificates, right? So my point is, for any program you conduct for students, for any exposure you give them, any kind of training you give them, please give them certificate and make them sign and accept the certificate, okay? And keep the copy of the list of students that receive the certificate, plus a copy of it, all right? The next one is 5.1. Yeah.
Small doubt. Ma'am, like if we conduct one seminar or webinars like that, and if it is a kind of capacity building category, so do we need to give the certificate again, and can we add those seminars or webinars there?
See, having 1 hour program, 1.5 hour program, no use. If you have a whole day program, say Saturday, Sunday, or Friday, Saturday, or something like that way, then it is worth it. Then you give a certificate. For them also, it's good that they went for this program. If you have it with, say, for ICT, you have it something in TCS or something with Wipro or something, that certificate holds value when they go out. If you have just been a student in a college and not participated in any program, when they go out for a job, they'll say, what were you doing in the college? You know nothing. So it's good to give them certificate. For example, I'm telling you training, I'm going to send you all, as soon as Dr. Ratak gives me the name of all the faculty members who attended the program fully, we will prepare this. Actually, the certificate is ready. Okay, all we have to do is get them, send them to the printer for printing. He will print each one's name on it. It has value for you, because tomorrow if you go for FDP, you may have recording, you may have anything, but at the end of the day, that each of you receive a certificate wherever you go, it is worth it. Okay, so please give certificate if it is a whole day program or a 2-day program. 1 hour and all, please don't have 1 hour program, 1.5 hour programs. If you have a series of lectures from Monday to Friday, every day from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, if you have series lectures, yes, you can give them a certificate. But this 1 hour, 1.5 hour lecture doesn't help. You can do no capacity building that 1.5 hours. So make it robust, make it like over a period of time, and give this like a course where you can include half of all of this, and then give them the certificate if they complete it.
Ma'am, Yes, ma'am. And then where do we add all these programs like 1 hour webinars? Those we
No use. Don't be
no
doing 1
use.
hour webinar. Don't be doing, I'm telling you, don't be doing 1 hour webinar. Have a whole day program. Call 3-4 resource persons. Okay, students can sit and listen, or have 3 half days or 4 half days, or even 2 half days, doesn't matter. Okay, have little longer duration. These are capacity building. You can't build capacity in 1 day, no? Right? They'll forgotten in 10 minutes after the seminar or workshop, they've forgotten what you said. So if you have it, then have it over a period of time. So you know you'll have time with them for interaction. They will learn much more. You can give them much more. Is that okay?
Yes,
one more doubt, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, under this metric, under life skills, if we are giving a certificate course in yoga, can we account it here?
No. I think because it's a life skills program, right?
Yes, it's mentioned yoga and under
Okay,
life skills.
yeah. You can put on life skills, no problem. You can put
Yoga, human health is there.
Yes,
So
you can put on life
health
skills.
and hygiene.
Yes. It comes under 5.1.3, sorry.
So if a certificate course on human diseases last year we gave to students.
How long was it?
That is 30 hours duration syllabus was
That's
constructed.
a certificate course, no?
Yes, ma'am.
You can put on the certificate courses, right?
So
you
we cannot.
You see where it will fit best, where you don't have enough data. If you have no certificate courses, only 2 or 3, then add this under certificate course. You can also list it under over here. Okay. All right, you can list it also if it's yoga for 30 hours, and you're given it can be a certificate course in yoga.
Actually, we instituted under this metric only that certificate course.
No. Listen to me. The point is putting it there. If you have, like, for example, why I want to put it, if you're putting yoga there, if you have a department of health and hygiene or health sciences, then yoga becomes part of that department's academic thing. Okay, it is related to the department's syllabus.
Yes, ma'am.
Otherwise, it becomes a life skills program. You got my point. I do not know what departments you have. I do not remember half of them.
Ma'am, we have physical education department running this course.
Okay. So then it becomes part of the physical education department certificate course.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That's why it depends where it is. You can put it there or you can put it here. If it's a certificate course or diploma course, it should be related to the program of study. That you have to remember. It should be related to the program of study if it's a certificate course. Simply giving certificate courses are no use. How is it related to the program of study? Okay. And otherwise, you put it as skills course or whatever.
Life skills
thing. Huh?
Okay.
All right. So I'll pass on to the next one. Okay. What they say here is mere circulars and student list will not be accepted. So you have to have certificates. You can keep some amount of photographs, right? Attendance list you need, not just list students, but the attendance list, the teachers and things, and what were the programs conducted, who are the resource persons, document all of that. Then they say avoid programs conducted as part of the university curriculum. So the university has mandated that all students have to have have to have yoga in the curriculum. Then you can't claim that here because it's been mandated by the environmental science, that program given by the UGC. Okay, that course given by the UGC, you can't claim it anywhere here. Same way, if the university has mandated something, you can't take it under this section. This is your initiative, the institution's initiative for life skills, soft skills, ICT, all of that. The next one, 5.1.4.1, 5.1.4. Okay, average percentage of students who are benefited. I'm not saying they should clear this in the exam, but only those who have benefited by guidance. Okay, for competitive examination and career counseling offered by the institution during the last 5 years. One of the first colleges I went to for audit, everybody who made a presentation, they came and said, oh, we are doing training students to become IAS officers, guiding them. We are having competitive exams. We run a certificate course for competitive exams. So I told them that is not your job. Your job is only to give guidance, okay, and help them to go on the path if they seek to do such things. If they want to become IAS officers or IPS officers, you guide them, but you don't have to run the course. We are not capable of, running career advancement, career courses, having classes for them day after day to coach them for the entrance exam, UPSC, maybe Kerala State, Public Service Commission, all of that. So here they ask you only those who benefited, because earlier NAAC assessment, they asked for the how many have passed the examinations or something like that. How do we keep track of students? It will take them 3 to 5 years to get through the UPSC or get through the Kerala Public Service Commission or Tamil Nadu Public Service Commission or whatever. It's not done immediately. So we could not keep track. So I think I joined Xavier board in writing to NAAC, asking them please to remove that stipulation about number of students who obtained jobs or got employment. We said please ask those who are benefiting from it. Definitely our students benefit when we give them some career guidance in the college, okay, or career counseling in the institution. You have to give that number per year the data, and then you have the formula is number of students who have benefited by guidance, not those who have passed the exam, but benefited by guidance for the counter examination career counseling offered by the institution by the number of students into total number of students into 100. Now what I want to say here is we have something called a career guidance cell in Stella Maris College, which is run totally by the Alumni Association. Okay, and they have hired one of our old students has been hired as the secretary. She does all the work. We have given them a small little office. So alumni members come, they do placements, they do career guidance, career counseling, etc. Among the alumni, we have so many of them who are well qualified, who have got into career counseling, who are doing different kinds of things. We call upon them to come. We don't do the Alumni Association, the CGC cell, career guidance cell, does all of this, right? They also call someone to come and do IAS coaching. So we have initiated the process, but we don't do it. We have asked someone outside to come and coach the students for the computer exams. How many have benefited by the coaching? We will know only later on. Okay, it's just benefited by guidance for. It is not benefited by passing the exam, but guidance. What guidance have we given them? Have they been able to take the examination? You need a lot of motivation for this. So this is something that you have looked at. Number of students are benefited by guidance for competitive exams and both career counseling also. Okay. Then.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, here also, if one student has attended more than one program, we can count it only as one.
Now, only one. Only one. Okay? Only one.
So many data, ma'am, how we'll find out there will be so many programs and a list will be coming. So we need to cross-check all these lists.
That's what I'm saying. In your ERP, you have to have a list of students, and when they are enrolled, you can make a list, right? And when the ERP is such that it will show which all courses a student is enrolled in, which all programs a student is enrolled in.
Okay.
Right? This has to be built into your ERP slowly. As you go day by day, you'll find the necessity to incorporate this other UBCP and cross-checking, same name for two persons, same initials, you don't know which class they are in, you need to have the register number, all kind of things. So if you put it into the system, then automatically you ask students, if you ask for commonality, all those are into more than one program, it will throw up. Those are more than the two programs, the list will come up. Okay?
This is just like the scholarships, isn't if
yes,
one student is receiving two scholarships.
Everywhere, not in scholarship, awards. If they are team players, only the whole team is counted as one, not 11 persons.
Ma'am, in the case of awards in sports, sometimes
we'll come to that. Hang on. We'll come to that. Just hang on. Okay, just hang on. So let's finish this. The name of the scheme, number of students that passed the competitive examination is a little difficult to find out. How many have passed the competitive? Even if you get two of them who have passed in the competitive examination, either the Kerala, the State Public Commission Services examination is conducted twice a year or thrice a year. But UPSC exams are conducted, first you have preliminaries, then you have the mains, and it takes more than 2-3 years for them to prepare and get into that. But the students have got through the Public Service Commission examination of the state, right? if you can get that information, in 2 years' time, they will pass some staff selection committee test, or they will pass some, test for, say, in the postal department, or in the railways, or in the government office, secretarial or office staff in the high court, all of that, they're all competitive exams. You can get that information and give it. It'll be very difficult. Even if you get 2 or 3 names for each year, those who have cleared, right? That is why it is good to keep in touch with the alumni. Get the alumni to get this information and give it to you all. Am I clear on this? And they're asking you number of students, what is the activity, whether you had seminar, you had coaching class, or you had classes every week or whatever. Number of students who attended or participated in this. Okay, and then number of students placed through campus placement. The students placed is usually placed for jobs. Then number of students benefited guidance of competitive examination and career counseling in the last 5 years. Now, in this, if you look at the document which is required, copy of the circular or the brochure of such programs along the photographs. You have to take all of this now is geotagged photographs and captions of such programs along with the details of the resource persons. And year-wise list of students. So every year, 10 students would have got through, attended the classes or whatever. Year-wise, you put that who are attending any of these schemes signed by the competent list or signed by the competent authority. If you do all of the for the preceding years, then the principal will have less amount of things to sign. Okay, and what I would say is that for that year, particular year, whatever documents the principal has to sign, please get them to sign, ask the principal to sign right now. Don't wait for Thy Kingdom Come. Because sometimes the pandemic may stretch for another 2-3 years. We don't know. Our colleges may be closed, but principal will retire. Then if you start doing 18, 19, you'll have to go to our house and get signature. Okay, so for that year, finish all of these information and get her signature then and there and keep it in your documents. If you have scanned them, scan them. Now here they tell you what you mean by students who are benefited. This is from the specific instruction, the HCI in the SOP. So student benefited refers to students enrolled or attending the said programs. The DVV can seek the document, that is the attendance sheet, etc. regarding the attendance and certificates of the selected list of candidates who are enrolled. Okay, all they're saying is those who have benefited. If you have information of those who have passed and gotten to the job or gotten to the office, into the service or whatever, you can give that. But that may be a little difficult because the NAAC also knows getting that kind of information on students once they leave the college is very, very difficult. Okay, then the next one. Students attend the said program are considered as benefited, right? They don't need to pass the examination as long as they came for all the classes. Their attendance was, say, a certain period, say 80% or whatever. You can count them as having benefited. The next one is student grievance, sexual harassment. The institution has a transparent mechanism for timely redressal of student grievances, including sexual harassment and ragging cases. Okay, now your grievance cell, what you call it, the anti-sexual harassment cell, anti-ragging cell, and student grievance committee, okay, all should be in place. UGC has got for sexual harassment and ragging, they have a policy document. Please adopt that, follow those guidelines for both anti-ragging and anti-sexual harassment. Then organization-wide awareness and undertaking on policies with zero tolerance. So how do you make this known to the students, to the non-teaching staff, the administrative staff, the supportive staff, to all the students and the faculty, the management, about all of these redressal mechanisms in the institution? One is on your website. They expect you to have it on your website. Secondly, if it is printed in your handbook. Thirdly, having orientation programs for the students. Then you can have, also for the parents, PTA, tell the parents about this. Make sure that there are posters and, things in your institution in prominent places where students see that there is no ragging in this institution. I don't know if you have noticed this. I think in Albert's College across their gate, they have got a thing which says it's an anti-ragging institution. Am I right? I remember seeing it in St. Albert's College. Across their gate, they have got this is an anti-ragging institution. So you should have it in prominent places, posters or circulars, etc., where students can read them, and let it be there throughout the academic year. For the next academic year, put up a new circular, put up a new poster to say this is an anti-ragging thing. Make sure you let the students know that ragging, sexual harassment will not be tolerated. Okay, have a committee set up. Make sure the coordinator of the committee or whoever is in charge, the number is on the circular and on the poster, that students can contact them whenever they want. I would suggest that, and I've told institutions this, please give the coordinator a cell phone specifically only for this. And the coordinator must ensure the cell phone is on at all times. Make a provision for a grievance addressal box, grievance addressal, redressal box, where they can put in their grievances, but also that is for offline. And for online, give a small thing in the website saying that register your grievance or whatever, where the grievance goes to the coordinator and to the principal. Okay, so have the mechanism of submission of the grievance both for offline and for online. The coordinator must be in charge of looking at the box maybe once in 2 days if there are any suggestions or any grievances put in that, because it needs to be handled very carefully and immediately. We can't put it off. Have a committee, let the committee meet, at least if there's no no problem in the institution with ragging and with sexual harassment or anything like that. Have at least review meetings in the beginning, at the end. Plan when you will have the orientation program for students, etc. Right? I think, if I'm not mistaken, in some institutions, the local police is involved in the anti-sexual harassment committee. Okay, so if you have, then they're asking about timely redressal. What is the time frame in which you address the grievance through the appropriate committee? It should be done immediately. The earlier, the better. Don't wait after 1 week, 2 weeks, when all the evidence has been tampered with. The moment you get the complaint, online or offline, if the complaint has to come online, then there should be it should pop up on the phone immediately, so that you know that something has happened. The coordinator must have some kind of alert thing on the phone to say that you've received a message from somebody who has been saying the ragging or whatever. So if you have all of this, then you can tick that appropriate box. You tick. I think someone wants to ask a question. Can you just wait a minute till I finish this? Right? So upload the grievance redressal policy document with reference to the prevention of sexual harassment. Please have this in place. NAAC does not take kindly to institutions who do not have this policy document. Okay. So prevention of sexual harassment and ragging. Constitution of various committees for addressing this. Please maintain those files. It's a sacred thing in the institution to have a committee and to have meetings now and then. Minutes of the meetings, action taken, reports, the number of cases received and redressed. If there are serious cases of sexual harassment, right, or molestation, you have to inform the local police. FIR has to be filed. So please take cognizance of this, and think NAAC is very keen about this. So file description, you have to upload the minutes of meetings of the Student Redressal Committee, Prevention of Sexual Harassment, and the Anti-Ragging Committee. Upload any other additional information that you may have, right? Detail of student grievance, including sexual harassment and anti-ragging and ragging cases to be uploaded. The complaint from the student, what was the action taken, who all were informed, when was the meeting held, and everything, where the parents called, and sometimes students can go and commit suicide. Sometimes if they're ragged way too much, they can go and commit suicide. Then we get caught in the college. So please, for heaven's sake, be serious about this question metric alone. Somebody raised the hand. I can't remember someone.
Ma'am,
Yes.
there will also be grievances related to academic matters. So that can we put it here in this metric?
No. You have academic matters, right? The student you will have in the SSS. Okay? We have student council meetings in which academic matters will come up. But there is a thing, if you have grievance in the department regarding academic matters, that can be taken up with the head of the department. Suppose some teacher is not taking classes. Right? The student have got the right to Tell the teachers
Also
directly.
regarding internal marks, there are
That is what I asked for,
sometimes
transparency and robustness in your internal assessment. Right? This morning I spoke about transparency and robustness in the internal assessment. There you should not have a chance for that to happen. To give them the scheme of valuation.
so that we cannot include here, no ma'am?
No.
So
That
if
will
there are
come-
some
that will
grievances,
come- That will come in your grievance redressal. In that this morning I did 2.5 or something, right? Internal assessment.
okay. So ma'am, if there is grievance like they want some change in timings, or if the infrastructure, some fan is not working and it is not comfortable to sit in that class, such grievances can be.
I'll tell you, we have a student council and the class rep. If it's something that the fan is not working in the classroom, the class rep can go and tell the administrative, the superintendent in the college for administration. They will go and tell them that there is a complaint book kept in the reception in the college where they write their complaints for fan, something not working, tube not working, no chalk in the classroom. Chalk, we ask them to go and take from the counter downstairs. Okay, but anything like this, the infrastructure is left there. The superintendent goes through that every day. Some mic system is not working, something happens. That the superintendent goes through and that is taken care of. That's not a big grievance. Okay. So there's small things which can be taken care of by this person in charge of the administration of the institution. Okay. If you do the academic matters, teaching, learning, evaluation because there are internal assessment. I told you this morning you have to have a grievance redressal cell for internal assessment.
Okay, that will come in criteria 2 only, no ma'am?
Criterion 2, okay? If it is something to do with academics, teachers are still teaching or they haven't finished portion or whatever, the head of department to be informed. If it is the head of department who is lagging behind, please ask the student to write a note or not to, if the whole class is with thing. If one student is just biased and writing, it's a different story. But you'll have to, if the student writes and tells the principal that the HOD is not, finish her classes or so, whatever the grievance may be, right? It can go directly to the principal in a complaint box or in a suggestion box or whatever. So separate the different things, right?
Okay, so here only we can include sexual harassment, ragging,
and
such
anti-ragging.
type of.
Yes, this is very clear because internal lesson is somewhere else.
Okay, ma'am. So most times we do not have such complaints, ma'am. So can we left
Most
this
institutions,
metric?
no, you don't leave it. This is compulsory. This is not an optional metric.
So if there are no complaints,
whether you have or not, you have to have a committee. You have to put up the notice. You have to have the policy.
We do have that committee, internal complaints.
You have to have it. Yes, you have to have it. You have to meet.
But most times there are no complaints, ma'am.
The complaints are because being a women's college.
No, I am repeating again. Do not say women's college. I'm repeating again. Even if you have no complaints for the last 10 years, you still have to have the committee meet once or twice a semester or once a semester to review the situation of how you're doing orientation for the students, how you're making them aware of these things, of the zero tolerance in the college.
We have done some orientation and we sent the report to the
DC,
right?
To
the DC, right.
Correct,
regarding
correct.
this.
So you must
and we have
the
external
committee.
members also from YWCA and all that. Police on this committee, only thing.
Yeah,
only
exactly.
orientation programs are taking place under that.
Yeah, that's okay.
And the report
that's okay.
is being sent.
When will you have the orientation program? Who will do it?
Normally,
okay.
when the first
all
TC,
of that.
When the students were coming to the college at the time of the orientation.
Yes, that's fine. What I'm trying to say is the committee can meet just to plan this. Just to plan because this is no. You have to have this committee. You have no two ways about it.
Yes.
Okay, so you have to have the committee. We don't know. One fine day, something may happen.
Yeah.
Whatever happened for 20 years will happen suddenly one day. Then we'll be in a mess. So better that you have the committee. Have where will you put up strategic posters for them to say this is anti-ragging institution. We have zero tolerance for this. Review your policy document, etc. Okay. Somebody has raised their hand.
Ma'am,
myself Anju.
Yeah. Pushpa, Sister Pushpa.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ma'am, suppose a student comes with an incident that happened outside, not in the college, outside. If she comes with a grievance, can we include that grievance and we do, should we follow up?
No, no.
The grievance redressal,
you
sir.
have no jurisdiction over that grievance.
Okay, ma'am.
Right? The student has to go to the local police or go to her parents and get the parents to file a complaint in the local police.
Ma'am, can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Ma'am, usually many of our sports persons get job in government sector. Where we do account them? That's my question.
What's that?
Usually our sports persons, basketball players or means canoeing, kayaking players, they used to get jobs in government sector. So means where we do account them? That's my question.
You can't account for them. You can't account for them because they are getting job because of their the merit that they got through sports or games or whatever.
Yes.
Here is only if they have passed the competitive examination or took the competitive examination or went for the guidance classes, went for the coaching classes, etc.
Okay. Ma'am, one more question.
Sure.
One more question. Is there any place we can add B and C certificates of NCC cadets? B and C certificates.
I think this question already came up. Can you just wait a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll finish this thing and then we will come back to that B and C certificate.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so for this one, timely redressal of things, please have the committee. This is, NAAC does not take zero tolerance. This is a serious question, so you have to have it. And if you have all of the above, where you have mechanism submission of offline, online, whether you get the grievance or not, doesn't matter. Have the mechanism in place. Okay? And if you have all four, timely redressal, so when you do not have any grievance, there's no question of redressal, but you can take it as accepted. So you can put all four of them, all of the above, you can get full point, okay? Then, so you have to upload the grievance to the redressal policy document, all of this, minutes of the meetings, at least once a year or once a semester, please meet, please meet. Today, most of the institutions don't have ragging, because it will become a cognitive offense, but sexual harassment is happening in many institutions, right? Which is not surfacing, but it would be good to counsel students and to tell them this does not happen in an institution. Okay, so minutes, or again I go back to this, minutes of meetings, circulars, or web committee report justifying the objective of the metric, proof of constitution of internal complaints committee, grievance committee, etc., as per the UGC norms. So you can download the UGC norms, they have a whole document there, and then constitute your committee. So what they're asking is specific report on incident management of the grievance from the concerned committee is essential. Okay, so if you had an incident, then this will come into play. The mechanism of redressal should be available as a document and should be hosted in the HEI's website. So since you've had nothing, you don't have to worry about this. Okay, and hopefully you'll have nothing.
Ordetta, can I ask just one question?
Yes, sure,
suppose a student, married student, has suffered any harassment at home, or any other student, any other incident in the home, which is not related to college, but if we come to know about that informally, should it be taken up by this committee?
No, college authorities, no, because it's not within your jurisdiction.
Okay.
It would be good to refer her to somebody. Or
yes, that we have done some cases.
Yeah, because there are activists and organizations who take up causes like this.
We have referred to women protection officer and such.
Yeah.
But we should not minute that, right? In our ICC.
No, don't minute any of that, because it's not within your jurisdiction.
So we have no complaints. All we have to do is have the review meetings and say what have we done for giving.
Yes, beginning of semester, how we're going to orientation, how we're going to do. Middle of the semester, are we going to do one more orientation just to think the students about anti-sexual harassment or things like that? You can have some program here and there, or one morning, one assembly can be on this. Just to say, yes, we are apprising our students time and again, we remind them of this, right? This time, one orientation, no use, reminders now and then.
Then nice if we happen to be on this committee of any external, another company, another company's external, this ICC committee, I've been a member for some years. Can we account that, those kind of things anywhere?
No.
Anywhere on our
nowhere. No, no one.
So then where does this fit in? Because we have to go for all these meetings.
Nothing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like I'm on World Vision, nothing. 12 years, nothing.
No, another company, a corporate.
Yeah, whether corporate or NGO, GO, it doesn't matter. There's
You
no
cannot
way.
put this anywhere.
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, there's no use. So nowadays I don't do too much. I can't even get permission to go for a meeting because
does it come under consultancy then?
You're not a consultant. You're not earning money from it, no?
No. Then where? No way. Even extension or linkages.
No.
Suppose we're on the social accountability audit of any company. Nothing of that.
Nothing.
That's unfortunate. Okay.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They don't because you are supposed to be doing only college work.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
One of my former head of department told me one day something. I had an argument with her. I was a young staff member. She said, Ordetta, remember you are 24/7 at the beck and call of the government. You're a government staff. I said, you can keep your job, ma'am, and the government, I'm going.
Then what about a faculty go as resource persons to other colleges and webinars?
Coming. Wait. Coming. That is coming. Yeah. Okay. So average percentage of placement of outgoing students during the last year. So this is student progression. Where are they placed? You must have a placement cell. I want to tell you, I was amazed at St. Stephen's College. I did audit for them. The students run this placement cell. They have got in their pocket all the top companies in Delhi. From Citibank to HDFC to somebody else, Deloitte, KPMG, someone, names I've never heard of. All those companies come and do interviews, right? And they are running a fantastic, so professionally organized placement cell. Second and third year students. So professionally organized, I was just taken aback. I don't think even as teachers we can do that. They get the company to come, they fix the date, they fix up the students, they do a preliminary interview with the student, right? They see their capability, they run a small test to see the capability of students for certain jobs. They do like all HR work they do in the beginning, then send the student for the final placement. They look at this, they sign up with the agreements, etc. There is a faculty member who's in charge, and any serious agreements that they have to sign up for 1 year, more than 2 years, something. If it's ad hoc basis just to come and pick up a few students for a job, that's done. But if it's a long-term agreement, the college management is involved with it. So they run such fantastic, practically 70 to 80% of the students who are passing out are being placed. So apart from, I'm not talking about those who are going in for higher education, leaving out that 30 to 40%, of the 60 left over, about 70% of them are placed. It is just amazing, right? In Stella Maris, we have our alumni association does it. In Loyola, they have a placement officer and a big placement cell, full 24 hours. In another college I saw, they have a placement officer and a placement cell run by the alumni association. So this is where the alumni association can contribute to the institution. Career guidance, placement, because they will have their own contacts. Suppose some of the alumni members, they want somebody for some small job somewhere, something. It's good to get the alumni association involved in this placement cell. So what you need to do is look at the number of outgoing students placed, the third year students placed in the last 5 years for each year, how many, calculate that against the total number of outgoing students. Okay, those who are placed. You may get 5 placements for 1,000 students going. Then the percentage is very, very small. Okay, so you have to look at this because it is 10 out of the 30 points. This is 10 points. Calculate the percentage. I don't know if this is an optional metric. Okay, I'm not too sure. I forgot what is the optional metric. But if it's an optional metric and you don't have, see, let me tell you, if you think you do not have sufficient data, right, which will give you enough points, and it is an optional metric, leave it out. For the last 4 years, if you do not have enough placements from the institution, then don't be breaking your head over it for the next 2 years. Because when you take the average, it will still come down. You may get 4 points out of 10 or 3 points out of 10 or whatever. So if this is an optional metric, don't break your head over it. Let go of it. right? We're trying to get information and get someone to do placement. It's difficult. Put in a placement cell now, but make sure that over the next accreditation, something is happening, because to get an accreditation, get a placement cell going is difficult. Somebody has a hand up. IQA is Anjum, you have your hand up for something?
Anju?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Raised earlier.
That was long back. The earlier question, ma'am.
Sorry. Okay. So here you go. This is
one doubt.
yeah.
Our students gets placed not very soon after the graduation. Most of our departments are only till the graduation level. Post graduation only for 4 departments. So we are trying to collect the placements of students after 2 or 3 years passing.
1 minute. You cannot take placement of students after they have left your institution. Okay, it is only when they are in your institution and you have placed them through the placement cell.
Okay, ma'am. So once they March 31st they leave the college, we cannot.
Yeah, they cannot. You have to do this when they are in 3rd year. So our career guidance cell conducts, programs for them. First of all, on how to write their resume, how to face an interview, right? Build their confidence in meeting people, conduct mock interviews for them. And then through our CGC, our career guidance cell, they contact, all of them have got enough network, the Alumni Association. They contact companies who come and take students, like a job fair sometimes we have, or they'll say we are coming in the 2nd week of January, we want thing. You see Delhi, St. Stephen's College, I'm simply amazed at them, all done by the students when they are in the institution itself. By the time they come to 3rd year, most of them either decide to get in for higher education or they are placed. Very few of them get married. Even then they will get placed and get married. That's how it is. So this is something which is being done when the student is in the institution itself. I'll show you the data thing for that. You have to give the name of the employer with contact details. Where you're sending your student, you need to know. We just cannot send, we cannot be acting responsible kind of thing where the contact details of the employer is given. Then number of students who are placed. You have to have a self-attested list of students placed. The principal, make a list for the year. Principal can attest it. Upload any additional information. The letter from the organization saying they want to come to, place students from your institution, or any contract you have, all of that can be put up. Details of students placed for the last 5 years. This is the format for the data template. Name, the year, the name of the student placed and the contact details. Program from which the student graduated. Name of the employer with contact details, right? Pay package at the time of appointment, because it's going through the college, you will have some idea of what the pay package is like, because when they come for placement, the institution asks them what is the pay package, what is the benefit for the student, all that is asked, okay? And appointment order link. I think now they are not insisting on the appointment order, because some of the companies don't want to give the appointment. They will give a copy of the appointment order to the institution. If you have it, scan it and put it up, because it's going through the institution, right? Not the appointment order, the pay package. Okay, some of the companies don't want to reveal pay package, but they will give the slab or scale of pay, right? Then list of students placed along with the placement details, such as name of the company, compensation, etc. Year-wise, that's the document you have to upload. Placements through HEI's placement drive and through pool campus. Pool campus means, say 4 or 5 institutions get together and conduct a job fair on a Saturday or a Sunday or whatever, right? That alone can be considered. If the data is large, students, they may ask for the appointment or specific appointment orders of students selected. Multiple offers the same student. See, one student can go for 4 interviews for 4 different companies, right? And if they get into all the 4 companies, you count the student only once, not more than 1 time. Got it? Okay. So if Ordetta goes for 4 job interviews and I've been selected in all 4 job interviews, you count me only once. Avoid, if the same student has multiple offers, and as I told you, has to be counted only once. So this is one big thing about placement. Please, if you're having a place, it would be good to have a placement cell, but get your alumni involved so that they can help out. They will have contacts, right? They'll now with this WhatsApp now, they have lot of contact and networking, right? The next one is 5.2.2, average personal students progressing to higher education during the last 5 years. Those who have gone in for post-graduation degree. And from post-graduation, because you have 4 or 5 departments, postgraduate departments, those going in for MPhil and PhD. That is why in student progression, it is 10 points lesser than, or 5 points lesser than the UG SSR, because we don't expect students to go, too many students to go for MPhil or for PhD. The number of students going for post-graduation is much more than those going for MPhil, and MPhil is much more than those going for PhD. Only a small, very small number could go directly for PhD. The number of outgoing students progressing to higher education, you have to give the year, the number of the student enrolling in the higher education. Okay? Total number of students, say 10 students have gone, that number you have to write. The program that they have graduated from, name of the institution that they have joined, and name of the program they have been admitted to. This calculation for this, the formula is percentage per year. You will calculate per year number of outgoing students progressing to higher education by the total number of final year students, not only those who have cleared, even those who have passed the examinations, not only just those who have passed the examination, but also those who have failed the examination, because it's total number of final year students. Don't think only those who have the pass percentage. It is everybody, right? Into 100. Then you can, you have to do for per year. So somebody's got a hand up. Can you just wait a minute? So data requirement, number of students proceeding from UG to PG, PG to MPhil, PG to PhD. You can have integrated MPhil and PhD, okay? MPhil to PhD and PhD to postdoctoral. That is very rare. Most of them will only, if you're guiding students, then it's okay. But most will only go to other universities from MPhil to PhD, or from PG to PhD, you may have few because you have PG department. PG to MPhil, you may have. But PhD to postdoctoral and MPhil to postdoctoral to PhD, you will not have in your college, right? But you will have to garner information through the Alumni Association of anybody going from MPhil to PhD. Even if they've left your institution, but they have finished their MSc or MA or whatever, and then gone for MPhil and then going for PhD, please keep track of students through the PG program, through the Alumni Association. Okay, then file description for this, what you have to upload, supporting data of students, alumni of the alumni, detail the student progression to higher education, the list of the students, etc. Any additional information. And what they are asking for this is proof. So uploading the document required, supporting data for students who have joined for higher education in prescribed format for all the years in the assessment period. So from 2018 to 2023. But what they want is proof like admission letters or identity cards or higher degree certificate. Because if you don't have MSc in your institution or MA of some subject in your institution, they would have gone to another institution and finished their master's degree there. So that degree certificate can be shown, okay? So the proof you have to give them, admission letter or the ID card or the higher degree certificate to say that they were, you know that they were your student, but they have finished a post-graduation or an MPhil. This may be asked by the DVV partner. Then for the same institution, admission letter should be provided by the head of the institution. So if your students go from BA to MA in your own college, then the HOD, the head of the institution, the principal can give a letter saying that this person, this student studied BA in our college and she's doing MA in our own institution. Okay, that is it. So avoid appearing, passing competitive exams for higher education. Also entrance tests. Supposing a student goes for an entrance test, say at the university level, okay, and she doesn't get through that, then that cannot be counted. The student should have been admitted, paid the fees, and continued. If they discontinue also, a student can't be taken. They should have finished the next higher degree. So avoid that they appear for competitive exams or entrance exams cannot be considered as for progression to higher education unless the student gets admitted, okay? Somebody had the hand up. Can you go ahead with your question?
Ma'am, Sister Pushpa only.
Yeah.
Ma'am, previous metrics, that is 5.2.1,
yeah,
can be opted out for us. We can. So, do we need to give any clarification to them?
You mean the placement cell?
Placement of outgoing students, ma'am.
Yeah, I told you it can be opted. It's an optional matrix.
Then, ma'am, do we need to give them any information?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Okay. All right. They will have in their format, if you're opting out, it will show that it can be opted out. Okay?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
No, but because some matrix cannot be opted out, it will show mandatory.
Yes, ma'am. First, second, 7 cannot be opted out anything.
No, even in between also, some of the other metrics also cannot be opted out.
Yes,
it's not just 2, 3, and 7. Okay, it's also some of the other metrics which cannot be opted out. It will show as mandatory. You can't leave out the information. You can't proceed unless you give the information.
So,
yes, ma'am.
So even if that can be opted out, will there be anything else regarding placement? Then will there be any value for the
No, that points will be adjusted in the rest of the thing. Okay, they calculated that way. They've given, the NAAC has given that information saying that it was 50%. You could opt out for 50%, 50 points earlier. Now for 5%. Now they are saying only 3%, means only 30 points, and a maximum of 10 marks per metric. So if the placement is only, I think, 5 points, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Anyway, the placement that can be opted out, right? If
1 minute. No, it is 10 points, so it can be opted out.
Okay.
It can be opted. Anything more than 10 points, you can't opt out.
All right.
Okay. So the competitive exams, the next metric, you cannot opt out. Progressing to higher education, you can't opt out of this because it is 15 points.
Ma'am,
to a maximum, yes.
Ma'am, in this question, like for UG departments, higher education would mean joining to the post-graduation courses only.
Or diploma.
Okay, so ma'am, we can claim that also, no? For PG departments only, they will be giving taking into consideration admission to MPhil or PhD. For all other UG departments, we can consider that when our students are going for a PG.
We're already doing, no, Nisha? We're already taking that.
Yeah, ma'am. But the doubt that I had is like it is for the PG colleges, no? So, ma'am, I've thought.
No. PG college means a college having also PG program. But for UG, the progression is to PG, from UG to PG.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
For the PG students, we consider to MPhil or PhD.
Okay. Thank you.
They may leave your institution and go to some other institution for MPhil or PhD.
Okay, ma'am.
We are looking at them progressing to higher education. Doesn't matter the institution.
Okay.
Where they're going. Ramya, you have something to ask?
Ma'am, diploma courses we can add here.
Yes. No, because they're not asking for diploma. They're only asking UG to PG, PG to MPhil, MPhil to PhD, or PG to PhD, PhD to postdoctoral.
So also B.Ed courses can be, when students join B.Ed?
No, they're not asking you. They're only asking UG to PG. B.Ed is a bachelor in education.
Okay, ma'am.
I don't know why they're not asking that. But
so many students are going for B.Ed from our college.
So you write to NAAC, get a few other institutions to write together and write to NAAC saying that please incorporate also UG to B.Ed.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
They will take cognizance of it. Yeah.
Another doubt, if a student takes a break and if she joins the PG after 1 year, can we account that?
Yes, I think you can account. They have progress to higher education.
Okay, or if that person
we don't know the reason. We don't know the reason why they took the break. It could be health issue. It could be financial difficulty. Right? It could be anything why they had a break.
If the child joins B.Ed and after 2 years or after 1 year.
No, Ordetta, I just have a doubt, Ordetta, for that. How can we give that? Because it's usually related to that particular outgoing students here, no? The supporting data. For example, a student. No, but where do we incorporate that in the supporting?
PG to
she's asking. She's asking, suppose student is passing out in 21 and they are joining in 23 for the PG. Can we give that? I don't think, no, how can we give it? Because
no, you can give it. You can give it. You can give it. Not in that year, but the next year.
In that, in 23?
Yes.
Yeah, but that time,
along the 22 batch.
At that time, we would be having to give the template to the students who have passed out that year and their progression. I think such a template was there earlier. I don't know whether now it's the same template.
All they're asking the year. If you say you write that year of in 2021, you write the number of students enrolling into higher education in 2021. Okay. It could be last year's batch, could be the previous batch.
Is it?
Okay. They're not asking you, which are the student passed out from your institution.
Okay, I thought.
Ma'am, Lata ma'am, it specifically asked with relation to the year of passing in NIRF data only. In AQR, they are not asking the passing out batch.
Okay, thank you, Anju. I didn't know that.
Because the current NEP is very proactive in telling students if you can take a break and come back to study.
Oh.
That is the current thinking in the NEP.
Okay.
Right? Okay. So you can study 1 year somewhere, then you can take a break and go join second year in some other institution.
Oh.
That's the worst part of it.
Okay. Why I asked because we were always giving the data with that particular year students. So I thought the NAAC wanted it in that particular. Was it like that, Anju? Was it like that for the last NAAC? Weren't we giving that particular class progression separately? Or was it
no, ma'am. Last year anyway, we had clarified. We had clarified that any student getting admission in that particular year, irrespective of the passing out year, can be accounted.
Okay, so maybe you were collecting it like this for the college purpose because it's asked by NIRF, right?
Yes.
Okay.
None of them see eye to eye. Neither NIRF, nor ISHE, nor UGC, nor this one. All are loggerheads. If I ask X, somebody will ask Y. That's the problem here. And we have to dance. Anyway, so next one is 5.2.3, average percentage of students qualifying in state, national, international level examinations, right? So you have JAM, NET, SLET, GATE, GMAT, CAT, BAT, RAT, everybody sitting over there, TOEFL, GRE, everything. This is very difficult to keep a track of. We do not know how many of our students are applying to go abroad immediately, right? All they're asking year and number. And all they're saying is number of students appearing and some number of students qualifying. So two things are there. If 10 students have appeared, 5 may have qualified. You have to get both that information. I always tell colleges, right, please opt out of this. This is a nuisance because you cannot go looking for JAM, NET, SLET. NET also, unless the student has finished the post-graduation, right? If they appear for NET, if you get the information, you can put. Same way for SLET, but otherwise it is very difficult. GATE, GMAT, CAT, GRE, TOEFL, no examinations, and CAT. CAT is for management. How many of our students go for business management, right? How many students go abroad doing GRE and TOEFL or GMAT, right? So if you don't have in for this, keep your options open. If you are able to get the information, put it in the 2 or 3 or 4 the students you're talking about, put the information in. If you do not have any information in this particular metric, dump it. Okay. Here they talk about civil services, state government examinations, etc. So, if your sports, if your sports people are doing an entrance examination and getting into a job, some of them sometimes have to do an entrance examination. Some of them are getting direct placements because they are national players, they are district level, whatever, state level players or sports person, they get direct jobs. Some of them have to appear for an entrance exam. That's a civil service examination, okay? State government examination. Yes, Ramya, tell me.
Ma'am, is this also same as that of placement? That is, once the student is outside the college, and
no,
can we count?
No, this is very clearly for any student who has left your institution in the last 5 years, because to do
in the last 5 years, no, ma'am.
Do a NET exam, student necessarily has to do the PG.
Yes.
Okay, SLET the same way, but GMAT, GRE, TOEFL, they may finish the PG only then go for TOEFL and GRE. We don't know. They may only go for PhD abroad outside, right? So they're not asking anything in terms of year.
Okay, ma'am. So
The
if the
year for
student
that,
has passed and passed out from the college and she clears net after 2 years, can we can?
definitely no. Definitely, that's what they want you to answer.
Okay, ma'am.
The year in which
That's how
you're
we are
accounting
collecting,
for
ma'am,
her.
now.
Yeah, the year in which you're
We
accounting for her.
all years we get a
Ma'am,
few.
maybe that child might have studied UG over here, but then after PG, if she is like after 3 years, if she clears net, then
They have not said anything about that, no? They have not said. They only asked
yes.
year,
Two
registration
colleges
roll
will
number.
claim for the same thing.
That's not our problem. That's NAAC problem. You don't worry about it. All right.
Ordetta, ma'am.
Yeah.
This is Anjali here.
Yeah, tell
The
me.
same thing applies to the PhD program also, right, ma'am? So if a student clears MA in 2018 and she joins for PhD program in 2020, we can claim that, right?
But the student has gone for MSc, no?
Sorry?
The student has gone for MSc.
MA.
MA, okay.
After completing MA English
in
from
your
our
college.
college, and say after 2 or 3 years she joins for PhD, we can claim that, right?
Yes, because they ask you PG to PhD.
Yes, okay.
You would not know whether she's done MPhil in between or done something else in between. But she has gone from PG to PhD. It is there.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
So registration roll number for the qualifying exam, that's all they're asking you. They're not. So in 2021, a student of 1820 appeared for the GMAT examination. You can put the details on number of students who selected or qualified, put whichever examination, and then the state government examination or civil service examination. You will get 4 or 5, students who are really appearing or qualifying. Appearing is one story, qualifying is another. Usually both will not be the same in terms of number. 50 may have appeared, 5 may qualify. So that into 100, you just do the calculation, right? So average percentage you calculate per year, yes?
No, after you finish one small.
Yeah. So here they say do not include individual universities' entrance examination. This is very specifically NET, SLET, GMAT, GRE, GATE, JAM, IELTS and TOEFL. Okay. Many of our students are doing IELTS now. Go ahead.
You were saying about opting out, right? Actually, many of our students do these exams, but we don't really always know when they pass and qualify. I mean, NET we may know, but all the others we don't know. Even foreign universities, a number of them,
no idea. Yeah.
they come and get their recommendation letters and all that, but we don't really always know when the admission is final and everything. No, so what I wanted to know is how do we know whether to opt out of this? How much data, how much do we need for this to count? For this particular one?
Lata. We have no idea what the NAAC is meaning by this. But
No. You were saying, you could opt out of this if you... So how much do you think would be significant?
If you have 0 data or just 1 for one examination or 2 for 2 examinations, that is too little to make a difference.
Make a difference,
because you have to calculate average percentage per year. Right? So 1 by 1 or 1 by 2 is not going to help.
Okay.
Right? So then you look at the percentage, 0.0001 or 0.0002 it will be. Right?
Okay.
And that's very little. So you have to look at it at the end of the thing, look at it and say, okay, this doesn't augur well for us. It shows very poor. Let's opt out of it. It's not going to give us any score.
Okay.
It's not going to give you any score because such a small percentage will not give you a score.
So after getting the data, we could decide, right?
You can decide
just before.
You can decide just before you submit the SSR.
Okay.
Just before you collect the data, but just sometimes luck may be, or lady luck may go your way. Okay, you may get, there may be a thing you'll get the information, especially when you're giving recommendation letters, transcripts from the university, from the institution, all of that. Get the email ID of the students who are applying, then slowly follow them up and probe and see where they've gone, what they're doing, what admission they got, get their admission thing, or get this, whatever you can get out of them, what fees they pay. Say, we like to keep a record of you and which university you've gone to, what is your roll number, get that information and keep. But you have to follow them up, especially those who are coming for recommendation letters. That's one good way of following. That's what we used to do. Okay, I still keep in touch with many of my students because I gave them reco letters. Okay. And so that is finally at the end of the day, look at your data just before submitting it. See which are the optional metrics you can opt out of, right? And bearing that in mind, if you do not have sufficient data, which will give you a good score, okay, it's going to pull down your scoring, dump it, because they will anyway calculate the total score from what is remaining. You are allowed to take out to 970 points. Based on that, they will do the calculation. That is a way of doing it. Okay, so can I pass on?
Okay.
Ma'am, one more doubt. It's very small doubt. Like in this case, are we looking for the batches of that 5 years only, or any students who have passed any of the alumni or any of the
Not
students of
somebody
any
10
batch?
years ago, only last 5 years or 6 years you can take.
Okay, that's a problem, ma'am.
Don't go too far. It's not worth it. You cannot be tracking somebody. This is not at all a relevant question if you ask me. Someone going where we are exporting.
But ma'am, we are having
Fabi.
some cases, ma'am. Yes,
Fabi.
sorry.
No, sorry. Fabi, I am
Yes,
not for exporting our brains outside. Brain drain in this country. Okay, I am not for it. So I usually I'm very angry with this question.
I'm really sorry for that, because ma'am, the
Why you're
problem is
sorry?
like
Why you
the
sorry?
doubt. This doubt always come to us, ma'am.
Yeah.
Like because we are having only graduation, but then our students after so that student might have passed in 2014, but then she might be clearing the exam in NET exam in 2018. So that's the problem. Like how can we claim those things?
You claim it, yeah. If they don't want, they'll dump it. This is not a big story, okay? This is not a big thing, right? If they don't want, they will dump it. You will get something. But if you don't have enough data, don't even bother attempting it. See, St. Stephen's College, they keep track of their alumni. They've got alumni who are 70, 80, 90 years old alumni members. You can imagine, right? I know where we are. You call them for a meeting, they won't turn up. It's not funny. And they won't give information. They think that, I don't know why I asked them that way, but you see the kind of networking that the St. Stephen's College has. I was just amazed. So don't feel sorry about it. I am not at all for this GMAT, GRE, TOEFL, let's say all our kids are going abroad to enrich some other nation. That's all I look at. And we have to blame for that. Anyway, so this is you have to upload this information supporting any data that you have, admission card, whatever, number of students qualifying in all of this, the list of it, and as per the data template and any other additional information that you may have, right? So the next one is, all of this is the same thing. I will go into, okay, if you don't have certificates, if a student has, passed the, finished her PhD program, whatever, you need to get the certificate. That most people won't give. So it becomes that metric is very difficult. I would suggest keep it as your last choice. Okay. Now we'll pass on to student participation in activities, which is 50 points. Number of awards or medals for outstanding performance in sports, cultural activities at university, state, national, international level. Award for a team event should be counted as one. So 11 girls go for playing volleyball or basketball and they won the gold medal only once. You count it only once in the last 5 years. So you count the number of awards or medals for outstanding performance in the sports, any cultural activity at both state, university, state level, national level, university level, international level. They are not asking you at the intercollegiate level. Okay, only university. If the university, because they have sports, inter-university sports meets at that level if they win. Interstate meets if they win at that level. Okay, so award for a team should be counted as one year-wise during the last 5 years. Somebody's got a hand up.
Ma'am, if the same team has gone for several competitions, we can count it.
Let me finish the metric. Okay, just let me finish the metric. You see that they've given you things. Okay, so you give it for 1 year. You have to give name of the award or medal, university, whether what level it is, and whether it's sports or for culture. So give e-copies of the award letters and certificates, any other additional information you have, then award of number of awards or medals for outstanding performance in sports and cultural activities in the last 5 years. That is the data template. Now, I'll show you the data template, right? Name of the award or medal. Okay. So if a student has gone, if a team has gone twice, okay, then it'll be 2 different tournaments or 2 different activity things, awards or whatever. You write them twice. Okay, because you're giving the name of the award. The first name may be some Jawaharlal Nehru or some Rajiv Gandhi, some badminton championship. The next time it may be Wimbledon championship. You don't know. But if they win in each of these, or each of them needs to be counted as one. But if it's a team event, you count all of them as one team. Okay, am I clear, Ramya?
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
So
Yes, ma'am.
you give the year. In this year, the same team went twice, but they went for 2 different programs. The name of the award or the medal, then whether it's team event or individual event, whether it's state level, university level or national or international level, whether it's sports or cultural activity, and name of student. Now there you have to give the whole team names, okay? Then give e-copies of the award letters and certificates. You can upload all of that. Only inter-university or state or national or international achievements will be considered. Panchayat level sports, Gram Panchayat level sports meet, Lions Club sports meet, all that cannot be taken into account. Here comes your NCC, participation in Republic Day Parade at Rajpath. Okay, New Delhi by NCC cadets may be considered over here. That is an award. Okay, and am I clear? Whoever asked me about the...
Yes, miss. Yes, miss.
They are
Yes,
not
ma'am.
talking about
Yeah.
the B certificate and C certificate and all that. Whether sometimes you don't have to have B certificate, C certificate. You can go to Rajpath. You can go for RD parade, which are very good. Okay? So don't worry about the B certificate and C certificate, but if the student has participated in the RDC, okay, and not all the students who go for RDC march on the Rajpath on 26th of January. Only selected people, so students whose drill is extremely good, they will pick up for Rajpath. So if your student has participated in that, they can be counted over here because it's a great award to be marching on the Rajpath. Right? Then participation, appreciation certificate and awards from regional, local, institutional levels should be avoided. Awards from inter institutions will not be considered. For example, you have intercollegiate activities, cultural activities. That cannot be considered. The next one, institution facilitates students' representation and engagement in various administrative, co-curricular and extracurricular activities. For example, student council, student representation of various bodies as per established process and norms. Do you have a student council in the college?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How are elections done? How are elections done to the student council?
It is the presidential way, ma'am.
What do you mean by that?
Which means parliamentary
representatives.
It's according to the norms of the Kerala University notification, but they can opt. I think she meant the parliamentary method also can be, rather than having the open elections, can have the parliamentary mode where class representatives are elected, and from that they can elect to the college union council.
Is that how you have it?
Yeah, that's how we have it. It's
so there is no election of president, secretary, nomination, election.
Yes, that is it. The election,
but from the staff, from the college, from the class representative, from the group of staff.
The election, it is done according to university, Kerala University. Now it permits both kind of elections. Either you have, either the entire college can vote. For different and people.
Okay.
Otherwise, you elect the leaders in the class, and those again, like parliamentary method, they call it.
Yeah.
And they can again elect
the
next higher.
Yes. Okay, that's fine.
Yes,
But
many years back, that was not how it was done. This
now
changed
what you
in
are
between.
doing, now what you're doing, put down. But
now we are doing this. What I told you now. For some years, it's been like that.
But do you have a policy for this, on how they do it? Please put down something, Lata. The process and whatever.
Yeah, this policy was changed a number of years back.
Make sure that's in place. And then you have to make sure that students are represented on, say, for example, your anti-ragging committee, on a student grievance cell, internal assessment thing. This is participative management. Students' representation should be there. For example, you have a committee for cultural activities, okay? That is part of the student council. There will be a staff in charge, etc. But on other administrative bodies, not big things, but small ones. For example, on campus cleanliness, you have your committee for campus cleanliness, okay? Or for, maintenance of infrastructure, whatever, in terms of making sure that lights and fans work in the institution. So if you have 2 staff members are in charge of making sure the doors in the classrooms are swept every day, or whatever, different things you can think of, make sure that they are part of that. Put them on those committees. Okay. Earlier in autonomous colleges, we used to have our students on the board of studies also. Right? Now, of course, they have removed it because students said they do not know much of the syllabus and whatever, so they don't want to participate. But it is good to have students in some of the extracurricular co-curricular activity committees. Right? We have a committee for, I think, all the curricular activities. We have a committee for extracurricular activities, games, NSS, no, not games, sorry, for the dance and thing program. We have a cultural secretary for the arts, cultural secretary for the sciences. We have one cultural secretary for the evening college courses, and they take care of all the cultural programs in the institution, and they are part of the student council. Right? We do not bring them on the staff council or on the finance committee. But in administration thing, like, if you have a cooperative store, then are they part of the cooperative store because students come to the cooperative store? Right? So these kind of things, please ensure that students are represented on various bodies. To describe the students' representation in the engagement in various administrative co-curricular activities within a maximum of 500 words. All you have to do is, if you have a document showing this, the composition of the committee, then you can put it up. Just paste the link and upload the document and paste the link. That's very straightforward metric. Then the next one is average number of sports and cultural events competitions which students of the institution participated in the last 5 years. So does the college send the students for competitions, cultural events, etc., organized by, not only do they participate in the programs in your own institution, competitions being conducted as well as other institutions. So what we normally do is we have talent freshers day, or talent competition something, okay, for the first years. So we have very nicely done. All the first years are able to come and participate in different programs. They may do it all singly, or they may do individual, or they may do it in groups. Then we also send them out for other institutions. Like IIT and all have big SRM, all of them, they have big cultural competitions for 2 days, etc. Our students go and participate. The only clause here is one student cannot take part in more than 2 events, because some of them are very good in singing, in dance, in this, in that. They do not give opportunities for others to participate. So we ensure that many students participate. A student can get into maximum of 2 competitions in a semester, okay, and not more than that. Any other competition, we'll send somebody else. That is the job of our Dean of Student Affairs. So there our numbers are high. You can make a list of all of this. Make sure that the invitation letter from the other institutions, we are calling these for competitions, etc., are filed. Right? A list of students who are going, that the attendance is marked by the department. How do you mark the attendance for those who miss classes? Are they given attendance? Is a record of it kept, etc. Same way for sports competitions, etc. You have to calculate the number of sports and cultural events or competitions in which the students participated in the last 5 years by 5. Okay. Somebody raised the hand.
Ma'am, here does the competition mean only related to sports and cultural, or it can be any type of competition?
Sports and cultural alone.
Only such competitions can be accounted here.
Yes, sports and cultural.
Not related to subject.
Like what?
Like a quiz competition on some In zoology, certain topic, if there is a competition?
No, it may not, I cannot come into it. It's not a cultural event.
It's only
In
sports
academic,
and cultural
sports
competitions.
and cultural, yes, very clearly.
Also, ma'am, if one student has gone for 2 competitions, we can count it as only 1.
Yes, only 1. So that's why we tell students you can only go for maximum 2, but they will be counted only as 1.
But ma'am, in our college, certain sports students, there is a set of sports
See,
students,
you must
they are
give,
going for all the...
See, it depends what level they are, no? Sports students who's a national badminton player, can you say you can't go? That can be taken into account. Okay, but number of events, it can be state level championship, some other championship. So number of sports and cultural events.
Okay, ma'am. So here the number of students.
You have to look at what is being asked.
Okay.
They're not asking the number of students.
Okay.
They're asking the number of events.
Okay.
Number of sports and cultural activities or competitions. So 10 competitions are held in 1 year across different institutions. Right, 10 in the year 2021. The number of events when they're asking you.
So if we, in our college, if we are conducting some cultural competition, we can put it here.
Yes.
Okay. So we can increase the numbers here by organizing
Just by organizing one event doesn't make a thing. You have a whole program together. For example, we have department. We have what's called Department Fest. That is very much only with the academic. For example, botany department will have flower arrangement competition all in one day. We'll have a lecture in the morning, some academic activity. Then we have flower arrangement competition, and we have salad dressing competition. We have fruit and vegetable carving. Then we have some some demonstration taking place. So all that is academic. But if we have cultural activity, we don't have that at the department level. That is more at the institution level. Okay, between the first years and the second years, or between the art students and the science students. How many can you continue? How many can you have? Tell me. You just to increase the number, don't keep having activity. It looks very false. It looks like it's made up. So if you have 2 or 3 activities for the cultural activities, that's fine. We have sports day. So first years against second years against third years. Right? That's a big thing for us. So that they'll have basketball match. They will have between first years and second years and third years, or they will have arts and sciences. So those kind of things are taken into account. But having first year botany against second year botany just to increase the number doesn't make sense. The spirit of sportsmanship is gone. Okay? Am I clear, Ramya?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So report the event. The final session report the event, number of sports activities in which the students institution participated during the last 5 years, in which the institution participated, not the students. Okay. If there are 5 programs, you write 5 programs organized by the institution or by other institutions. So you have to give the date of the event, the activity, then the name of the event or the activity, and name of the student who participated. So same student going 10 times doesn't augur well for the institution. Right? Please ensure many students take part. Just because we want to win a competition, don't send the best student. Others also may win, we don't know. So please give other students also opportunity to participate. Okay, so classify the data year-wise. What you have to use, report of the events along the photographs appropriately dated and captioned year-wise. Then copy of circular or brochure indicating this kind of activity if you are conducting it. If some other institution conducting, they will send you a letter or a brochure or whatever. List of students of your institution who participated in different events year-wise. You had talent show, right? Arts against sciences, or first years of botany against first years of zoology or chemistry or whatever. So make a list of students who participate, not the whole class. If the whole class has participated, well and good. If only few have participated, make a list of it and keep. Now, all activities conducted under an event will be counted only as one event. So if we had, the history department festival, okay, it will be counted only as one event, because there may be sub events to that, poetry writing competition, essay writing competition, quiz, but the event is cultural fest, history fest. They call it Historia. They will put a name to it. that will have many events. You count it only as one. Then for large data, we will seek participation certificates of students who have been selected. So you have to give participation certificates. Remember that if you're conducting it or wherever they are going, please get not only the award or the medal or the prize certificate, but also the participation certificate. Now, an event cannot be split into activity. Like I told you, if you have a history festival, you have a lecture by a historian, you have a quiz competition, you have one, what they call something else, they may have quiz and anything else, okay? So if you have so many events in one program, you can't split it up, right? Competitions organized by the institution without the participation of its own students cannot be considered. So St. Joseph's College organizes an intercollegiate program, right? What the students say, ma'am, we are post-institution, ma'am, we can't participate. That cannot be counted. You have to invite, allow your own students to participate. That's where the competition comes in. Am I clear on this? So sometimes our students say, ma'am, post-institution, ma'am, we cannot participate. If we win, they'll get upset saying we cheated. No. We have to, the students have to participate in that thing, okay? Then the next one is our wonderful alumni engagement, which cannot be opted out. You have a registered alumni association that contributes significantly to the development of the institution through financial or other support activities, okay, support services. So does your institution contribute to the, they're saying, we use the word significantly. You know why? They have gotten the next thing, above 5 lakhs, above 3 lakhs, above 2 lakhs. One big amount they have this. They're saying significantly to the development of the institution through financial or other support services. For example, if your alumni are able to give you, say, computers, somebody says, okay, we'll give you 5 computers. Or someone says, we'll do the ERP for you free of cost. Or someone says, we'll give you, badminton for the nets for the badminton court and for the badminton rackets and the shuttles for, say, 10 students to play or whatever. That is also significant support for the institution, not just financial, but if they come to your CGC, your career guidance cell or placement cell, that is a huge thing because they will be paying somebody to be there in the office, during the working hours of the college to do all the correspondence, and communication with respect to the placement cell or the career guidance cell, right? So this you have to write in 500 words and paste any additional information that you have of the alumni engagement, okay? Then the next one is, yes, hand up somebody.
Ma'am, if the alumni is engaged in giving free talks like that to students on certain specific subjects,
Write it. Write it.
Okay.
It says support services.
Okay, ma'am.
Right? But don't call every alumnus to come and give a lecture.
Okay, ma'am.
Remember, teaching time is teachers.
There are certain alumni who are scientists and so such persons.
Yeah. But not the same person every year.
Okay.
Look, you have to be little, cautious of how you engage with the alumni, right? 2 lectures a year, very good, right? 1 seminar on something by them, okay. Where you would have spent money, they have spent the money and brought the resource person, picked them up, dropped them back, they have done all the organization, etc. Okay. So support services for the institution, remedial coaching classes.
Yes, they are also involved in remedial coaching.
Right. So if they are, you have to give attendance, who is taking the class, what is the qualification. All right. Look at all of those aspects before you ask them to do remedial coaching.
Okay.
Then alumni contribution during the last 5 years as I told you, in lakhs of rupees, anything above 5 lakhs, then between 4 and 5 lakhs, etc. Less than 1 lakh if you have any contribution from the total contribution. And this must go directly to the institution. It cannot be given. It has to be reflected in the audited statement of accounts. So whatever money the institution is getting from the alumni, whatever the amount may be, it has to be recorded and receipt must be given to the association, as well as it should be reflected in the audited statement of accounts. So they're asking you the name of the alumni association or the name of the alumni association name or the alumnus, okay? Then quantum of contribution, audited statement of accounts reflecting the receipt of this amount of money, and You can upload any of the files. You have taken a photograph of somebody giving a check to the principal or to the manager or whatever. Take a photograph and keep. Okay, photograph of the check and keep. Those kind of documents you can show. Anyway, it will be there in the auditor statement of accounts. So the document required is the annual auditor statement of accounts, HEI, highlighting the alumni contribution. As I said, ask the chartered accountant to put subheadings. So this is very clear. Only that portion you can upload. You don't have to upload the 3 or 4 pages of the audited financial statements. Then list of alumnus or alumni with the amount contributed year-wise to the institution. How much they contributed, even 10,000 rupees. 5% gave 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Make a list of those 5 people and the amount of money that they have contributed. Then mere list indicating the contribution will not be considered. You have to show that it has been transferred into the account of the institution and it is reflected in the financial statement. That is what they mean over here. Okay, contribution in form of monetary or equivalent. If they give you some, teachers' tables or 2 cupboards for the library, or they give you some 10 new books worth say 5,000 rupees, all that can be taken as contribution from the alumni. Am I clear? Any questions on this?
Yeah, Auditor, just one thing.
Go ahead.
It is registration is, we need to get it done. That is something we're working on. It hasn't happened till now.
No.
I think the earlier peer team also had given in their report the suggestion that it has to be registered. But there was some technical...
I would say don't go in for registration.
Is it?
You know why? It can cause problems. You have to.
But when we try to, ask for funds, many of the alumni, they say that because we don't have a separate account for that, that is a problem.
You all don't have. So, they have to have, not you.
No. Did we just get the contributions to the college account then?
Yes, but the registered association will give it to the college.
But this was in the earlier NAAC visit. It was specifically mentioned as a negative point.
Now they're not insisting because they're not asking for registration number. Earlier they asked registration number, this thing, that thing, all kind of things. All that is taken up. All that they're asking you is to tell how much of money you're getting, in what form you're getting it.
And it should go into which
college
account you said?
College account.
To the college account.
Yes. College account.
So that will not create any problem,
no, why?
right?
Why?
In audit.
A single person can also give you money, right?
Okay.
Someone coming back from Dubai, got plenty of money. They want to give something to the institution, they can give.
Okay.
So
you're meaning it will not matter that this was given as a recommendation in the last NAAC and we have not acted on it? That will not matter?
No, we acted, but it's only a recommendation, no, Lata.
Okay.
It's not mandatory. It's only a recommendation.
Okay.
Everything they say cannot be taken as thing proof, as having to be done, mandated.
Okay.
It's a recommendation, and we are not able to comply because students are not willing to. The alumni association is not willing to have a registration done, but they would like to. They give individually, or they like to give it in groups or whatever.
Okay.
The thing here is the name of the alumnus you have to give, the quantum of the contribution. Right?
Okay.
And which should be, they want to know that alumni association is there. You're having an alumni association, you all meet, there's some give back. See, the problem with us Indians is that we have no give back policy. Right? We will all study with scholarship. Most of our students will study with scholarship. We'll get jobs in the same institution where we studied, but we will give nothing back to the institution. Right? Whereas you look at IITs, you look at IIMs, they are all doing extremely well, but they run so many programs and they give so much a donation to their institution, right? At least some small, I tell my students, when you leave the college, remember you are where you are because the college made you thus.
Yes.
Right? That is my last parting shot to my students. Please turn back and give something to the institution who made you what you are. Right? That is the point. We have to get that into our culture. They will spend on their wedding, somebody I know spent 2 crores, 10 crores, not into 10 crores, but nothing for the institution.
Very often our students escape by saying that they will not get permission from their husbands.
Yeah.
It happens very often.
But they will get permission to buy gold. Correct. Why did we educate you? Why did we educate you?
Some do contribute when some special something comes, but not on a very large scale, as in the case of the co-ed colleges.
Yeah. So I'm saying we actually are detrimental to our own race. Simple as that. We think we have to be subservient to the husband. We think they have to say yes for us to say yes. Even our own salary we have to hand over to them. Right? So these are things that we have to, that's what I tell, empowerment of women. And some of our, the life skill programs we give students is that teach them to be empowered women. Only when they get to trouble, only they want to, to be empowered. Till then, they're very subservient. So I always tell people, you make up your mind what you want to do. You can inform your husband. You don't have to ask permission for your money. You have earned it. That's what I tell my students. You have earned it. So I am a rebel in these kind of things. I won't give up.
I think nowadays they are changing, possibly.
Some of them are changing. Like yesterday, last night, my neighbor's daughter came. She just got married. So I asked her, I said, Alia, what are you going to do? And we didn't go for the wedding because it's COVID situation. And, they also suggested we don't have my mother's at home. And they had all and sundry. So I was really frightened to go. So then they came home yesterday just to get my mommy's blessings. And so we know them for nearly 40 years. So then she asked, I said, what are you going to do, Alia? Her husband says, I am going to make her work, get into my business. I was really so happy. And she said, yes, I'm not going to cook in the kitchen. I'm going to do business. He can find someone to do the cooking. So I said, good for this kid. She's done her BA in English, and I think she also finished up. She did some other course. She's going to work, and very smart. So I always encourage people to, do something, put their education to use. Otherwise, that education, that certificate becomes only a passport for marriage. That is my language. I tell my students, don't make your degree a passport for marriage.
Right.
Anyway. We're already 4:30. I have got section 7 to do, 6 and 7.
I wanted to ask you about that. We were saying, like I discussed with you yesterday, we can even put off those because we need to give adequate importance to each criterion.
Correct.
So maybe we can do 6 and 7 on another day.
You tell me when.
Fix something.
You tell me when.
Yeah, according to your convenience.
Next week, actually, I'm full because I have this audit of an institution.
Yes.
You want to take up after the 10th? I am happy. Okay. Or do you want
just an afternoon, any time, depending on your time, because today I'm sure you'll be very tired.
No, I am fine. No worries. But I'm worried that if I hurry, I don't want to hurry up. I want to give people time to interact. That is one part of it. Next week, in the afternoons, after 2 o'clock or 2:30, I am free.
Maybe the 6th criterion we can do in a smaller group with management. And those who are in charge of that particular criterion, because it doesn't affect everyone. But the 7th one, maybe I think I would
all of us need to be there. All need to be there.
So I'll talk to you and IQAC. I'll talk to the IQAC coordinator and to you and fix a
If it is next week, it can be after 2:30 in the afternoon.
Some tentative dates, any?
No, for me, except Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, next week can be done in the afternoon. You want to do tomorrow, I am fine. I don't have a problem. Okay?
Tomorrow
I know what you have. You are busy.
I will just ask.
I will
ask.
You are busy.
Okay.
Examination duty, Miss
Exam is starting tomorrow.
Ma'am, I have examination duty tomorrow. I would like to be there.
So tomorrow we will do it on a day when there's no university exam.
You choose, okay?
I'll talk to you and fix it.
Yes.
For the 7th one, I think 2:30 any day when the exam is not there.
Except Monday.
Except Monday. Next week, someday.
Next Monday, except next Monday. Other days, 2:30 to 4:30 is enough to do that 7th criterion. You also fix up for the 6th criterion with the management.
I will send you the participant list tomorrow.
Yes. I will send you the certificate copy right away, right, of what I have designed. Look at it. Make sure that the logo is okay. I put the logo from the website. It is okay. You cross-check it. Send it back to me, or you can send it to Sister Teresa. No, you send it to me. I'll send it to Sister Teresa for printing with the list of names. Actually, you can send the certificate I'm sending you and the list of names to Sister Teresa.
Okay.
Take your board. So she will get the certificate done and give her the address of the institution for posting.
Sure.
So you will have to sign the certificate also, Lata.
Okay.
Right? She will sign on one side Xavier board and other side thing. I'll send you the certificate right away. It's ready. I want to send yesterday and I forgot.
No.
I had an issue with the internet.
Shall I send you the list first, or you want to send the format?
No. I'll send you the format. You send both of that to Sister Teresa. You just send the list to Sister Teresa. I will send the certificate to her once you approve of it.
Okay.
So
I think there'll be some feedback or some concluding formalities from IQAC. So we'll do Anju?
Yes, ma'am. Definitely. We have arranged a feedback session. Even though we are not concluding the whole FDP program, we will go ahead with the formalities and we will go ahead with, we will have a few of the feedback sessions.
Sure.
So I request Sister Usha. For the feedback on the program.
I met Usha, I think 2017. Am I right, Sister Usha?
I remember you telling me about.
I don't think she remembers, but I remember. So no problem. I have got some memory.
I don't think you are so forgettable. I don't think you're that forgettable. Usha.
17. Hello.
Usha, your audio is not a thing, so you're not audible.
Can you unmute, Usha?
No audio.
Muted. Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sister, it's clear.
Good evening. I met you, ma'am, in 2016-17 in Trivandrum. I remember you so well. Yes, Xavier board meeting. And you had promised to come to our institution to guide us on NAAC.
Pandemic.
But this is the God-destined time, through the initiative of Miss Leda, to have you as a resource person for SSR. So, it was an excellent program, worth listening to you. You have boosted our confidence. You have enhanced our morale and motivation. You have sharpened our focus. As you were dealing with SSR, we were also making a kind of self-evaluation of as an institution. And we felt, and I personally felt, we are on the track. We can congratulate our teachers and the team who are guiding us. You were very patient in clarifying our doubts, queries, and you also encouraged all the initiatives that we, when you went through the report, etc., you were also in between encouraging us. That was so consoling. Your session and also the session of Sebastian Wadakin sir, it was really encouraging, and you insisted on bringing up the culture of research culture among the staff and the students. And I think if you are a little more systematized, teachers can concentrate a little more on research activities, project work, field work, among themselves and also among the students. This would be a great help. Great help that we had 2 days regarding the system, certificate courses, research activities, and instrumentation, etc. We can also much more. We can undo and also do. So thank you for making it available for our college, a small college, and have taken a lot of trouble to enter with your session. And I hope you will accompany us in our journey ahead. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sister Usha. Thank you. Kind words. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sister Usha.
though Sister Usha has expressed all her feelings, the feelings from all our hearts, I think we can hear a few more feedback, a few more words of appreciation. I request Ms. Manju Thomas from English Department to give the feedback.
Good evening, Ordetta ma'am. Ma'am?
Yes.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah, can you please switch on your video, ma'am? I really want to see you. If it's okay with you, can you please switch on your video, ma'am? Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ma'am, actually, I was told by Miss Anju, Dr. Anju, to share a feedback on the session. But I would keep the NAAC knowledge aside, ma'am. Ma'am, being a teacher of English, I have become your fan. Really, honestly. The ease with which you interacted and the fluency with which you, or the spontaneity with which you handle the sessions, it was, my God, par excellence. Of course, it's a mark of your in-depth knowledge about NAAC and its intricacies, but your power-packed sessions, I would say that power-packed sessions with apt clarifications of all our relentless doubts. I sometimes felt that you are in the war front. Every now and then, everybody was asking one or the other query, and you were patiently answering that. All those relentless doubts, they stand a step above that knowledge part. That's why I said I'll keep the NAAC knowledge aside. The way you handled the session was just superb. Thank you so much, ma'am. I really wanted to share this informally. That's why I didn't bring that formal tone into it. But as a Josephian, on a formal tone, I express our sincere gratitude to you, ma'am, on behalf of our management, principal, Adia principal, and all the teachers, the IQAC coordinator, especially Dr. Anju. And criterion 3 was handled by Dr. Sebastian Vadakan, sir. As aptly said by our principal, sir made us at ease when he pointed out things which we have done, actually. So usually that doesn't happen. We often feel that, oh my God, long list of things to be done. But this time, honestly, the teachers were a bit at ease, like, okay, we have done this much. Okay, course outcomes, okay, fine, we have done that. So we could relate ourselves. That was a great part of it. We thank both of you from the bottom of our heart. Thank you so much. The session actually cleared many of our doubts. Thank you so much. These 2 days flew just like that. It was a pleasant experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manju. Now we will have a feedback from Dr. Nisha Nair, Botany.
Good evening, everyone. Respected resource person of this FEP, Dr. Ordetta Mendoza ma'am, and Dr. Sebastian Vadakan sir, our principal, Dr. Rita Latadi Kuto, IQAC coordinator, Dr. Anju M. Nidera, and all dear teachers. Actually, I'm very happy that I got an opportunity to share my feedback for this 2 days workshop on effective documentation for NAAC accreditation. First of all, I would like to thank Ordetta ma'am for the very informative and wonderful sessions that you delivered over these 2 days. We know that for NAAC accreditation, quality initiatives and functioning systems of the institution has to go hand in hand with its proper documentation, and it should be such that it meets the standards set by NAAC. Now that we are in the last year of accreditation before SSR submission, it is all the more crucial for us to focus on every aspect of documentation. And I believe that FDP has really helped us in all this regard. We've had a lot of training programs being organized by our IQAC on NAAC accreditation, but still we feel that there are some areas where we needed some more clarity. And dear ma'am, you've handled these sessions in such a beautiful, in such a very lucid and comprehensive manner that we feel much more confident. Now, though Sister Usha and Manju has given a kind of emotional feedback, I would like to take a few minutes just to have a small review of what Madam had shared with us for the last 2 days.
I hope everyone will bear with me because we are already running too late. In her session, ma'am has highlighted on the implementation of documentation management system, where there has to have a workflow system and a process in place, and a team has to be appointed or detailed for documentation purpose. And she also emphasized that the documentation process has to be designed such that duplication is avoided, and it is a real thing that we should focus on. And there should be both physical as well as digital documentation. Through her experience with two different colleges in Kerala itself, she mentioned how important it is for us to keep a backup of the data in order to avoid any kind of mishaps. And also, what she said, like if you sneeze, document it. It really made us understand, ma'am, that how important it is for each one of us to document any small, every minute activity that actually we carry out in our institution. Then ma'am has also insisted that every faculty should maintain a personal file for each of us. And she has explained each and every key factor and the metrics included it in much detail and with such patience. Just as Manju has said, she never felt tired answering each and every query raised by each one of us. Thank you so much, ma'am. And when coming to the criteria description, some of the points that I feel as a takeaway, like in criteria 1 regarding the 30 hours workload, which has to be set in the timetable, we really need to look into it, ma'am. And then regarding the feedback that you said that after collecting the feedback, it has to be sent to the concerned authority. Now, in our case, to the university for it to take some action on it, rather than keeping it with ourselves. And also, we also get quite a lot of clarifications on the student enrollment, sanction seats, marginal increase, full-time teachers, etc. And when it came to criteria 3, Dr. Sebastian Wadakan, sir, he delivered a very enlightening and inspiring session. It was so humble, and actually it gave a lot of confidence to all of us, because whenever it came to criteria 3, we all actually had a lot of worries as to how to fill it, what to fill it, because it was really a threat for us. Now, he also emphasized that each faculty must have a desire for research and should apply for guideship. So, and the teachers should try to raise funding for the research projects. And he also made it, sir also made it clear that an MOU, only when it is functioning would it count when it comes to NAAC accreditation. Then in further criteria, ma'am also gave us the importance to find measures to raise scholarships rather than simply relying on the management to give. And she also said the importance of a grievance redressal cell to be in place in the institution, whether or not we have any instances. Then she also made it clear that those students who get placements while they are in the institution can only be accounted. If once they are out of the institution, we cannot claim that. And she also gave clarifications on whether we should have a registered alumni or we can move without that. So for these 2 days workshop, I feel that the resource persons, especially Ordetta ma'am, has helped us read between the lines and make our documentation process as authentic as possible, giving no room for doubts for the NAAC team. So she has very patiently clarified all the doubts raised by each one of us. Now there are 2 more criteria to go, but we expect the same, ma'am, for the next 2 sessions as well.
Definitely.
We could also get tips on mentoring, ma'am. Actually, it is an area which we needed some help, and you've made it really very clear for us to how to develop the intricate relationship through the sacred and an ongoing process. So thank you so much, ma'am. I would also take this. Thank you, ma'am. And before I conclude, I would also like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to our dearest principal, Dr. Rita Latadi Kuto, ma'am, because she's an efficient leader who takes all sincere efforts to give us the best. So thank you so much, ma'am. And I also thank the IQAC coordinator, Dr. Anju, for organizing this workshop and giving us this opportunity to listen to these criteria. Thank you so much, Miss. And with this, I conclude. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you,
very much.
Nisha. Thank you, Nisha. From Nisha's feedback, ma'am, Ordetta, ma'am, definitely you know how serious we were and how attentive we were. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the exhaustive feedback, Nisha.
We are
Thank you,
students
Nisha.
Thank you,
when it
ma'am.
comes to
Thank you.
sessions,
Thank you, ma'am.
okay?
So you
We
got
learn from each other.
three different kinds of feedback you got. Very comprehensive, emotional, and you
thank
got a
you.
fan also. You managed to get a fan to add to your big fan list you already
Oh
have.
man. But I want to tell all you, I first want to thank Dr. Lata for, inviting me, the management for the opportunity, and all of you for being such patient listeners and for interacting. I really enjoyed the session. I have been to one or two institutions to do these sessions, and they're blank. They don't ask any question. So I thought to myself, well, here these people have not done any work, so they don't know what's coming up. Let them do some work, then they'll get stuck. Then we'll see. So, but from these sessions, I realized that you people are already immersed in it fully, right? So much immersed in it that you're going to have the difficulty extricating yourself from all this work.
Thanks to Dr. Anju for that immersion.
So much of work you'll have done. It's just amazing that and you all know the in and out of it.
But we understood the documentation. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, we understood
Thank
that
you,
you have to
ma'am.
do a lot more. You continue on.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is, for me, it was just an enjoyable session, and I did not, honestly, I do not feel tired. The excitement of doing it was just wonderful. I can go for another 3, 4, 5 hours. I can do it again another whole day tomorrow. I have no problem. So I'm happy I was able to be of some kind of help, however small it is. But I want you all to know, I am available to you 24/7. Right? Send me a message and I will reply back. Colleges, so many colleges, I still interact with their IQAC coordinator, their steering meeting committee. When they have something, they send me a message. Yesterday, someone sent me from St. Albert's called Nisha Tomji. She sent me a message. Ma'am, this. So, when they ask questions, if I don't know, I normally consult Father Arakasamy Xavier, St. Xavier's College, Trichinapalli, or other good institutions who have got a good grade. Or I even ring up sometimes Ponmudi from NAAC, and I bug him and say, Ponmudi, what do you all want? What do you expect for this metric or whatever? So for me, I am available to the institution 24/7. I think Anju, you've got my phone number.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I have your phone number. I have your phone number.
I can also
share it. You can share it. You all can send me messages. One thing, identify who it is, because now I don't have your number except both of you. I don't have any other numbers with me. But somebody from the college is wanting to send me a message. Say, I'm so and so from St. Joseph's College, and I will respond. It may sometimes if I'm a session, I may respond in the evening, but I will respond to the message, whatever it is. If I don't know, I don't know. But if I know, I'm most willing to share. And over time, if I learn, if I get to know that there are changes in the NAAC SSR, I will let you know. Okay, so you don't have to think. My only request to you is, finally, when you do the SSR, get the latest copy, because they are changing left, right, and center. So just before, some of these questions may not even be there by the time you, there was 120 or 123 metrics about 2 years ago. Now they've come down to 96 or 97. So before you start doing the final one, get the updated version of the NAAC metrics and do it. And feel free to ask me anything. I have no problem. Okay. If you want to look at your data, no issues, right? I am there for the institution, period. That's it. That's how I work. Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity.
Now, ma'am, just a few moments for a formal vote of thanks. Most respected manager, Dr. Sistanza Matthew, Principal, Dr. Rita Lada Dicoto, esteemed resource persons of the program, Dr. Ordetta Mendoza and Dr. Sebastian Vadakin, and all other faculty members. This evening, I face you all with a great sense of satisfaction that we could get acquainted with two wonderful resource persons. Our principal had been mentioning about this program for quite a few months, and we kept on postponing it for some reason or the other. But suddenly, without much pre-discussions, we could make it happen And I'm very much delighted that we could spend 2 fruitful days with a very enthusiastic, energetic, and resource person, Dr. Ordetta Mendoza. Her energy-packed sessions were truly motivating, and many of us who had difficulty paying attention to the sessions for the whole day could take a lesson from her. The subject matter dealt with and the passion and her approach to the program needs special applause. She was always of the mind that knowledge is to be shared and was willing to help us improve ourselves as an individual and as an institution. The ease with which she handles any topic is something to be imbibed upon. On behalf of the management, principal, Iqac, and all others present here, I express our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Ordetta Mendoza for her sincere efforts towards our quality enhancement. Dr. Sebastian Vadakin joined us very casually without any formalities, taking time off his busy schedule. In his absence also, I would like to express our gratitude to Dr. Sebastian Vadakin for sparing his valuable time. As I mentioned earlier, our manager, Dr. Sister Annie Matthew, is always a not so loud companion in all constructive and quality enhancement programs. I express a sincere gratitude to manager for her keen interest in the welfare and quality enhancement of the institution. Dr. Rita Leda, our principal, is a person who makes things happen once she sets her mind on it. Always trying to bring quality programs to the campus, this can be considered as one among the topmost programs that we could arrange. A big thanks to you, Dr. Leda. The support extended by Xavier Board of Higher Education in bringing up the quality of Christian management educational institutions is highly acknowledged. We thank the Xavier Board for collaborating with the institution in organizing this FDP. The support rendered by all Iqac members and the technical support by Akhil also is acknowledged. Lastly, we, the faculty members, are perplexed by the amount of work that is pending when we actually think that we are totally stressed out by what we are doing already. Still, we have achieved many things which we thought impossible. And on that positive stroke, I thank each one of you for your active participation and involvement these 2 days. Once again, thanking you all. Thank you.